Good morning. Dear young scientists, distinguished guests, welcome to the 2023 edition of the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest. For 52 years, young scientists have carried from generation to generation science to new places. Again and again, we have seen science under new lights, and over the years, we have tried to make science more approachable to all. Science is its own universe, a universe to understand us, our world, and our place in life. Scientists are like explorers. Like explorers, they use every tool in their arsenal to discover hidden secrets. And science is like an adventure for which we are equipped with our 5 senses, as with what other tools did the first scientists start. But there's another one. In my opinion, one of the best for every explorer, curiosity. It is also the main driving force for each adventure. Being curious will lead you, dear young scientists, into the unknown and provide a chance to explore something new, learn and grow in strength, experience, and wisdom. Sure, curiosity can also be dangerous. You might fail, but curiosity is also the force that pushes you to go out and start looking and trying, and maybe, just maybe, help you to find a valuable scientific treasure. Once again, I can only emphasize how proud I am to congratulate our great explorers. Dear young scientists, I am sure I speak for everyone present when I state we are proud of you and of your achievements. In the words of last year, yet slightly adapted, science is an adventure, and like any adventure, whether in games, books, or movies, an adventure is only an adventure when it holds trials and tribulations. Push, shove, and never give up looking for knowledge. And now it is time to start our 52nd National Jonk Fuerscher Contest. Enjoy. Thank you very much.
We are switching over to Ben and Edouard, who will be our interview hosts for the morning. Both passionate about science and the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest. They will be chatting to our director of the foundation, Mrs. Susanne Eng, to get a glimpse into the organization of the 52nd contest. Our next presentation is by Arthur Julien and Dennis Kriya. They will present a project called Our next presentation is by Arthur Julien and Dennis Kriya. They will present a project called Effizienz.
We now welcome on stage our first competitor, Mr. Casimir Hijik from the European School, who is competing for the 5th time in a row with an engineering project. He designed a custom local positioning system for applications in supply chain logistics, inventory tracking, collision avoidance, and precision systems. I'm very excited to learn about how he did this. Let's hear it from Casimir.
Good morning. I am Casimir Hijik. I'm from the European School. And for this year's Jonk Fuerscher Contest, I have created a local positioning system. A local positioning system is used to obtain the coordinates of multiple objects within the specified perimeter. So this system has many use cases, from the automotive industry, through supply chain logistics, all the way to space and planetary exploration. Now, in all of those cases, the information about the location is important to track the movement of the object. This local positioning system consists of multiple parts. Firstly comes the hardware, which is built on top of positioning and communication antennas. Then comes the software, of which the key parts are the communication protocols themselves, as well as the triangulation algorithm, which I will explain later. Then are the external devices, which are just general devices that are able to use the local position data obtained from the server. And then finally, the user interface, which is used to visualize all of the antennas and external devices. So let's start with the hardware. There are two main parts, a client and a server. Each client, this one, is built from the following components. One microprocessor, in my case an RP2040, one low-frequency positioning antenna, and one high-frequency communication antenna, as well as a power supply. For the purpose of this presentation today, I have built 6 of such clients. Then there is also the server, which is the key part of the entire system and is a place where all of the computations are performed. It is also built from one microprocessor, an RP2040 also, and then 2 high-frequency communication antennas, as well as 3 power supplies. Now let's move to the software side of things. So the triangulation algorithm is the core part of the software of this project, and I will explain how it works based on the following example in a 2-dimensional space with 4 points. On this graph, the location of the ping client is unknown, and it must be located. So, firstly, the entire space is divided into a 4x4 square grid, of which every square is colored based on its calculated error. From there, the square with the lowest error is chosen as the new encapsulating volume. Then, the steps of division and coloring are repeated until the encapsulating area size is within the error margins. Now, onto the final part, the user interface. For the purpose of this project, in order to allow on-the-fly management of the entire system and a very high degree of configurability, the user interface has been created. And now let's visit a real-time view of this user interface, and let me present to you some of its features. So, for the purpose of this presentation today, I have created 3 different demonstrations, each of them present a different aspect of this project. Let's start with the first one, precision. On the top edges of the stand, there are 2 yellow antennas, and the third antenna, which I'm holding in my hand in this blue box. Now, the server will project the position of this antenna onto the line made by those 2 yellow antennas. The position of the projected point will decide which balloon will explode. As you can see, the balloons are located really close to each other, so the effective precision of the system is within 15 centimeters. So when I align the blue box with the second balloon, it explodes, but leaves the second balloon intact. Now, the same thing can be done with the third balloon, or for example, with the fifth one, or fourth one, third one, or also the last one. Yeah, so as you can see, the effective precision is very high in this system. Now, let's move on to the second demonstration, the robotic hand right here. Basically, this robotic hand was originally built without any antennas. However, it was later retrofitted with one antenna at the end of its gripper and one at its base. As you can see on the screen behind me, there is a tracking of the robot's movements. Now, those 2 antennas allow for a much higher degree of control during the operation of such robots without having to make big alterations the already existing system architecture, allowing firms not to have to purchase new robots every time. Now, let's finally move on to the last demonstration today, collision avoidance. This scenario will simulate a car crash. However, both of the cars are equipped with collision avoidance software and local positioning antennas. When the red car will move too far, will move too close into the yellow car, it will brake. However, of course, the yellow car won't move, so this won't be a problem. So if I accelerate the red car, it slowed down slightly late, but it still slowed down. Now, if I reset the car and do the same thing again, the following may happen. So this really simulates how effective this system can be in collision avoidance. And I hope that you could see the potential that this local positioning system holds. And I'm especially proud of its precision, which makes it applicable in many leading industries. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
We are switching over to Ben and Edouard, who will be our interview hosts for the morning, both passionate about science and the contest. They will be chatting to our director of the foundation, Mrs. Susanne Eng, to get a glimpse into the organization of the 52nd contest, the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest.
Bonjour Susanna,
Bonjour Ben,
comment vas-tu?
ça va très bien, hein. C'est un grand jour, le premier jour du concours de la 52e édition du concours national Jonk Fuerscher.
Exactement. Et j'ai vu que les présentations ont déjà commencé. Elles étaient visuellement très belles. Et voilà, est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer un petit peu du Jonk Fuerscher, les participants, le jury, qu'est-ce qu'on peut se préparer à voir aujourd'hui?
Tout à fait. Donc déjà, c'est vraiment un grand plaisir de vous accueillir tous à cette 52e édition du concours national Jonk Fuerscher. Le concours national Jonk Fuerscher est une plateforme pour nos jeunes nationaux, brillants esprits, pour venir montrer leurs projets innovants et créatifs devant des membres de jury composés d'experts de tous les domaines. Et c'est aussi une opportunité pour eux de gagner de prestigieux awards. Donc ces récompenses en fait sont l'opportunité d'aller très souvent concourir à l'international dans les plus grands concours mondiaux, expos sciences mondiaux, workshops de tout genre, et ça dans le monde entier. Donc cette année, on va recevoir 50 projets de 73 participants.
Oui.
Qui viennent d'à peu près de plus de 20 écoles nationales. Et voilà, en fait, on avait reçu beaucoup plus de préinscriptions. Donc, je voudrais quand même m'adresser à ceux qui ont décidé de ne pas participer au concours. J'espère que vous allez quand même nous suivre pendant ces 2 jours de compétition via RTL Livestream. Et je voulais aussi leur dire que ici, à la Fondation Jeunes Scientifiques Luxembourg, on a beaucoup de possibilités d'aider nos jeunes dans le processus d'un développement de projets scientifiques, et particulièrement avec la plateforme Science Next. Donc, Science Next est un programme qui a été développé tout récemment par la Fondation Jeunes Scientifiques Luxembourg. Et donc, comme je disais, on aide les jeunes dans ce processus de développement d'un projet scientifique. Et donc ça, par exemple, le début d'un projet, donc de l'idée même, comment aller beaucoup plus loin avec une simple idée. Ensuite, comment bien organiser les idées pour avoir un projet impactant. On propose aussi des séances de coaching sur comment présenter des projets sur scène devant des membres du jury, ce qui est aussi une étape importante.
Oui, ça c'est vrai.
Et-
Surtout aujourd'hui avec toutes les présentations.
Tout à fait, tout à fait. Et on a aussi l'opportunité, grâce à Science Next, de participer à des conférences avec des scientifiques renommés pour justement inspirer notre prochaine génération de scientifiques. Voilà. Je voulais aussi m'adresser maintenant aux contestants. Voilà. Hein,
Oui,
les
bien sûr,
73
allez-y,
contestants.
profitez du moment.
Je voulais vous dire que à travers votre participation au concours, vous contribuez vraiment à améliorer le monde. Donc je suis déjà très très fière de vous. On est vraiment très très pressé de voir ce que vous allez ramener ici aujourd'hui au concours et
C'est
demain.
vrai, on peut voir sur le programme tous les différents thèmes, des choses un peu plus pratiques, quelque chose de plus théorétique. C'est vraiment un bon mix de différents projets.
Absolument, et c'est ça qui est extraordinaire parce qu'à travers le concours, on n'impose pas de thème. Les jeunes sont vraiment libres de choisir leur domaine de prédilection. Donc ils viennent avec leurs propres idées, leurs propres expériences. Ils viennent s'exprimer, vraiment, poser une question du monde et essayer d'y répondre. Et c'est très beau de voir en fait qu'il y a beaucoup de projets qui utilisent évidemment l'intelligence artificielle, qui est un sujet phare en ce moment,
Oui,
mais aussi des sujets qui touchent le changement climatique. Donc on sent vraiment que les jeunes sont inspirés par l'actualité. Et on a aussi beaucoup de projets qui trouvent des solutions contre l'anxiété, des appareils qui détectent le cancer du sein, par exemple. Donc vraiment des projets...
oui, mais si j'ai bien compris, ils ne sont pas complètement seuls. Hein. C'est-à-dire ils viennent avec des idées et vous leur donnez du support et des personnes qui vont les renforcer dans une direction, c'est ça?
Alors dans la direction, non. On essaye en fait de les accompagner dans leur réflexion. On
Super.
essaye de leur donner des outils pour qu'ils ne soient pas seuls. Donc on va essayer de les pousser pour qu'ils aillent un peu plus loin dans leur réflexion, leur donner des accès dans un laboratoire, discuter, ne serait-ce qu'avoir un échange ouvert avec un expert du domaine de leur choix de prédilection. Sans faire le projet à sa place. Ça, c'est pas quelque chose qu'on fera pour les jeunes scientifiques, mais en tout cas, on est là pour les soutenir et les guider au mieux dans ce chemin vers le projet scientifique. Voilà.
Super.
Voilà.
Et s'il y a maintenant des jeunes qui sont maintenant intéressés à participer, où est-ce qu'ils peuvent se registrer ou trouver plus d'informations?
Alors, sur fgsl.lu, il y a toutes les informations, donc sur nos contacts déjà. Il ne faut pas hésiter à prendre contact avec nous. On est toujours très très heureux d'aider dans ce processus soit d'inscription du concours, mais il y a aussi Expo Science Luxembourg ou alors la plateforme Science Next. Il ne faut vraiment pas hésiter à nous contacter parce qu'on est toujours très content de pouvoir aider les jeunes.
Oui, et
Dans toutes ces
surtout
étapes.
avec la scène qu'on a ici, avec les experts et le support propre, c'est pas seulement une présentation, mais ça semble vraiment être quelque chose avec un but et un futur.
Absolument, un futur. C'est vraiment ce qui est pour nous très important. On est en train de contribuer à encourager les jeunes à prendre le chemin des sciences, ce qui n'est pas toujours facile parce que c'est toujours un long processus, mais on est là pour les encourager. S'ils ont besoin d'aide, leur donner des plateformes d'expression où ils peuvent vraiment exprimer leurs idées, montrer leurs innovations, rencontrer des copains qui ont les mêmes intérêts. Et ça à un niveau national, bien sûr, mais aussi à un niveau international. Donc c'est vraiment pour eux une chance de pouvoir venir participer à nos activités. Et une chance aussi pour nous d'avoir la chance de contribuer à la future génération scientifique.
Et de les avoir ici, de les entendre et de voir ce qu'ils nous ont à dire.
Exactement.
Et surtout sur ce thème-là, on aura des interviews avec les jeunes eux-mêmes. Et on a déjà eu la première présentation.
Tout à fait.
Donc je crois qu'on va bientôt avoir un interview avec la personne.
C'est ça, avec Chechimir.
Exactement.
Chechimir qui a eu sa première présentation. Voilà, donc mes derniers mots pour vous dire que je vous encourage vraiment à saisir cette opportunité, de prendre le meilleur de cette expérience et bonne chance à tous.
50. Edition vom Konkurs Jonk Fuerscher.
Alors cette année, nous avons reçu 87 préinscriptions.
Und heute war wirklich so, wir müssten selber auf die Idee kommen, okay, was wollen wir erreichen?
An interesting challenge to take on.
We have 3 different models of the same thing.
We realized that we do need a solution to all these problems, and we decided to come up with a structure that solved them.
I can promise you that you will be surprised, amazed, and hopefully enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Sciences cross boundaries, and there are certain issues like climate change, which are all around the world. And you have to know that you are part of a big community. And honestly, if young people can work together, as it happened through the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest, we are going to be much more effective to find solution on this problem. And I really hope to see all of you at our next Expo Sciences Luxembourg on October 2022.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good, yes.
Yes?
It's already better now, yeah.
That's great to hear. You had a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
With special effects.
Yeah.
I heard
Not
some...
all of them worked this time, unfortunately. There were supposed to be some also fireballs on stage, but that unfortunately doesn't work this time because there are just so many moving parts in the system that not everything works.
Exactly.
Always.
But still, visually it was very interesting.
Thank you.
And as you explained to me, it's not your first time.
No, it is my 5th time here actually. So I have started when I was 12 in 2019 and have done this ever since. So.
Oh, wow, okay. As a veteran, are there any kind of advice that you would give to your fellow participants?
Basically, just I would say just go for it and try to at least do something, because it is the nice thing about this contest is that you always win something here. There are so-called no losers here. Everyone wins something, so it is really motivational for someone who just only starts in science and maybe doesn't know a lot to also win a prize for their work.
That's true, exactly. Now that it's your 5th time, do you plan to be here for a 6th time?
So
or?
I have already projects planned for the 6th and 7th time.
Yeah.
They are already in the works. So.
Oh wow! Okay.
And yes, they will also be visual. The one next year will be visual. So also there will be some presentations on stage.
Okay, so a little bit of showmanship and to visualize the science.
To visualize it, yeah.
Perfect. Is it going to be in the same direction as your presentation right now, or is it going to be something completely different?
It will also be engineering and computer science. It will be something related to kind of genetic evolution and also mimicking how a brain learns stuff applied to an algorithm.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you have heard that right now there's a lot of discussion about AI, technology, replacing humans, or at least following them, knowing where we are at every moment of our life. Do you share that sentiment, or do you believe there's something positive?
I think that it is a positive because it like really shows how much we have advanced as a whole civilization, that we are able to sort of model not ourselves, however, our language and how we interpret our also sentiment analysis, that we are able to do all of that already, and image generation. So it really shows how far we've come. However, we also have to remember that everything that on one side can be used for good can also be used for evil. So we also have to learn how to find, for example, now there are a lot of problem with fake news range by those algorithms. So we also have to learn now how to filter that.
Exactly. Yeah. Just a general questions. In 5 years' time, where would you see yourself?
Probably finishing my studies. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then after that, are you going to stay with science, or?
Yeah, I am going to stay with science, computer science and engineering, and work in that general area.
Perfect. So this is a good basis to jump off and to prepare yourself. Okay. Then as a last kind of moment before we go back on stage, because you have the showmanship, do you think that the visual aspect that you are presenting to us in combination of the science is important, or do you think that sometimes it's better to just stay very academic and just on a presentation?
I would say that it is usually better to have at least something on stage, because personally I think that anything that is sort of tangible makes it more memorable and personal for the jury in this case, or the public when I present somewhere else. So I would say that always having a visual aspect that is tangible and physically on stage is always better.
Yeah, do you think also it's going to motivate the young to go more into science when they see the visual representation?
I would say that if they can see what can be done, then they'll be more keen on following it.
Okay, then thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to maybe see you next year then with one of your new projects. Yeah. And I would say we go back to the stage and see what your fellow competitors are going to show us today.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is by Arthur Julien and Dennis Krea. They will present a project called Effizienz von SHO-Motoren, where they tested whether internal combustion engines run more efficiently with hydrogen than with gasoline. Let's hear it from Arthur and Dennis.
Which gas präsentiert von uns? Which gas präsentiert von uns? Geht nicht. Also es ist so mehr von der ganzen Präsentation. Non?
T'es sûr que t'appuies sur mon bouton?
Oui, là. Ça marche pas.
La façon dont on a pris l'oxygène, on a utilisé une électrolyse. Donc, ce qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on a séparé de l'eau, l'hydrogène et l'oxygène. On n'a pas de l'hydrogène pur, mais on a plutôt un mélange hydrogène-oxygène, à peu près 66% d'hydrogène et 33% d'oxygène. C'est plus explosif que l'hydrogène pur, vu qu'on a de l'oxygène. Les principaux avantages de l'hydrogène par rapport à l'essence, c'est que ça émet moins de CO2 et ça prend moins de place. Si on a une petite comparaison de hydrogène-essence, niveau puissance.
Für all die Vorteile gibt natürlich auch noch Nachteile. Hier sind die am größten sind. Das ist ganz gefährlich, weil das ganz einfach explosiv, der Wasserstoff. Dann also noch ganz schwer zu stockieren, weil Tanks sie ganz schwer zu machen, weil Moleküle ganz klein sind. Und dadurch sind noch Tanks ganz teuer und auch schwer zu fabrizieren. Hier sind ein paar Explosionen. Du hast Wasserstoff-Sauerstoff-Gemisch und du hast Propan. Beim Wasserstoff seht ihr, das ist einfach eine orange große Flamme. Beim Wasserstoff-Sauerstoff ist echt eine große Explosion, also echt eine Explosion und das ist auch viel mehr Chemie bei der Verbrennung. Links ist Propan und das sieht mir groß aus, aber das ist eigentlich süß eine große Verbrennung, die mir lang dauert, weil du die anderen zwei. Und das passiert, wenn ihr nicht ganz gut aufpasst mit dem Wasserstoff. Hier ist unser Testaufbau. Links ist der Strom, also ein Stromquell. Da geht es an den großen Typ, also den plastikgroßen Typ. Das ist, wo wir den Wasserstoff, Sauerstoff machen, also als Elektrolyse. Dann haben wir den Bubbler, das ist, wo dann das Gas durchgeht und dann muss durch Wasser rauskommen. Das hilft, dass wir keine Reaktionen kriegen. Und dann weiter an die Elektrolyse gehen und dann mir große Schritte passiert. Dann haben wir grün und dann geht direkt an den Vergaser vom Motor. Das ist gut.
On a utilisé deux moteurs. Le premier moteur, les principales modifications qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on a débridé le moteur pour qu'il aille le plus vite possible. Et on a installé un plus gros carburateur. Le deuxième moteur était plus petit, c'est pour ça qu'il a mieux marché avec l'apport en hydrogène qu'on avait. On n'avait pas assez d'apport en hydrogène pour le faire fonctionner avec le moteur numéro 1. Donc il a réussi à rouler plus vite avec l'hydrogène qu'avec l'essence.
Also wie wir getestet haben, wir haben ein Laser im Drehungsmessgerät 7 cm von der Kurbelwelle gehalten und dann den Motor auf Vollgas laufen gelassen. Und da tun wir ungefähr bei dem Motor 3 Mal mit all brennbare Substanzen, also Benzin, Propan und Wasserstoff gemacht. Und dadurch haben wir einen Durchschnitt gerechnet. Das sind wir. Mit Wasserstoff hat man einen Durchschnitt von 8.400 Umdrehungen pro Minute. Bei Propan hat man 7.900 Umdrehungen pro Minute. Und bei Benzin hat man 7.500 Umdrehungen pro Minute. Also als Durchschnitt.
En pourcentage de l'essence à l'hydrogène, on a gagné 12,5% à peu près. De l'essence au propane, on a gagné 6,7%. Et du propane à l'hydrogène, on a gagné 5,3%. je les ai confondus. Essence propane 5,3% et propane hydrogène 6,7%.
Also vier mal gesehen op dem Tableau de Dingens im Tableau da waren dat 1 Kilo Wasserstoff ungefähr 2,8 Kilo Benzin waren. Da tun wir heute erreicht, weil man nicht genug Wasserstoff hatten. Und zweitens, der Motor so nicht geduld für eng 20.000 Umdrehungen pro Minute zu laufen. Wie war dieses Projet?
Dans le secteur automobile, on recherche une alternative à l'essence depuis quelques temps. Et on parle beaucoup de l'hydrogène.
Und weil wir gerne mit Verbrennungsmotoren schaffen und sie nach ein paar Jahren benutzen, wollen wir eine Alternative zu Benzin, die auch mehr ökologisch ist. Dann geht es etwas, das nennt sich Klimawandel anscheinend. Und anscheinend geht dann die Erde mehr warm. Und da wollen wir etwas finden, für eben noch einmal Verbrennungsmotoren benutzen können, ohne so viel Aufgase zu produzieren. Und hier sind die Fotos, also die Quelle von den Fotos. Das ist fertig.
Welcome, bienvenue, welcome zu der 51. Edition vom Konkurs Jonk Fuerscher.
Alors cette année, nous avons reçu 87 préinscriptions.
An heute war wirklich so, wir müssten selber auf die Idee kommen, okay, was wollen wir erreichen?
An interesting challenge to take on.
We have 3 different models of the same thing.
We realized that we do need a solution to all these problems, and we decided to come up with a structure that solved them.
I can promise you that you will be surprised, amazed, and hopefully enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Sciences cross boundaries, and there are certain issues like climate change, which are all around the world. And you have to know that you are part of a big community. And honestly, if young people can work together, as it happened through the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest, we are going to be much more effective to find solution on this problem. And I really hope to see all of you at our next Expo Sciences Luxembourg on October 2022.
Welcome, bienvenue, welcome zu der 51. Edition vom Konkurs Jonk Fuerscher.
Cette année, nous avons reçu 87 préinscriptions.
An hei wat wirklich so mir müsste selber op die kommen okay wat wolle mir erreichen.
An interesting challenge to take on.
We have 3 different models of the same thing.
We realized that we do need a solution to all these problems, and we decided to come up with a structure that solved them.
I can promise you that you will be surprised, amazed, and hopefully enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Sciences cross boundaries, and there are certain issues like climate change, which are all around the world. And you have to know that you are part of a big community. And honestly, if young people can work together, as it happened through the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest, we are going to be much more effective to find solution on this problem. And I really hope to see all of you at our next Expo Sciences Luxembourg on October 2022.
Welcome to Emma Mulles from the International School of Luxembourg with a project titled The Environmental Causes of the Development of Brain Tumors. Emma investigated to what extent the exposure to medical radiation imaging, working in nuclear facilities, and uranium mining relate to the incidence of brain tumors in Canada and Austria. Let's hear it from Emma.
Hello, good morning. My name is Emma Mules, and today I'll be researching and explaining my research on the environmental causes of the development of brain tumors. So some background on brain tumors. In 2020, brain tumors were the 19th most common cancer worldwide, but some of the most deadly forms of the disease. Since 1990s, brain tumor incidence rates have increased by 39%, and I wanted to research as to why this could be. Brain tumors are a bit different to other cancers. They're graded on the characteristics of the brain tumor instead of the development and the stages of development. And although a brain tumor can be benign, it can still be life-threatening depending on the location in the brain. So when I was researching brain tumors, I needed to know what affected their development. And I came down to 3 factors: age, gender, and race, and ethnicity. And I knew that these would be confounding factors when researching what could affect their development. As can be shown in the graph on the left, we can see that ethnicity and race has an effect on the primary incidence of brain tumors. You can see that African Americans and white have a higher risk of developing a brain tumor. As well, on the graph on the right, we can see that age has an effect with the development of brain tumors. As age increases, people are more susceptible to developing a brain tumor. As well, we can see that males have a higher risk of developing brain tumors. And I needed to keep this in my findings when deciding what could have affected their development. So then I started looking at environmental factors, and in every research paper that I looked at, ionizing radiation kept coming up. Ionizing radiation display chemical changes that can affect and damage DNA. It can come from natural sources such as radon and rays that come into the Earth's atmosphere from outer space. However, they can also come from medical imaging such as CT scanning, working in nuclear facilities, and uranium mining. And therefore, I decided to analyze these three factors more in depth to see whether a correlation could be seen with the development and incidence of brain tumors. And then I had to decide which countries to look at in order to really get into depth into the subject. I looked at the continents which had the highest rate of brain tumors, and those were North America and Europe. On the left, we can see the distribution of countries in Europe that have the highest rate of brain tumors, and as well on the right, we can see in North America which ones have the highest rate of brain tumors. I also had to take into account the countries which would have the same level of healthcare, because I wanted to analyze CT scanning. I also had to take into account which countries displayed uranium mining and also which countries had working in nuclear facilities. So when researching this, I realized that Canada was one of the top countries in uranium mining production in 2020. As well, Austria had always had a history of opposing nuclear facilities and opposing uranium mining, and therefore I decided to choose these two countries in order to give a contrast. I had to take into account the race and ethnicity of both countries because I knew that these would be confounding variables. So I realized that the ethnicity of Canada's population, 69.8% were white Caucasian, and as well in Austria, 86.6% were white Caucasian. And therefore, this could be two countries that I could use to limit the confounding variable of race and ethnicity. I also had to take into account their healthcare innovation. And therefore, I looked at the World Index of Healthcare Innovation, and I saw that Canada and Austria had similar rankings. For my methodology, I used worldwide research centers, such as the National Library of Medicine, the Lancet, and the Global Cancer Observatory. Most of my statistics came from the Global Cancer Observatory, and this comes from the World Health Organization, and I knew they would be worldwide statistics that I could use, and they also add age standardized rates to limit the confounding variable of age. The comparisons of the two countries can be seen here. As we can see, CT scanners were greater in Austria per million than Canada, and therefore I decided to look at Austria when looking at the effect of CT scanning. We could also see that Canada has much more uranium mining plants, as well as nuclear facilities and nuclear plants, so I decided to look more in depth at Canada when researching these two factors. So here you can see the effect of CT scanning. I looked at the age-standardized rates of brain tumors over time and also looked at the increase in CT scanners per million over time. And we can see that the number of CT scanners and brain tumors incidence rates increase together. I then conducted a chi-square test to look at the biological significance, and it was determined that there is a 90% chance that the number of brain tumors are dependent on the CT scanning in Austria. I then looked at the effect of working in nuclear power plants, and as I said before, I looked in depth at Canada. As we can see, the provinces that have the highest nuclear power plants in Canada are Ontario and Quebec on the left. And as you can see on the right, the provinces which have the highest density of brain tumor rates are Quebec, and therefore, I had to look at and therefore I could see that these could potentially have a correlation. And then the effect of uranium mining. I looked at Canada, and you can see that there was a small correlation with the effect of uranium mine production and brain tumors. And I did a chi-square test, and I saw the 80% chance that the number of brain tumors is dependent on uranium mine production. I also had to look at Canada's uranium mining distribution, and I saw that the ethnicity and the gender of Canada's uranium mining workforce wouldn't be too much of confounding variables. Evaluations and limitations. In future studies, I would have looked at more countries to give a more in-depth analysis and a more worldwide to see whether these same distributions were seen in different countries. These sources. Thank you.
and Dennis answer some questions about their project and reveal their thoughts on science and research.
Guten Morgen. Ihre Präsentation war extrem interessant mit Motoren. Wie Sie da darüber kommen, für einen HHO-Motor zu holen und nicht irgendetwas anderes?
Also wir wollten, wenn wir gerne Benzinsmotoren gerne haben und noch schön Comedy machen, nicht wie Elektromotoren, und weil die nicht mehr ganz lang werden noch benutzt sind. Und es sind auch schon viele Länder, die so ab dem Jahr ab Jahr X dürfen keine neue Verbrennungsmotoren mehr an Auto verkauft gehen. Wollte man vielleicht etwas gucken, was helfen kann, für dann mehr ökologische Verbrennungsmotoren zu bauen.
Ok. Et est-ce que vous croyez que ça va avoir un grand impact dans le futur?
L'hydrogène aura sûrement un grand impact dans le futur, mais est-ce que notre projet aura un grand impact? J'en suis moins sûr.
Ok, mais peut-être vous planifiez peut-être d'aller plus en détail dans le futur, ou est-ce que vous avez d'autres projets ou...
Also entweder wir etwas an dem Sektor oder eben weitermachen.
Ok, voilà. Et vous avez dit que vous étiez très motivé par vous-même avec l'aide du Makerspace que vous avez commencé. Qu'est-ce qui vous a motivé de participer ici et de présenter votre projet sur une plateforme avec des juges?
C'est Denis qui m'a proposé l'idée déjà. Et moi j'ai trouvé que c'était une bonne idée pour une fois essayer quelque chose de vraiment chouette.
Ok. Et quel aspect de la science est-ce que vous avez vraiment aimé le plus? L'aspect un peu plus physique ou la théorie qui était derrière? Parce que j'ai vu sur les photos que vous avez bien travaillé avec des machines.
Ich meine, den Teil, wo wir Sachen auch selber gemacht haben, also physikalisch, das war mehr interessant, wie du Internetseiten und alles durchzulesen, was die Wasserstoffmotoren, Verbrennungsmotoren gehen. Also das war der interessanteste Teil davon. Der interessanteste Teil war eben Motoren laufen lassen und ja, nur dran zu nerven.
Das stimmt. Ouais, je crois qu'il y avait beaucoup de bruit là.
Yeah.
Pour toi, c'était la même chose, le côté plus pratique ou plus théorique?
J'ai bien aimé le côté pratique et le côté théorique, c'était intéressant.
Ok, super. Maintenant, une question un peu plus générale. Voilà, c'est-à-dire le thème des moteurs, c'était quelque chose qui venait de vous-même et puis vous avez regardé avec des personnes pour vous guider, ou où cette idée avec travailler avec des moteurs venait vraiment?
Also weil ich schon 20 Jahre viel mit Benzinsmotoren arbeite und eben auch viel mit Wasserstoff gemacht wird. Und noch, weil es gibt noch viele große Autosfirmen, die 2 Autos haben mit Wasserstoff, Verbrennungsmotoren. Wir haben so viel. Und es gibt dann viel über Wasserstoff, Verbrennungsmotoren gemacht, weil die nicht so gut erforscht ist, dass die Firmen wissen nicht, ob man so Visionen dran machen oder nicht.
Das ist also ein Hobby, den dich inspiriert hat eigentlich. Yeah. Ok. Et pour toi, c'est le même hobby ou...
Moi, à la base, j'adore l'informatique. Mais j'aime bien les moteurs aussi. C'est quelque chose que je trouve très intéressant. Les explosions, comment ils utilisent l'énergie produite par les explosions pour faire avancer des choses qu'on utilise tous les jours.
Ok, super. Maintenant que vous avez présenté votre projet, que vous avez fait des expériments, est-ce qu'il y a des éléments où vous vous dites si j'avais la possibilité de me le dire plus tôt, je l'aurais fait? Et qu'est-ce que ce serait?
De ne pas autant stresser pour la présentation déjà.
Oui, pas stresser pour la présentation. Für dich?
Ich vielleicht ja auch Präsentation, mir aber auch vielleicht mit mehr größer Elektrolyse, also mehr dass man konnte mehr Wasserstoff produzieren, weil war limitiert auf kleine 50 Kubik. Ich dann einfach mit dem großen 215 Kubik zu schaffen. Das wäre mehr, also das wäre hilfreich gewesen.
Okay, aber dann hat ja schon ein bisschen etwas für die Zukunft vielleicht. Oder will es das nachher zu machen, also in dieselbe Richtung?
Also von mir aus ja.
Ja? Pour toi, la même chose?
Ouais, j'aimerais bien.
Super. Und dann nach en ganz froh gëtt nach irgendwie so ein Tipp, weil das hier echt Präsentation, die da gemacht hat, und ich fand, dass der Präsentation wirklich gut gemacht hat. Votre présentation était très bonne. Vous étiez plutôt calme. Est-ce qu'il y a une recommandation pour les prochains contestants que vous proposerez?
De travailler le temps pris par la présentation, parce qu'au début, on avait des problèmes. La présentation était un peu trop longue. On prenait 6 minutes. 6, 7, ouais. C'était un peu trop long. Et on a travaillé justement pour arriver à 5 minutes.
On lever viel durchstrasse wie während der Präsentation.
Oui, ça c'est vrai. Mais je vous remercie alors et j'espère que vous aurez encore un peu du temps pour voir les autres présentations et peut-être on va se revoir prochainement. Merci à vous et on va retourner sur scène.
Merci.
Next, we have Gaspar Arvai and Theodor Stanica presenting the SIP tip, a tip for paper straws created to make their use more comfortable and to eliminate the continued use of plastic straws.
I'm Gaspar Arvai, and this is Theodor Stanica, and we are the founders of SIPTIP. So what is SIPTIP? SIPTIP offers innovative solutions to the problems caused by paper straws. So fortunately, the use of paper straws has been increasing to replace plastic straws, which we all know are horrible. They have huge impact on the environment. They don't decompose for at least 100 years, and a lot of times they end up in the ocean, impacting marine life. And this is why it's good to see that many countries are introducing paper straws. For example, in Luxembourg, plastic straws have been mostly abolished, and restaurants have to use paper straws. However, in other continents, this is not the case. For example, in Africa and America, plastic straws are still widely used due to the inconveniences of paper straws. So paper straws are often made of paper, and so they soak up the liquid and the saliva at the tip, and they can collapse in your mouth and become unusable after 5 minutes. We all know the experience. We go to a restaurant, we order a drink, and then we just can't drink it because the straw that's just collapsed in our mouth. And this is why many are reluctant to switch and are protesting the use of paper straws. And another thing, there are some paper straws which have better structural integrity, but a lot of times they're using chemicals which can dissolve in the mouth and can be harmful to the human body. This is why we invented SIPTIP, which could offer a solution to these specific issues.
Yeah, so SIPTIP offers a really nice solution. It is a tip that you place on paper straws, which makes it so it feels smoother and it feels more professional than just drinking from a regular paper straw. And it's really useful because people who have grown accommodated to paper and plastic straws mostly, do not want to switch to the paper straws because it does not feel as nice, and they're the non-benefits that he mentioned before. What the SIPTIP offers is a transition, kind of, from plastic straws to paper straws using the SIPTIP. Next, we have how we produced the SIPTIP. So we are drinking from a paper straw, and we noticed how it got mushy. It became unusable, and we wanted to counteract this because paper straws are a good idea. They're good for the environment, unlike plastic straws, because they can be dissolved. So we thought of solutions. We researched metal straws, and we saw the issues with metal straws being that they're large, and that means that you can't really carry them around because they're metal. You can't really squish them in your pocket. But for the sip tip, it takes the benefits of the metal straw, which is that it's reusable, and has it in a transportable way because it's small. It's only 4 centimeters long, and it can be applied to any straw, any paper straw, and enhance the experience as well as still being good for the environment. Next, we have the process of construction. The process of construction is in 3 main stages. SipTip version 1.0 is the original, it's the first one that we came up with. Using Blender, which is a 3D modeling app, we designed it and we printed it out using 3D printers, and we tested it. However, it was quite finicky and it was also quite bulky due to the design we used. After some head scratching and some brainstorming, we came up with SipTip version 2.0, which encompasses now all types of straws because there's different straws from different manufacturers, and encompasses all these different types of straws that can be used on a singular sip tip. So you only have to get one sip tip and have the complete experience of it. And then the final version, which is the current version and the best version, is version 2.1, which was made after we tested the sip tip 2.0 on the original pieces of straws, and some measurements had to be changed slightly by 0.1 millimeters or so, and this caused the production of SipTip 2.1.
So during this project, we learned a lot about 3D modeling. Before this, we had no prior experience with 3D engineering, but we have learned how to use Blender. And we have produced all the prototypes. We have designed all the prototypes in Blender. And we also learned a lot about the engineering process, the trial and error process, that first you have the idea, you make a prototype you think is good, you make it, and then you realize, oh yeah, there is this thing wrong with it, there's this thing wrong with it. So then you fix these specific issues in the next one, in the next prototype, but then there are other issues. So then you do it again and you repeat until you get close to perfection. And we are really proud that we had an idea, and then from this idea we could actually make it into a reality. We are really proud that we made the SipTip. It was from an idea to a SipTip.
In conclusion, the Jonk Fuerscher was a really great learning opportunity for us, as it gave us more motivation to put our time and effort into this project. And the team building was also really good that came with this project, as Kasper and I got closer and became more acquainted with each other. Something we do recommend, though, is to be friends with the person that you're teaming up with, as Kasper and I were, because then you want to work together more, and when you want to work together more, you will work together more, and that'll lead to a product of a higher quality. Overall, we're really proud of our product because it's finished, it's working, and it's okay, sure. It's over, yeah.
Let's welcome back Emma Mules for a short interview to hear more about her experience as a Jonk Fuerscher so far. Let's hear it from Emma.
Hello. You did a really nice presentation about radiation. What was your main motivation to go down that road?
So I was looking at, I always knew I wanted to do, for my project, I wanted to do something to do with cancer. And I wanted to look at environmental factors specifically. And I knew that radiation was one of the main causes, I guess, when looking at brain tumors. And so all of the studies that I had looked at, radiation kept coming up as a central theme. And so I just wanted to research it more and to sort of make my own analysis and conclusions on it.
Yeah, and you just told me that you are planning, well, next year going to be at the university, and that your research here is probably going to motivate you to go down a specific path. Would you say that this is a good basis to start from, or would you say that later on you might go somewhere completely different?
Yeah, no, I think to do with neuroscience and neurobiology. I've always been interested in that, and I think that's something that throughout biological sciences I'm going to be more interested in, I guess. And so, yeah, specifically doing this project, I realize how much I like it so much, and looking at that part of biological sciences. So, yeah.
That's great. Now that we are talking about radiation, and we have a lot of movies, if you had to choose a superpower, what would it be?
As a superpower, I guess maybe to be invisible. I guess sometimes just to be able to try to teleport from one place to another. It'd just be fun and interesting.
That's true, yes. And then radiation, you touch a little bit upon it, so it can be dangerous, but it can also have positive effects. Mm-hmm. Do you think that in the future we can use radioactivity and radiation more than we are doing it right now?
I think there always has to be regulations, because as there's a downside, but it's such an amazing thing that we've discovered, and the things that it can do in science is amazing. Looking at CT scanning, obviously there's massive benefits, but I think just it should always be regulated and not used when it's not necessary. And I think there should be more awareness on the damaging effects it could have, and I just think being aware of it would help a lot. But I think it's amazing the stuff that we've researched and the stuff that we know about it now.
Yeah, that's true. And indeed, now in the world that we are in, where we need more and more electricity, I believe that radiation will become much more present. Or do you think that there might be a different way that radiation might go?
I think specifically with medical patients, it's amazing, and I think just researching more into that and the more stuff that we could learn about it, it could open new doors and new, just amazing new things in science and in everything.
Perfect. Then when we look at your presentation in general, you seem very confident, you present really nice. Is there any kind of advice that you would pass on to the people that are coming after you?
More know your subject. I guess just read over your project before, know what you're talking about, and that it's okay to be nervous. I mean, I was nervous at the start. So, yeah, but just being confident in your subject and knowing what you're talking about can help a lot.
Yeah. I remember when I was standing in front of a jury, it was a scary experience, and that's why I'm always fascinated when I see young people standing in front there and presenting academic things to a general audience without fear. So nervousness, yes, but that's really interesting. Is there one last thing that you would share with our listeners? And
just to enjoy it, just be proud of the work that you have done, and be ready to share it with the jury, and to also get advice from the jury, because it's an amazing experience to have advice from such esteemed researchers.
That's true. Would you have joined earlier if you knew?
Yes, I would have. Yeah, I only learned about it this year, so yeah, last year I would have wanted to have done it, or yeah, maybe even the year before, I guess.
That's perfect. But then thank you very much to be here with us, to have presented to us your project, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And then I guess we're going to see the next elements of our show.
Yeah, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Noémie Rappen from the École privée Notre-Dame Sainte-Sophie with a project Optimisation de l'altitude d'une fusée à eau. Noémie tested different water rockets to compare how high they could fly and investigate the influence of the parameters of their altitude.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Noémie Rappen et je suis en 5e dans la section française de l'école Sainte-Sophie. Et aujourd'hui, je vais vous présenter mon projet. Donc, j'ai essayé d'optimiser l'altitude d'une fusée à eau. Donc, en fait, j'avais déjà fait des fusées à eau à l'école. Et je me suis dit que ça allait assez haut et je voulais optimiser, voir comment je pouvais faire monter les paramètres pour qu'une fusée à eau aille le plus haut possible. Donc, au début, je voulais tester plusieurs paramètres, le volume de la bouteille, la taille et le remplissage de la bouteille, le type de liquide et s'il y avait des ailerons ou non. Et donc le but serait d'identifier comment faire pour qu'une fusée à eau aille le plus haut possible. Donc une fusée à eau, c'est constitué de 2 bouteilles d'eau imbriquées les unes dans les autres et d'un tube en plastique qui sert à faire que la fusée parte droit. Donc pour faire décoller une fusée à eau, il faut la remplir d'eau. Et donc, ensuite, on met un bouchon dedans qui permet de d'étanchéifier la fusée à eau. On plante dans le bouchon un embout de pompe à vélo pour pouvoir donner de la pression. Donc, on met sur un tuteur à plante la fusée à eau pour qu'elle parte droit. Puis ensuite, on pompe avec la pompe à vélo pour donner de la pression à la fusée. Et puis, au bout d'un moment, quand il y a assez de pression dans la fusée doit décoller normalement. Et donc, c'est le but d'une fusée à eau. Alors... Maintenant, je vais vous parler de la préparation et de pourquoi les fusées décollent-elles. Donc, les fusées à eau, c'est basé sur le principe d'action-réaction. Donc, c'est quand une force est créée, et il y a une force opposée qui est créée de même intensité. Et donc, c'est le principe utilisé pour les fusées à eau. Donc, dans les fusées à eau, l'action, c'est l'eau qui est éjectée et la réaction, c'est la fusée qui décolle. Donc, comme je n'ai pas pu vous amener et vous faire le test ici des fusées à eau, je vais vous montrer une expérience équivalente. Donc, ici, j'ai un ballon et une paille. Et donc, mon ballon, il va faire comme si c'était une fusée à eau. Et ma paille, ça va être mon tube de guidage. Donc, je vais mettre de la pression dans le ballon, donc en le gonflant. Et ensuite, je vais mettre ma paille dans ce qui est équivalent au tuteur. Et quand je vais lâcher mon ballon, normalement, il va décoller. Et donc, ce sera le même principe que pour une fusée à eau. Donc, voilà. Et donc, l'action, c'était que l'air sort du ballon. La réaction, c'était que la fusée monte. Donc, c'est le même principe dans les vraies fusées, mais sauf que là, c'est du gaz qui est éjecté et non de l'eau. Donc maintenant, je vais vous parler de la préparation et de la réalisation de mes tests. Donc j'ai eu besoin de beaucoup de matériel, mais la plupart, je pouvais le trouver chez moi. Donc j'ai eu besoin d'une pompe à vélo, de bouteilles de 2 litres, d'1,5 litre, de 1 litre et de 0,5 litre. J'ai eu besoin de tout un tas de petits matériels, cutter, entonnoir, etc. J'ai eu besoin d'un altimètre que j'ai commandé sur Jolly Logic, ce qui était le moyen le plus sérieux d'avoir un moyen de mesurer l'altitude des fusées. Ensuite, j'ai pris un tuteur pour les plantes. J'ai aussi fabriqué un parachute dans un vieux sac poubelle, mais finalement, je n'en ai pas eu besoin car quand j'ai testé mes fusées, le parachute ne s'ouvrait pas, donc j'ai abandonné cette idée. Et enfin, pour faire décoller les fusées comme il faut de l'eau, j'en ai eu besoin. Et comme je ne voulais pas que mon projet impacte trop l'environnement, j'ai récupéré l'eau du sèche-linge après chaque cycle. Et comme ça, je pouvais réutiliser de l'eau sans gâcher de l'eau potable qui pouvait être réutilisée. Donc, les tests. Mon plan initial, c'était que je devais faire 2 tests d'essai pour tester mon altimètre et mon parachute. Puis ensuite, 5 tests pour la contenance de ma fusée à eau et 5 tests pour la taille de ma fusée à eau. Donc, le but de faire 5 tests, c'était d'obtenir une moyenne assez comparable pour ne pas tirer des conclusions avec une seule mesure, ce qui aurait été assez faux quand même. Donc, j'ai préféré faire à peu près 5 tests à chaque fois pour les fusées à eau. Donc là, c'est les résultats de mes tests. Donc, comme vous pouvez le voir à l'écran, je n'ai pas réussi à faire 5 tests à chaque fois, car il y avait beaucoup de fois où l'atimètre ne se déclenchait pas, car il n'y avait soit pas assez de pression, soit l'accélération était trop petite. Donc, par exemple, pour le 1 litre et 25%, je n'ai réussi qu'à avoir une seule mesure, ce qui est... donc, les mesures seront plus fausses que si j'avais eu plus de mesures. Mais je n'ai pas eu le choix parce qu'en plus, le temps m'a manqué et que les conditions météorologiques n'étaient pas optimales pour faire monter des fusées à eau, car il pleuvait, il y avait du vent, donc ce qui risquait de faire dévier les fusées. Donc enfin, mes conclusions. En conclusion, il n'y a pas vraiment de différence entre les différents scénarios, mais en fait, le principal élément que j'aurais dû faire varier, c'était la pression, mais ça, je ne le savais pas avant de faire mes tests. Et donc, en fait, pour ça, il aurait fallu faire une base de lancement beaucoup plus sophistiquée avec, par exemple, une base de tuyaux d'arrosage. Mais tout cela aurait pris beaucoup plus de temps et ça aurait été plus compliqué. Merci de m'avoir écouté. Et avez-vous des questions ?
Let's get to know Jasper and Theodore a little bit better before we have a quick break.
Hello. I hope the presentation went well as planned. Yes? Yeah. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, for sure.
It was really enjoyable, yes.
Was it the first time in front of a jury or?
No,
so you're used to it already. That's great. So SIPTIP, first a very good name for something. It sticks in, well, when I first heard it, I was really intrigued by it. Where did that idea come from exactly?
For the name or for the...
Yeah, for the name, yeah.
Well, it's we like puns. We go to an English-speaking school, so it's a tip which you sip from. So
okay, so it was a wordplay that you were going for. Well, it worked really well because again it sticks and one knows more or less what it's about directly. But then after the name, where did you get the idea from saying, okay, we need something like that, or I want to invent or create something so specific?
Well, the name came after we actually designed the product.
Okay.
The product was made to fix the issues of paper straws because they do get really mushy, mostly at the place from where you drink from. And this is, you place this on the place where you drink from the straw. So it's an obvious solution to the paper straws. It's also an added benefit that it convinces the people who use the plastic straws to migrate to paper straws using the SIPTIP because it feels nice as well.
Exactly, and you have shown me that it's also reusable, so you can remove it and use it again, which also, even though it's plastic, it can still be reused. But you were saying that you have a future project instead of going with plastic was with...
With metals, actually.
Okay.
This is just a prototype, which is plastic, but we are experimenting with the different metals and maybe even 3D printing a metal, or just going to a metalworking company and using metal for the SIPTIP.
Okay, amazing. So that's like a future plan of yours?
Yes.
Yeah. So for next year, maybe, or long term?
Yes, it's possible for next year that we are going to have this ready.
Yeah, we're probably going to pursue it already before the competition from next year starts.
Okay. Was also like we had now COVID, was that also one of the inspiration to create something like that? Or?
It certainly helps with the bacterium spread because, for example, you could have one cup with one paper straw in it and you have 6 friends you want to share it with. If each one of those friends has a SIPTIP, then there's no issue because everyone just drinks from their SIPTIP and there's no exchange of the bacteria.
Okay. So you were talking that you're also experimenting with different metals. Have you already started with the research or not yet?
We have, but we are still in the very early stages.
Okay. So your future plans is going to be developing this further and more in detail?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then when you were creating this concept. You had probably to use a lot of technology to develop it. You were showing some of the pictures. Was that something completely new to you, or was it something that you were already used to, and this was just a very more specific project?
No, we have actually never done 3D modeling before this, and we actually used the help of a friend in Slovakia who taught us a bit about 3D modeling.
Okay.
And we used Blender, the 3D modeling app, or software to create our designs.
Okay. Before you started, were you aware of all the things that you needed to learn to achieve this goal?
No,
Yes.
not everything. We
knew the rough idea for sure.
Okay, rough idea. And what was new? What was something that was unexpected?
Just how many prototypes you have to print until you get to the final.
We expected that we measure the different types of straws, we plan it, we put in the 3D printer, and then it comes out perfect, but it's not the case, no.
How many prototypes did you create?
3 different designs so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and the first one really was really basic, so we really needed the new prototypes.
Fair enough. And how many did you throw away?
We kept all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there were non-faulty versions, one after the next, until you had all the the details correct.
Yeah, some of the earlier ones were just finicky.
Yeah.
They sometimes didn't fit absolutely correctly. So yeah, we still kept them though. We still have them, in a museum of sorts. Yeah.
So at home behind some piece of glass, as a memorabilia. Okay. Jen, during your creative process and inventing it, what is one of the music that you're listening to? No music?
No.
So you were just focused there, or had you some YouTube video on the side? How did you work? What was the creative process behind it?
Well, we had the idea. We drew the idea on our iPads.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had quite some debates about what it should look like, especially in the beginning. And then once we had that, actually putting it into 3D wasn't that hard, because we asked for the help from the guy from Slovakia, and we also YouTube also helped a lot. But the most difficult part was actually just settling on the idea before putting it into the 3D modeling.
Okay. During your discussions between each other, were there some moments where you were really frustrated, or when everything smooth sailing?
Everything was smooth sailing, I'd say.
Okay, well, lucky you. Jen, as a general advice to the rest of the contestant, or maybe somebody who wants to follow your footsteps, now, later on, what do you think would you have done differently at the beginning of your project?
I would say our expectations. So we would don't expect your first prototype to necessarily work. So be more patient. So to actually be really patient, and we started early. But if we hadn't started early, we wouldn't have our latest working prototype. So definitely start early with the prototypes.
Okay, yeah, and then patience.
Yeah.
And then also, also be prepared to learn new skills. Like you said, you had to learn with Blender, and also be open to work with other people doing your project, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you say that that was something you were aware beforehand, or is that something that developed over time?
We have worked together for school projects before, so I think that was fine. But learning new skills was definitely a part of it. And yeah, Blender, we didn't know how to use it before, and now we know. So yes, that is definitely important for any project, to be open to learn new skills.
Yeah.
Okay. Were there also discussions between you two where you disagreed, or was it always?
Yes, in the beginning, in the first design, we didn't really know how to make it possible so it's good for every straw. Mm-hmm. So that's where we had our different ideas, and sometimes they were contrasting.
Okay. Then thank you very much for being here, for presenting it to us. And then I hope that next year we're going to see then the metal version. Do you already know what metal you would prefer, or is it something?
We are still working.
Yeah.
Still working on it. Okay. But then I'm looking forward for next year, and I hope it works out. And I wish you a wonderful day, and we're going to see what the other contestants have ready for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for watching the 52nd edition of the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest. Before we continue with the presentations, let's welcome Culture the Kid on stage for an incredible musical performance. Culture the Kid is a young Brazilian Luxembourgish rapper. His energetic live shows will transport you to another universe and make you feel like you're in a rap battle somewhere in New York.
What's up, folks? Coach the Kid. Nice to be with y'all today.
Good and evil are so close.
Presenting some new work for my next project. Hope you're looking forward to it. I surely am. Congrats to all the scientists out here. I appreciate it. Let's go. If he be Mr. Hyde, I shall be Mr. Sick. But I only seek the good in the monster. But those things linger deep for too long. I've kept my ego in a cage. But the damage, my doubts, they was basically the same. Confounded questioning my flaws with doubting my virtues. Pushed away people that love me and said I'm scared I'll hurt you. Shook hands with a lot of folks I'd rather wage war on. Contradictory idiot. Oxymoron. Stopped living life and let it live me. Exposed my heavy doubts proudly, thought they lift me. Shit, they didn't. I was cooking the right meal, but in the wrong kitchen. When all you got for spice is insecurity and fear, don't be surprised when your clientele's all bitching. Sometimes the right decision is to be mistaken. Sometimes the trumpet sounds better muted. Sometimes memories that made me make most sense at a later viewing. Learned that I can't hate myself for shit I don't do. Can't be who you wanna be, letting your fears taunt you. Feared that all my pride would fall if I let the fear grow. Tears show, feared that my ego would outgrow me, so I was scared to let the fear go. Me telling myself that I'm the GOAT to alleviate my stress, and is my go-to method to express that all I go through is part of my go-to. Uncover the whole truth and hope to keep my people from saying I'm only fucking with the old you. Wish I could look at myself yesterday and say that I've changed a lot. Hard to navigate this new sense of liberty since I relied on change a lot. But I refuse to lose and have that be the main force behind my will to continue. Learn you have to master both the doubts and the ego that you're wielding within you. Two faces of the same coin, wonder what that thing can buy me. Hard to estimate my worth, it's blurry when I think about me. Give it all to the music, but would there be change left? Walk the long run, but would there be range left? Transplant my pride, man, had a change of heart. Stomach my fears, got the guts to let them part. Need normal potion to alter my ego. Being me doesn't always mean confidence, but I'm confident in being me though. It's culture.
With every day, and from both sides of my intelligence, the moral and the intellectual, I drew steadily nearer to the truth, by whose partial discovery I've been doomed to such a dreadful shipwreck. But man is not truly one, but truly two.
Thank you, thank you. So the next song is one some of y'all people might have heard. It's made quite a lot of noise the last few years. So without further ado, this is Glass Walls. Yeah, let's go. Coach of the Kid, remember the name. Let's go. I'm done shifting the blame. It's time to shift paradigms. Dreaming, fool around with a paradigms. When the lack of love leave the heart ashamed. Trying to double the effort I don't make. To impress some people that don't like me. For real, I've been feeling so fake. Thriving on feelings that don't drive me. Trying to outrun my thoughts like they don't define me. hiding behind glass walls, like they won't find me, amplifying my demons, so I'm allowed to complain, dampen voices of reason, so I'm not forced to explain. I'm really good at having conversations, but I'm bad at starting them. Shit that says a lot about me. Few people understand me, that's why many start to doubt me. But even when I talk to myself, I don't seem to get shit. I don't like to think a lot, but that's cause I suck at it. My mind thinks of running away, find no pleasure in growth, I guess I'm not coming of age. Yeah, I'm really insecure, but I'm surely not the worst of cases. People don't mind minds, they just worship faces. Happily do the worst for status, so with no inspiration, took the decision that I must write, trying to get a clear vision, but God dust on my dust white. Sure talk about a lot of work, I ain't get done. Sure think about a lot of girls, I ain't getting none. Whole lot of goals that I wanna achieve, but been too tired to actually work on, but still believe I'm entitled to. Attitude always the opposite of my IQ, so goddamn boring, I could fit my whole life in a haiku. Think I'm Jim Halpert when I'm actually Dwight Schrute. Make a lot of noise for a shy dude. Never trade your bright lies for the darkness of my truth. Yeah. Trying to outrun my thoughts like they don't define me. Hiding behind glass walls like they won't find me. Amplifying my demons, so I'm allowed to complain. Dampen voices of reason, so I'm not forced to explain. I want to thank you very much for having me here. I'm Coach of the Kid. It was very nice, and I hope to see y'all soon. New music's coming out these next few weeks. Thank you very much. And like, long live science, because it's the future. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it.
An amazing performance. Now, it's time to take a quick break. We'll be back in around 5 minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back from the break. Remember Noémie's project on water rockets? Let's hear some more about her project. 3, 2, 1, take off.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Maintenant, il y a l'interview après ta présentation. Comment est-ce que tu te sens?
Bien.
Bien? Calme?
Oui.
Ça, c'est bien. Nous, on va parler un petit peu à propos de toi, ta présentation. Et une des premières questions, c'est qu'est-ce qui t'a motivé?
Je sais pas. Déjà, il y avait Edouard qui est venu nous présenter le concours à l'école. Du coup, c'était bien. Et je sais pas ce qui m'a motivé. Non, j'ai aucune idée.
Qu'est-ce qui t'a fait choisir le sujet des roquettes, etc.
J'avais pas trop d'idées et ça m'est venu comme ça à un moment. Et je me suis dit que c'était une bonne idée.
Tu as quelque chose de particulier avec l'espace et les fusées qui...
Non, pas vraiment. Même pas. On en avait déjà fait à l'école.
D'accord.
Je connaissais déjà un peu.
Ok, mais tu as bien aimé de préparer ta présentation, de faire de la recherche?
Oui.
Oui? Qu'est-ce qui t'a vraiment prise pendant ta recherche?
Fabriquer les fusées, c'était marrant.
Oui? Ça, c'est bien. Et l'achèvement de ton projet, est-ce que c'est quelque chose que tu vas garder pour le futur ou...
Je sais pas encore. Peut-être que je vais continuer ou je vais peut-être arrêter.
Ok.
Moi, j'ai vu quelque chose, on a quelque chose en commun. Moi aussi, je suis très intéressé par l'espace. Je fais des photos de l'espace et des choses comme ça. Et on est souvent dépendant des conditions extérieures. Toi, tu as parlé pendant ta présentation du fait qu'il y avait du vent, qu'il y avait de la pluie, etc. Oui. Mais il y a une chose que j'ai vue, c'est que malgré tout, donc tu dis que c'est un sujet que tu as pris un peu comme ça, tu avais l'air de le connaître sur le bout des doigts et d'avoir pensé, mais vraiment le moindre détail. Redis-nous un petit peu ce que tu as fait avec l'eau, par exemple, que tu as utilisée.
J'ai mis un bidon dans la buanderie pour recycler l'eau du sèche-linge. Comme ça, je gâchez pas trop d'eau.
C'est quand même aller vraiment dans les détails, là, pour le coup. Hein.
Oui.
C'est cet aspect-là aussi qui t'a plu, le fait de pouvoir développer sur un projet en particulier, peu importe le sujet, etc. ou...
Oui, un peu, oui, aussi.
D'accord. Et c'est un thème très précis, scientifique même. Est-ce que la science est quelque chose que tu vas poursuivre dans le futur ou est-ce que tu planifies de prendre un chemin complètement différent?
D'habitude, j'aime pas tellement les sciences, mais là, j'avais bien envie de faire le concours, donc je me suis lancée dedans.
Donc, c'est les sciences comme hobby alors, du coup?
Ouais, même pas.
C'est des concours comme hobby alors?
Oui, voilà.
T'as l'esprit compétitif en général?
Oui, très.
Oui, tu fais du sport ou quelque chose comme ça?
Non, je déteste le sport.
Et quel type de concours tu fais d'ordinaire?
Je ne fais pas vraiment, mais quand il y a une compétition, je suis la première à me lancer dedans.
C'est bien ça, c'est très 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 bien, ça forme la jeunesse. Hein.
Oui, ça c'est vrai. Mais quel hobby est-ce que tu fais alors?
Je fais de la couture, je lis énormément.
Oui. Science-fiction?
Non, oui, si un peu.
Ah d'accord.
Fantasy surtout.
D'accord.
Et je fais du crochet aussi.
Ok.
Voilà.
Ouais, mais ta patience de lire des livres et des hobbies, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui a influencé ta recherche, qui t'a aidé, où tu dis « Ah oui, c'est bien que j'ai fait ça »
Non, pas vraiment. Ça m'est vraiment venu comme ça d'un moment.
Oh, wow.
Je sais même pas pourquoi.
Mais je sais bien. Et est-ce que tu planifies encore une fois de participer, peut-être avec une autre idée, ou est-ce que tu dis j'ai fini ça, et maintenant un moment un peu de plus calme, et puis je vais reprendre.
Je ne sais pas si tu as remarqué, mais on a tous envie que tu reviennes. Hein.
Ouais.
Et je ne sais pas si je vais revenir. J'aimerais bien, mais après, j'ai pas. Enfin, il faut du temps quand même pour le faire.
Bien sûr.
Oui.
Bien sûr.
Ouais. Et seulement une question un peu plus générale, c'est même que c'était un thème qui est devenu comme ça, comme inspiration parce que tu avais dans l'école, est-ce qu'il y a une recommandation que tu pourrais passer à des personnes qui viennent après toi?
Ouais, pas s'y prendre à la dernière minute.
Ça c'est vrai, oui. Et voilà. Et sinon, est-ce qu'il y a un élément où tu dis maintenant, après la présentation, après ton travail, où tu dis si j'aurais un peu plus tôt, j'aurais changé quelque chose?
Si je m'étais prise un peu plus tôt, j'aurais peut-être pu tester plus de paramètres que ce que j'ai fait.
Ok.
C'est par rapport à ce que tu nous as dit sur tes différents essais où tu n'as pas pu approfondir sur certaines catégories. D'accord, ok. Oui.
Waouh. Mais encore une fois, c'était très intéressant ce que tu nous as présenté. On espère que peut-être tu trouves encore du temps dans le futur pour participer, peut-être avec des collègues ou peut-être avec une nouvelle idée. Mais pour le moment, on peut dire, de mon côté, c'était bien fait.
Tu nous as impressionné par ton professionnalisme et par ton souci du détail. Donc voilà, c'est pour ça qu'on t'encourage à continuer dans cette voie-là, dans tous les cas, nous de notre côté.
Voilà. Mais merci à toi alors.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Et je crois qu'on va se préparer alors pour le prochain participant.
Oui, c'est ça.
Et voilà, à la prochaine.
À la prochaine.
Merci beaucoup.
Our next participant is Arnett Day with his project 2020 for All. Arnett presented his project last year, and we're looking forward to the improvements for this project. In the meantime, he has also gone on to join the Be a Social Entrepreneur program to develop his project into a business. What's so exciting? Let's find out what has changed.
Welcome to 2020 for All, created by me, Arnett Day. I invite everyone to close their eyes for a couple of seconds. What do you see? Darkness, what approximately 39 million people see every single day. My project, 2020 for All, is the tool to help them. I'm sure you must be aware that by now I have been developing this project for a while. And while this is still a work in progress, I have made some significant changes during this time and have taken some very important steps to convert my dream project into a reality. Okay, now a little bit about the project. As you can see, this is a map of the visually impaired around the world. As you can see, it affects all parts of the world, however, in different frequencies. In India and China, there is a high number of the visually impaired who cannot afford expensive visual aids that are currently available in the market, which is why I created my product. Okay, so why did I create my project? It was based on two primary reasons. Number one was my aim to make a difference in people's lives and create a social impact to this world. Secondly, my love for innovation and research fueled me in this project, which encouraged me to continue working on it, learn new things about the field, and satisfy my passion for science and innovation. As Tom Thiss always says, having a purpose is the difference between making a living and making a life. So what are my goals for the project? My goals for this project is firstly, to make a better world for the visually impaired, to get rid of their hassles and to allow them to enjoy a quality life without worry or danger. Secondly, my goal was to use a new concept of pairing echolocation with an innovative, intuitive AI, which can detect what type of object is in front of the user. This would allow the visually impaired to better understand and maneuver their surroundings so they can live their life better. Lastly, I wanted to develop a product which is not only practical, but also economically viable to affect as many people as it can around the globe. This is a diagram of my prototype. It will be made with lightweight silicon. The ultrasonic distance meter mounted on the front part will send out sound waves, which then bounce back off an object. The Arduino Nano motherboard will calculate the distance the sound traveled and will alert the user via a speaker, which tells the user how far the object is and what the object is. It has an accelerometer, so the glasses only activate when the user is moving. It is powered by a 12 or 9-volt lithium-ion battery. I'm still working on this design to better the design and other aspects. So here's the current model of my prototype. In the future, I want to make it out of silicon and implant various new pieces of code that can enhance the product. As you may or may not know, there are many alternative visual aids that are currently available on the market. So what separates my project from theirs? Well, firstly, my project is extremely easy to use, as you do not need to set up anything, and it is intuitive to understand via the speaker. Others on the market are hard to use and hard to set up. My product is lightweight and durable to ensure comfort and durability, whereas the products on the market are heavy and sometimes fragile. A main plus for my project is its affordable pricing point, which beats most of the competitors currently on the market. Also, 2020 for All has a speaker which is easy for the user to understand, whereas on the market there are things that are hard or uncomfortable. For example, skin pulling or vibrations. Lastly, 2020 for All only activates when the user moves, whereas other products are always on, potentially causing hearing problems. The main benefit of my product is that it eliminates a lot of hassles for the visually impaired, such as the need of a cane or other forms of assistance, like a dog or even a person. It also helps them understand and comprehend their environment so they can navigate it safely. Also, my product is affordable and easy to use, allowing all of the visually impaired around the world to use the product. So the future plans I have for my project is based on 3 main aspects. First of all, I'm in the process of getting a patent in Luxembourg, which is the first step in establishing my product across the world. I've also been involved in an intensive program, the Touchbase program, to help launch this product, supervised by the Ministry of Economy and Labor. I'm also actively working with freelance engineers and designers to produce the final mock-up of the original product, so it can be improved and made available to the public. Here's a piece of future code I want to put into my project. You can use the QR code to see for yourself. What this piece of code will do is that it has an AI that can detect what type of object it is in front of it and will then alert the user. I believe that this can improve my project significantly, which is why I have started developing this. In conclusion, I hope I can make this product available so that it can reach the people where it is needed most. I also hope to continue raising awareness for the visually impaired and the challenges they face in their daily lives. Thank you.
Do you remember the incredible performance from earlier? Let's hear more from Culture of a Kid, how he started and what his plans for the future are.
Enchanté de pouvoir te rencontrer et puis de t'accueillir ici sur les Jeunes Scientifiques. Hein. C'est la première fois que tu as un public comme ça?
Oui, c'est la première fois que je fais un concert que devant des caméras et un jury, mais c'est une première fois.
Ok, tu t'es senti jugé? Non, quand même pas, non?
Non, ça va, je crois que j'étais pas le sujet, donc ça passe.
Ok, d'accord. Est-ce que tu peux nous dire un petit peu plus sur toi pour que les gens puissent découvrir ton travail en général?
Je m'appelle Mathéo, mais je me présente par Culture the Kid. Et je suis rappeur depuis 4 ans ici au Luxembourg, et un peu à l'international, on peut dire. Et en fait, je fais de la musique un peu... C'était un passe-temps au début, juste pour m'extérioriser. Mais maintenant, j'ai trouvé un peu un public et des gens qui s'intéressent à ce que je dis. Donc j'essaie d'augmenter peu à peu la qualité de mon produit pour pouvoir produire mieux et donner aux gens que j'apprécie quand même, qui apprécient mon travail, leur donner toujours le meilleur.
Bien sûr. Et de quoi tu parles alors dans tes textes?
Pour l'instant, c'est très introspectif, mais j'essaie un peu de varier mes thèmes. Aussi, je suis rappeur, donc c'est beaucoup d'ego trip parfois.
Bien sûr.
Et j'ai justement un nouveau projet qui parle de ça, où c'est la dichotomie entre l'ego et les doutes. J'ai fait un extrait de ce projet sur scène maintenant.
Ouais.
Et c'est quelque chose qui m'intéresse beaucoup, cette introspection par la musique.
Oui, j'ai aussi entendu que dans la musique, surtout dans le rap, il y a aussi beaucoup d'expérimentation avec la voix, les thèmes, pour trouver sa propre voix et d'améliorer sa musique. C'est vrai ou
Oui, parce que comme il y a maintenant avec Internet, on a beaucoup plus de facilité à montrer ce qu'on fait. Donc il y a beaucoup de compétition, bien sûr. Et c'est ce que j'apprécie aussi dans le rap, parce que c'est une musique qui peut être très compétitive entre rappeurs.
Bien sûr.
Mais je trouve que c'est un peu difficile le procès de trouver sa voix, parce que même si on fait quelque chose par passion, c'est toujours un peu un personnage qu'on a. Mais c'est quand même, c'est ce qui est chouette avec la musique, c'est qu'on peut créer ce personnage. Et en fait, donc trouver sa voix, c'est un peu c'est parallèle avec pas seulement la production musicale, mais avec soi-même aussi. Donc c'est ça que j'apprécie beaucoup.
Oui.
Dis-moi si j'ai tort, mais ça fait donc 4 ans que tu me dis que tu rappes. J'imagine qu'à force de rapper, et puis à force de te produire sur scène, et puis tu me disais tout à l'heure que tu as trouvé ton public, ton personnage il s'adapte, et puis finalement ta voix elle se trouve toute seule, non? En fonction du public que tu as ou
J'essaye de pas trop toujours prendre en compte ce que les gens vont penser de ce que je vais faire.
Ouais.
Donc le but, c'est quand même de faire quelque chose qui soit authentique et pas qui soit un peu cadré vers ce que quelqu'un puisse attendre de moi. Mais bien sûr qu'il faut toujours un peu s'adapter à son public. Mais je trouve que le public, il va quand même voir ce qui lui parle le plus.
Bien sûr.
Et pas plutôt l'opposé. Enfin, ce serait dommage qu'on aille faire un contenu qui soit fait explicitement pour un certain groupe de personnes, parce que comme ça, on va s'enfermer dans une bulle ou dans un cadre qui n'est pas forcément très libérateur.
C'est la prise de risque qui paye, là, pour le coup.
Oui, c'est ça.
D'accord, ok.
Et une autre question, c'est qu'ici au Luxembourg, la langue luxembourgeoise, c'est pas toujours très simple de travailler avec. Qu'est-ce qui t'a motivé de dire, oui, je vais essayer de faire du rap ici au Luxembourg?
Parce qu'en fait, je trouvais que justement, il y avait une scène qui commençait à se créer, il y avait un engouement qui se créait autour, et les gens commençaient vraiment à apprécier ça. Même en luxembourgeois, j'ai fait une chanson en luxembourgeois, et j'aime aussi beaucoup écrire en luxembourgeois, parce que malgré tout ce que les gens peuvent dire, c'est une langue qui est très riche, et on peut beaucoup jouer avec, surtout pour le rap qui fait beaucoup usage des jeux de mots, des trucs comme ça.
Bien sûr, ouais.
Donc je trouve que c'est quelque chose qui manquait un peu, mais ça commençait à se créer. Du coup, je voulais pas avoir un retard en commençant trop tard, quand il y avait déjà une scène qui s'était déjà trop installée, où je pouvais pas vraiment trouver ma place.
Est-ce que tu sens que tu as une façon de t'exprimer vraiment différente selon la langue que tu utilises, ou est-ce qu'il y a quand même une vraie constante qui transparaît par rapport au travail, hein?
Oui, parce que j'écris aussi en portugais, par exemple. Je suis brésilien aussi d'origine.
Ouais.
Et donc, je vois que vu que il y a beaucoup de différences culturelles aussi, moi, mes références en anglais, c'est plus des États-Unis ou du Royaume-Uni. Donc, je dirais que oui, il y a toujours un facteur culturel qui s'ajoute à la façon dont j'écris mes textes.
D'accord.
Est-ce que tu as encore une recommandation à des jeunes qui veulent suivre ton chemin un petit peu, c'est-à-dire de faire du hip-hop, du rap ici au Luxembourg?
Une recommandation, je dirais, c'est très classique, mais genre de vraiment écrire quelque chose qui soit authentique à ce qu'on vit, parce que surtout dans le rap, on a beaucoup de... Bien sûr, c'est une musique de fantasme et d'ego, donc, mais il faut toujours rester un peu dans ce qui est crédible, je trouve, personnellement. Après, si on crée vraiment un personnage à part entière pour sa musique, c'est autre chose, mais si on essaye vraiment de rester authentique, c'est vraiment... il faut vraiment parler de vécu.
Moi, je vais pas commencer à parler d'armes ou de violence ou de
Oui,
drogue
bien
parce
sûr.
que j'ai jamais été impliqué dans ce truc-là. Et je respecte totalement les gens qui en parlent, si c'est leur vécu. Mais moi, c'est pas mon vécu. Et je recommande aux gens qui, et spécialement dans le rap, à vraiment rester authentique et de parler de vécu. Parce que c'est là qu'on devient intéressant.
Maintenant, on va revenir sur ton ego. Si on a envie de pouvoir voir ton ego justement sur scène et s'exprimer, où est-ce qu'on peut aller prochainement pour te voir en live? Où est-ce qu'on peut t'écouter?
Donc sur Spotify, c'est Culture the Kids. Il y a déjà plein de projets.
Oui.
Il y en a d'autres qui vont arriver. Et ça va augmenter un peu plus dans le spectacle peut-être.
Ça nous réjouit.
Mais il y a, si je me trompe pas, le 13 mai à Keurich, il va y avoir le Beautiful Decay Festival où je vais me produire et aussi le Pelpas Festival à Strasbourg où je vais me produire bientôt. Donc il y a plein d'événements où vous pourriez aller me voir.
Un prochain album en production, quelque chose comme ça qui devrait sortir bientôt ou
Pas en production, il est déjà fini, donc c'est la première fois que j'en parle en fait publiquement.
Et voilà.
Le projet s'appelle Dr. Doubt and Mr. Ego, donc c'est une référence au roman The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Et en fait, c'est là où j'utilise en fait cette dichotomie de l'ego et des doutes. Et il y a plein de références au roman et au film, donc c'est un projet qui me tient beaucoup à cœur parce que c'est très personnel, il n'y a pas de feat dessus, c'est 5 morceaux et ça va sortir bientôt.
Voilà, vous l'aurez entendu la première fois aux jeunes scientifiques, tu vois, comme quoi. Merci pour ça, en tout cas.
Beaucoup. De rien, de rien. Merci à vous.
Merci, en tout cas.
Next up, we have Gonzalo Fonseca, a fourth-time participant of the contest from Lycée Belval. His project is about using technology to replace bees in places where they've become extinct. Let's see.
Moin, ich bin Fonseca Gonzalo. Ich komme aus dem Lycée Belval. Und heute präsentieren ich mein Projekt. Der Biorobot und der Bee-Rocket. Aber für dich muss man verstehen, wie wir müssen mehr bauen für Roboter ersetzen. Wie was sind dann so Bauen so wichtig? Erstens, sie produzieren 1/3 vom Essen von der Welt. Das vielleicht auch Obst, Gemüse und auch diese, was mehr zu den Tieren, was mehr dann essen. Sie bestäuben dann die Blumen und Bäume, die weiter Photosynthese machen, und das ist ein Großwurf gegen den Klimawandel. Wir sterben dann heutzutage Bäume immer mehr schnell. Eine von den großen Ursachen ist der Klimawandel. Bäume haben gerne, dass die Luft frisch ist und dass es nicht ganz warm ist, also und dass die Temperatur auch ganz stabil ist. Aber im Klimawandel ist das nicht möglich. Eine von den Ursachen sind Viren und Krankheiten, wo die Bäume immer mehr infiziert gehen. Und eine von den größten Ursachen ist moderne Landwirtschaft, die wo viel Pestizide benutzt und auch Bäume tot möchten. Und Konsequenzen von dass Bäume immer sterben, sind, dass ein paar asiatische Länder und sogar in Europa müssen die Leute selber die Blüten bestäuben und selber mit der Hand. Dafür hatte ich eine Idee, dass wir nicht mit einem Roboter können wir die Arbeit von den Bäumen ersetzen. Den ersten Teil von meinem Projekt ist ein Bee-Robot, das ist ein Roboter, den am Anfang einfach den Pollen von den Pflanzen holt, von den Blumen und dann den weiter transmittiert. Wir haben zwei Modusse von diesem Roboter. Der erste ist ein automatischen, das möchte alles allein. Die auf präprogrammiert, so dass er alles allein möchte, mit paar Daten. Und die geht einfach von Blume an Blume, er will den holen. Und dann, wenn sein Tank voll ist, müssen die dann an einer Basis machen. Wir können nur die Pollen benutzen, für eine Blume zu bestäuben. Der zweite Teil vom Roboter ist dann online. Das heißt, du als ein Mensch den Roboter kontrolliert und du hast dann eine Kamera. Dieser Roboter ist ein automatischer. Es kann dann auch mit Bluetooth funktioniert. Und dem mit Bluetooth gibt dann von einem Mensch. Und dann, wenn wir den Roboter mit Bluetooth wir können selber programmieren, für zu gucken, was der effizienteste Weg ist, für Blumen zu gehen. Und wir können all Teile vom Roboter kontrollieren. Dass wir Daten können holen und dann den echten Roboter besser programmieren und mehr effizient. Und der zweite Teil von meinem Projekt ist den Bee-Rocket. Den wird mir mit den Rodion Saiskov wird mir geholfen, den Projekt, den Bee-Rocket zu machen. Und das besteht einfach, den Raket geht dann bei der Basis vom Roboter, geht dann mit Pollen gefüllt und dann geht den über die Felder oder über die Büsche und lässt die Pollen frei. Hier sind ein paar Daten, von der Rakete von der Basis gestartet wird, mit 130 Meter hoch, aus einer Strecke von 251 Meter nur gelandet. Und dann für die Landwirtschaft aus der Bee-Robot nicht eine ganz effiziente Methode, weil wir sind nicht so präzise für die Pollen zu bestäuben. Dafür wollen wir dann einfach wir wollen einfach die Pollen an Luftdruck, wir machen das an einer Fläche und dann müssen Menschen das selber bei den Blumen gehen und dann selber bestäuben. Aber wenn wir wollen, können wir das auch mit Traktoren machen, dass wir eine mehr große Fläche haben. Wo kann mein Roboter in der Zukunft benutzt gehen? Als echt an Länder, wo die Bäuer schon ausgestorben sind, können wir den Roboter benutzen, dass wir durch Leute helfen, weiterhin Essen zu produzieren. Oder am Mars, wenn wir da hingehen, und wir natürlich schon mehr kein Bäuer am Mars, dann müssen wir aber weiterhin Landwirtschaft tun. Da können wir den Biorobot benutzen, dass wir weiterhin Blumen bestimmen. Merci für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
It's now time to invite Arnitz. We're very excited to hear about the business idea and the touch-based program.
Welcome back, Arnitz.
Thank you.
Very nice to see you here today again.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
How do you feel? The presentation is just over now?
I feel relaxed. The presentation, I think, was good, and I hope that Sunday will be the same.
Okay, I'm just going to introduce you to the people here. So, like, basically, you participated last year. You were with a teammate, and you were already with the first version of that project here. You are a public speaker, as we just spoke. Like, you've done TEDx, you've done presentation of this project for the ministry. You're a poetry publisher. You're a man of many talents, as we just said. Why did it motivate you to come back with this specific project? What did you change here?
I mean, what I changed was, obviously, I was working on a new piece of code that can perhaps better the product and make it publicly available. And why I chose this product time and time again is because it's very dear to me, and I feel like I can really do something with this, and I can inspire and make and help a lot of people with this product. So that's why I did it.
Okay, can you take it in the hand and describe it a tiny bit?
Yeah, sure. Careful of the battery here. But so as you can see here. Okay, as you can see here, this is the As you can see here, this is the battery. This is the accelerometer, Arduino Nano, and these are the ultrasonic distance sensors, which send out the sound waves, which then bounce off back an object, and then return to the glasses, and then the.
We can hear it right now, actually.
Exactly. Yes. If you put it perhaps to the mic, that the sound is a voice saying that there's danger on the right and danger on the left.
Okay, so it's basically kind of, we talked about it during a previous interview, you can take back the mic. It's basically like bats would move along and, yeah, okay.
It's exactly the same principles as a bat, which is actually one of my first inspirations, the animals, nature, so.
They fly so gracefully.
Exactly, and I implemented that into the glasses.
Okay.
Can you tell us what makes science exciting for you? What was the main inspiration to tell yourself, like, I want to create this?
Like, so when I first look at science or any subject, for example, that matter in science, like physics, biology, chemistry, for me, it's always, I look beyond. I take a look at, for example, let's say space, and look at one planet, but then I think, oh, we're so small, there's 100 other planets. So I really think that science is not just about one singular person, but about rather a collective whole. And it just makes you feel that you're part of something bigger than yourself, and you feel proud of knowing that.
Okay. And then there's the art of then pinpointing where to start or what the goal is then.
Yeah. Obviously. That is obviously the hardest part, actually starting off. And luckily, I had a great partner with me who unfortunately could not join us this year. But yeah, he and I completely, I would say, knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. During the project, what is one of the biggest decisions that you had to make in regards of continuing the project?
I would say the biggest decision to me was because I originally came up with the idea of the glasses. So, and when I first started off last year, in my school, I had a couple of friends who wanted to join me. So it was sort of making the decision, because if I anger one person, they're going to be like, hey, Arne, why didn't you choose me? And then I had to choose.
So popular.
Yeah. But ultimately, I decided to join with Punya, who I thought we got along well. And I thought perhaps he could help me further develop this project.
Okay. And for the future, so you were talking about producing it, developing it further. What would be the end vision of your project?
The end vision, hopefully, would be Like, what I see in my mind right now
Yeah.
is me in places like, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa or Southeast Asia, going and giving the glasses to the actual visually impaired who can't afford it.
That sounds like an excellent idea to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We are looking forward to it.
Yes, very much.
And do you have also other creative ideas or other projects in your mind next to this one?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
Okay, fine.
Okay, then
sorry.
maybe not. Sorry. But are you going to come back next year to present those ideas?
Yes, definitely. I think next year perhaps I will start a different project if I have enough time.
That sounds awesome, Arnold.
Okay, great. Well, then, thank you very much for being here.
Thanks a lot.
Showing us your work and also that we could follow your development. And I'm looking forward to next year, if it works out, to see even how further you can go.
Thank you so much. It was great being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next competitor is Laura Stoer. His project is about recycling plastic bottles by using them to produce filament for 3D printers. Sounds really interesting. Let's find out how he did it.
Also, moin, ich bin der Loris und ich stelle euch heute mein Projekt vor. Meine Idee war es, weil ich mir einen 3D-Drucker für und nicht so lange Zeit habe, um Filament zu machen, weil Filament extrem teuer ist und auch nicht mehr ökologisch ist. Dann ich ein bisschen evaluiert, werde ich mal so die Zuhlen als Material, sind ich auf Plastikflaschen tun. Plastikflaschen, die da Masse auf der Welt und das ist auch plutôt einfach, die dann halt auf Filament umzuwandeln. Und dafür dann halt auch mehr billig. Meine Recherche. Für meine Recherche habe ich Erfahrungsberichte im Internet gesicht, für mal ein bisschen zu sichern, dass sie schon eine Person gemacht hat. Und dann habe ich gefunden, dass die Personen mit allen 3D-Druckstecker eine Maschine zusammengebaut haben, mit denen sie Plastikflaschen nach Streifen schneiden konnten, sie zerhützen und dann nur auf die richtige Reise zählen konnten. Hier ist dann mein kleiner Plan, den ich gemacht habe. Meine Idee war dann, also die Block, den du hast, das war dann so, steckt die warm dort, auf wie drunter so kegelförmig Metall, was auf 1,25 mm abgebohrt wird, was genau die Größe das von einem Filament, normal jedoch 2,85, aber mein Drucker von ist etwas anders. Und dann du hast dann Plastik, also Drull mit dem Plastikstreifen, die dann fertig schneiden dürfen. Und auf der anderen Seite das Drull, die aufgedrückt wird mit einem Zahnrad, die dann automatisch das Filament abrollen kann und dann noch abzählen kann. Oben drüber ist dann das Mainboard für alles zu kontrollieren und ein Display für die Temperatur zu sehen. Material zusammensichern. Für das Material zusammensichern habe ich probiert, so manchmal wie möglich zu schaffen, weil es teuer ist und noch nicht mehr ökologisch. Also habe ich Reparationsmaterial benutzt, wie zum Beispiel Briet, wo ich alles drauf befestigt habe. Das war ein altes Briet von einem Schaf. Die Schrauben, die habe ich halt ein bisschen am Keller gefunden. Und die Rollen, das waren alte Filamentrollen. Die Elektronik, die wurde von einer Person spendiert. Das war dann halt Mainboard, Display und der Motor. Also, das hat man dann auch nicht gehasst. Und ich habe noch viele Sachen mit meinem eigenen 3D-Drucker hergestellt, wie Zahnräder für halt den Drull umzutreiben. Heute seid ihr wie eine Maschine, mit der ich den Plastik als Streifen schneiden konnte. Das ist ein Cutter, den einfach gespannt ist, wo ihn dann die Fläche durchziehen konnte. Das hat dann noch plutôt gut funktioniert. Realisation. Als erstes habe ich Löcher an mein Briet gemacht, für alle Schrauben drauf zu machen und alles zu befestigen. Und dann habe ich mit dem Lasercutter, das ein Gerät, mit dem man Holz schneiden kann, einen Tisch gemacht, für das Mainboard und Display zu befestigen, weil das halt mehr schön wird, wie wenn du einfach nicht alles so rumläuft. Für zu verkabeln, das war ein bisschen schwer, weil es waren Stecker von verschiedenen Marken. Da vielleicht ich ein bisschen tricky, da drin zusammenzudrehen, aber die Kollege hat mir geholfen, war so, das ist dann. Und dann, als der großen Tag kam, da wollte ich Strom draus setzen, aber das hat nicht funktioniert. Es war ein Problem beim Display, den war einfach nicht mehr gut. Ich die konnte nicht mehr benutzen. Mit Mainboard hat er aber noch perfekt funktioniert. Da sind ich bei Kollegen gestanden und den hatten einen 3D-Drucker, der Futti war, den ich eigentlich fortgehen wollte. Aber du hat ein Display eigentlich noch funktioniert und der war auch in guten Zustand, dann habe ich den einfach benutzt. Hier ist dann fertig Steck, also fertig Produkt. Wie ihr seht, bei der Tisch, also ein Raum, das war eigentlich ein normales Display, aber den anderen, das halt ein bisschen mit klein, das war ein bisschen mit kleinen 3D-Drucker. Wo noch die Seite, das Drull, diese Rollen und alles halt drauf befestigt ist. Und dann drinnen, die Seite, das Filament, das fertige Filament, das ich gemacht habe. Da war das große Problem, weil du die Seite, als das ein Toolband dran ist. Wenn den drucken will, dann druckt den hauptsächlich Luft. Das hat nicht so gut funktioniert. Und ja. Konklusion. Also wie gesagt, das ist nicht präzise genug für gutes Filament hinzukriegen. Und das ist wirklich schwer, das immer auf ein konstant dick zu halten, weil das hier ein bisschen aufwächt. Also, und dafür ist es doch mehr schwer, das zu machen und extrem los. Ja, aber trotzdem ist es halt möglich, eine Maschine zu bauen, ohne mega viel Geld, schon nicht viel bezahlt für die Maschine. Und es funktioniert einfach plutôt gut. Es braucht dafür eine lange Zeit. Bon, geht nicht weiter, aber das ist fertig.
Without further ado, let's have a little chat with Gonzalo to learn more about his innovative ideas. Be ready.
Nice to see you again, Gonzalo.
Okay.
Ça va?
Oui.
Ça s'est bien passé ton projet aujourd'hui?
Oui.
Bon, ça fait combien de fois que tu reviens maintenant ici, hein?
Troisième fois.
Troisième fois. D'accord. Et donc, ce projet-là, c'est une implémentation d'un projet que tu as fait il y a 2 éditions, je crois. Hein?
Oui.
Ok. Est-ce que tu peux nous dire un petit peu plus à propos de ce projet et pourquoi tu as décidé de le recontinuer, sachant que l'année dernière, tu avais travaillé sur un moteur?
Oui.
Ok. Pourquoi tu as repris ce projet-là?
Parce que j'ai vu qu'il avait plus en plus des problèmes, aussi ici en Europe, en Espagne. Qu'il avait en été, il avait des personnes qui ont pollinisé les fleurs à la main.
Oui.
Après, j'ai vu la nécessité de reprendre ce projet.
Tu étais donc visionnaire. C'est une bonne nouvelle plutôt. Non, mais ça veut dire que justement, tu avais déjà pensé à l'époque à des problématiques qui sont de plus en plus pressantes, oui.
Et avec son projet, est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer un peu aussi la vision future, ce que tu veux encore ajouter, ou est-ce que c'est maintenant fini?
Peut-être améliorer des petits aspects de design. Maintenant, si quelque chose il casse, c'est trop difficile de réparer.
Ok.
Peut-être un design plus facile de réparer.
Ok.
Ouais, il y a quelque chose qui m'a toujours fasciné avec ce projet-là, et je t'en avais déjà parlé, c'est le fait que, au-delà du projet qui est d'un point de vue purement technique, qui permet donc à un robot d'identifier le pollen, de le ramener d'une fleur à un autre, c'est aussi un projet qui permet de faire réfléchir aux gens en fait à se demander est-ce qu'on a vraiment envie d'en arriver là? Tu vois ce que je veux dire?
Oui.
Ça permet de se projeter en se disant, on s'imagine des champs pleins de robots à la place de champs pleins d'abeilles. Et j'aime beaucoup ton projet justement parce qu'il permet de réfléchir à ça. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui t'a travaillé toi aussi quand tu as fait ce robot-là, ou tu as vraiment vu le côté technique avant tout, hein?
La priorité de ce robot, c'est pas de substituer les abeilles, mais en premier, on doit aider les abeilles. Et après, si ça ne fonctionne pas, ça, c'est prendre le robot. C'est pour ça que la première idée du robot, c'était de le reprendre en mars, parce qu'il n'y a pas de l'abeille. C'est pas pour prendre une compétition contre les abeilles, mais plutôt pour les aider.
D'accord, ok.
Comme nous avons entendu maintenant, c'est maintenant la 3e version. Qu'est-ce qui te motive de rester avec et de garder une vision en tête et de la finir de A à Z? Il y a beaucoup de jeunes aujourd'hui qui commencent un projet et s'arrêtent à moitié fait. Qu'est-ce qui te motive de rester avec ce projet-ci?
Aider de plus en plus des personnes avec mon projet, ça c'est la principale idée. Ok.
Voilà. Et est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres idées qui sont dans ta tête pour le futur après ce projet-ci, ou après ça, tu veux faire une pause? Qu'est-ce qui est ton but dans le futur?
Je voulais faire une phase de test pour s'il fonctionne vraiment et l'envoyer dans des pays qui n'ont pas des abeilles pour voir. Et si je fais ça, je fais la phase de test.
J'ai une autre question, toujours pour rapport à ton côté un peu idéaliste. On parle de ce Bee Robot, donc c'est quelque chose vraiment dans un futur, on espère éloigné, hein, tu sais, où il y aurait vraiment besoin de ce robot. Le dernier projet que tu as fait, c'était un 100% Klimaschutzmotor. Ça veut dire que c'est aussi idéaliste. Les gens, à l'heure actuelle, dans la grande industrie, ne pensent pas à 100%. Ils imaginent quelque chose comme 80% efficient, 90%. Toi, tu tapes 100%, etc. Est-ce que tu fais ça exprès? Est-ce que de taper aussi loin dans le futur et dans l'idéal? Ou est-ce que c'est juste une cible que tu te mets pour toi-même ou, tu vois ce que je veux dire, hein?
Si on tape si on dit on va jusqu'au maximum, on doit le faire. Et si on met ça dans la tête et on l'écrit, on pense toujours à ça, on va l'arriver.
D'accord, ok. C'est une excellente motivation, c'est exactement ce que je souhaitais entendre.
Mais alors, une question un peu plus générale, qu'est-ce qui te fascine en relation avec la science et la technologie?
La curiosité derrière les choses, de voir qu'est-ce qu'il les process qu'il y a derrière les process dans la nature, dans la chimie, dans la physique.
Ok. Et est-ce qu'il y a encore des recommandations que tu pourrais faire à d'autres jeunes? Est-ce qu'ils doivent te suivre? Est-ce que tu leur dis où ils peuvent commencer ou pourquoi tu as commencé ce projet-ci?
Est-ce qu'ils doivent participer au concours?
Voilà.
S'ils veulent.
S'ils veulent.
Mais je pense toujours que toutes les personnes ont un objectif dans la vie. Et s'il doit travailler sur son objectif, si mon objectif c'est d'aider les personnes, je le fais au maximum.
D'accord.
Parfait. Et sinon, tout en général, pour te demander un petit peu, c'est que tu as probablement aussi des hobbies, c'est ça? Oui?
Comment?
Tu as des hobbies à l'extérieur?
J'ai pas...
Tu as des hobbies, des passions, le sport?
Ah, ok. Oui, je fais beaucoup de sport.
Du sport. Seulement du sport, est-ce qu'il y a aussi un élément qui vient avec la science?
Je fais le sport et après, quand je rentre à la maison, je travaille sur mes projets.
Tu les considères comme un hobby, comme un...
Ah oui, oui.
D'accord, ok. Donc c'est plus que du travail pour toi, c'est quelque chose que tu aimes faire personnellement. Hein.
Oui.
D'accord, ok. Voilà. Ok. Et voilà. Et pour des projets futurs, qu'est-ce que tu as encore en tête? Comme tu disais, tu as plusieurs projets que tu travailles lorsque tu retournes à la maison.
Ton prochain projet pour l'année prochaine, c'est quoi?
J'avais l'idée de travailler sur le cancer, un traitement sur le cancer.
D'accord, ok.
Super. Merci à toi alors.
Ça nous fait très plaisir que tu sois revenu, en tous les cas, tu le sais très bien.
Exactement.
Tu fais partie de la famille presque maintenant.
Et puis on va voir ce que tu nous présentes la prochaine fois. Et bonne continuation. J'espère que tes tests vont fonctionner bien avec les abeilles et que tu arrives à le produire et de le passer dans les différents pays.
Et bonne chance pour la cérémonie.
Merci.
Merci à toi.
Merci beaucoup.
Our next young Foshoin, Nishita Vela. Now let's see if I can pronounce this correctly. Xenotransplantation. Let's hope Nishita explains it to us better. It sounds really complicated. Nishita, clear us up, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Today, let's dive deeper and explore whether or not animals could save humans. I personally would say no to this question, and I'm sure you guys would too. But I'm sure that by the end of this presentation today, you guys would think otherwise when asked this question. So, my answer for this would be yes, animals can save humans, but with a procedure called xenotransplantation. Xenotransplantation is a procedure that consists of transplanting organs, cells, and tissues from animals into humans. You might be thinking, how does such a sci-fi procedure actually work? Well, it isn't all that easy. In fact, organ rejection being one of the biggest obstacles of xenotransplantation, many of the previous transplants have failed miserably. But that's when CRISPR has made the impossible possible. CRISPR is a gene editing tool that consists of making high-efficiency gene edits in the donor's body so that the recipient's body can accept the donor's organs without treating the donor's organs as a foreign body. In fact, we can clearly see an example right below of how much CRISPR has revolutionized the field of xenotransplantation. If we go back in time to 1964, during the first ever cardiac xenotransplantation, no particular gene editing tool was used, and unfortunately, as a result, the patient had passed away within 2 hours. But if we fast forward to 2012, with the discovery of CRISPR, scientists were able to knock out 4 porcine genes associated with abnormal growth to prevent rejection and implant 6 human genes to promote acceptance. And using this relatively new technique, scientists, along with surgeons, were able to carry out a really successful operation. Just last year, in January 2023, they were able to transplant the first ever genetically modified pig heart into David Bennett, a 57-year-old male with terminal heart disease. The surgery had performed so well that the patient survived for 61 days after the operation with no complications. Okay, I know what you're thinking. 61 days? That does not seem like a lot, but just think about it. We have went from a patient surviving no more than 2 hours to a patient surviving more than 2 months. So, if our scientific progress continuously at this level, in the coming years, we can expect much more long-lasting and positive outcomes, like we did with David Bennett right here. Let's talk about some more advantages of xenotransplantation. The main motive of xenotransplantation is to alleviate organ shortage by providing an unlimited supply of organs. The main problem that we're all aware of nowadays, especially as our population increases, is that our supply for organs isn't able to satisfy our need for organs. And I can show you right below that in 2022, on the Eurotransplant waiting list, 41,000 patients were registered last year. But out of them, only 36,000 patients received a transplant, leaving almost 15 to 20% of the patients left untreated. And in addition to this, on the diagram on the left, we can see the number of individuals who were removed from the Eurotransplant waiting list, either due to them being unfit or due to death, all while waiting for an organ transplant. This means that almost every hour, 5 new patients were added onto the Eurotransplant waiting list, and that every single day, 20 patients died. Another advantage xenotransplantation possesses is that it has the potential to reduce organ trafficking. Organ trafficking is basically when an individual is exploited for their organ, in the end making them feel vulnerable. And as we may assume, an increase in organ demand leads to an increase in organ trafficking. How would you feel if you were being forced into donating an organ? Did you know that every single day in Europe, someone is lured into illicit organ trade? In fact, Global Financial Integrity informs that 10% of all organ transplants are done via trafficked organs. This form of illegal trafficking is especially prominent in poorer countries, such as those in Asia, Africa, and Eastern Europe. We all think that as we advance into the future and as time progresses, things will get better and that such illegal activities will reduce. However, I was really shocked to discover that just last month, in February 2023, Massachusetts had released a new law stating that prisoners who donate their organs will receive less prison time. And who doesn't want to stay in prison for a shorter amount of time? This law basically forces, and in fact favorizes, prisoners into donating their organ just so the state can satisfy our needs as a society. So no, things do not get better as we advance into the future, and therefore we must take action now. And xenotransplantation offers exactly that. As with any new technique, along with advantages, there also comes disadvantages. And this new controversial method raises many moral and ethical issues. But the core is simple. Is it okay to sacrifice one innocent life to save 5 others? We'll see. Well, animals used for xenotransplantation are forced to a lifetime of confinement and painful procedures, all without their consent. This violates best established practices for them. However, on the other hand, meat defenders argue that the same is being done for domestication processes. Because millions of animals are being slaughtered every single day just so we can eat them in our everyday meals. And we all know that eating meat is not necessary for us to live. However, with xenotransplantation, animals have the potential to save the lives of 5 others. Moving on, another aspect that contributes to this is that some people report that they would feel uncomfortable, dirty, or even guilty with the idea of having to live with an animal organ or tissue for the rest of their lives. This is all heavily influenced by data such as gender, education, religion, and background. But that leads me on to my next point. Can education change one's... So can education change one's beliefs? As we can see on this diagram, education can change one's beliefs, as by the end of the survey, which informed people about what xenotransplantation exactly is, more than 3/4 of the people had changed their minds. So I would like to conclude my presentation by answering this question. Could xenotransplantation be an effective alternative for human transplantation? Well, as we saw in the presentation, the advantages clearly outweigh the disadvantages. And with our scientific progressing, we can achieve more positive and better outcomes in the future. But in the end, it all depends on the patient's opinions, as medical professionals are supposed to oblige them. Thank you very much.
Let's hear from Loris again on how he came up with his project idea to recycle bottles to produce filament. Intrigued. Let's see if this is another future business idea.
Moin am Interview.
Moin.
Und wie spielst du dich noch deiner Präsentation?
Oh, plutôt gut.
Ja?
Ja.
Das ist aber die erste Kehr, gell?
Ja, das ist mein erster.
Wow, okay, mal richtig kalm und überzeugt. Mir hat ja ein bisschen schon mal nie geschwärzt und du hast mir eigentlich gesagt, dass du am Anfang nicht wirklich machen.
Ja, du hast halt du Kollege ein bisschen variiert und dann sind ich halt hier.
Super. Und hast du bereist, dass du hier warst, oder?
Nein, eigentlich nicht so schlecht. Und es war ein gutes Erlebnis halt.
Super. Aber du tust also den ersten Kehr aus und wie soll ich sagen, gibt es irgendetwas, was du wünschst, dass du am Anfang gewusst hast? Oder wo du gehst so und halt das etwas, das müsste Leute wissen?
Nein, und nicht direkt. Also, nein, ich weiß nicht, wie ich schwätze. So, es ist schon gut von alles.
Das ist super. Ja. Das ist auch, kriegst auch die Hölle, wenn die Unterstützung, die es gebraucht hast für die Projekte?
Ja, ich kriege viel Hölle. Also, am Makerspace von Kollegen, von Älteren, also, es war gut, ja.
Das ist super. Was ist deine Zukunftsvision? Willst du ein Kehr machen? Wann ja? Selbst ein Projekt, ein bisschen mehr im Detail, etwas Neues?
Also, ich möchte nach ein Kehr machen, muss gucken, was du hast, für vielleicht zu verbessern oder andere Materialien zu benutzen oder so. Aber das können wir da gucken nach.
Das guckst du dann so weiter?
Ja, 100 Zeit.
Super. Und wie kannst du eigentlich auf die Idee für du mal dazu gehen? Hast du eine Motivation oder hast du einfach gesagt, weißt du was? Das habe ich schon gesehen. Wo kommt die Inspiration her?
Eigentlich habe ich mal den 3D-Drucker gekauft. Und Filament ist da ja. Und das Geld habe ich halt nicht mehr so direkt im Konto.
Yeah.
Also habe ich evaluiert, wie kann ich das dann anders machen. Du hast die Idee bekommen, halt als Plastikflaschen zu machen. Yeah. Und dann, als mein Kollege kam mit dem Jonk Fuerscher, dann habe ich gesagt, dann mache ich das dafür. Dann habe ich noch eine extra Motivation für zu machen.
Super. Und dann, wie soll ich sagen, du hast ja davon geschwärzt, dass wir schon dazu mit anderen Materialien willst schaffen und so weiter. Und momentan geht ja immer mehr 3D-Druckeren, verschiedene Versionen, verschiedene Marken. Willst du auch noch ein bisschen experimentieren oder wie sieht das aus?
Eigentlich hatte ich die Idee, aus allen, also Fails von 3D-Druckern neue Filamente zu machen. Das war dann als Plastikflaschen so ein Anfang und dann werde ich tun, das halt besser zu machen.
Okay. Und dann, was motiviert dich eigentlich, Wissenschaft zu machen?
Das ist einfach so einmal dran, also schon da verderchen, ich weiß nicht genau, ja. Auch einfach nicht herausfinden, wie Sachen funktionieren, also das ist immer der dann, ja.
Das ist ein bisschen so wie ein Hobby, ein bisschen darum experimentieren.
Ja.
Genau, okay. Und wo siehst du dich dann nur auf 5 Jahre, 10 Jahre Zukunft? Siehst du dich dann auch immer, wie du so Wissenschaft machen, Experimente, hast du eine größere Vision, ob das du willst schaffen?
Also persönlich habe ich Science schon extrem sterben. Und wann dann die ich aus an der Bio machen, das ist das, was ich am nächsten hat. So, da werde ich auch machen, einfach so Bricolage ein bisschen. Das
ja, genau.
ist nicht so richtig das, was ich an Zukunft weiter will machen.
Das war interessant, was du
ja.
machst. Ja?
Also, als Hobbyhaft, aber nicht
okay.
weiter.
Das ist eigentlich das Bio, wo die richtig Passion leid.
Bio ist schon echt eine richtige Passion, ja.
Okay, super. Hast du willst dann nach ein Kilo allein zu machen oder probierst du ein Team-Effort zu machen mit einer neuen Idee?
Vielleicht schon, vielleicht nicht. Ich muss gucken, wann ich eine Person fand, die motiviert ist und die halt dieselbe Passion hat wie ich. Und ja, wann ich die fand, dann ist es immer gut, wenn es für die Hand wird.
Das ist gut. Aber dann, sonst hast du eine Rekommendation für Leute, die nur dir kommen oder die für dich aufhängen? Ich meine, du hast ja schon ein bisschen gesagt, einfach dabei sind, Passion und dann ein bisschen als Hobby gesehen. Mir geht es etwas, wo du siehst, während dem Projekt, wo du festgestellt hast, hätte ich das mir frei gewusst.
Ein bisschen mehr viel schaffen am Anfang.
Mehr schaffen
am Anfang. Ein bisschen alles auf morgen schieben und dann, ja, am Schluss war es ein bisschen viel mehr, ja.
Okay. Und meinst du, kann ich noch so ein Projekt allein machen oder gehst du doch kommentieren, das vielleicht als Team?
Ich schon allein gemacht.
Ja, genau.
Ich schon die Trude allein. Also, wenn ich es will machen, kann ich machen. Ich bestimmt mir viel Spaß, zu zweit zu machen. Ich schon noch nicht immer allein gemacht. Ich hatte halt Kollegen und andere Leute, die mir helfen. Also, das ist nie allein.
Super. Wem war da deine Hauptinspiration oder Motivation, für durch das Projekt zu kommen?
Meine Hauptmotivation?
Ja.
Ich meine, der Makerspace-Prof.
Ja?
Ja. Den hat immer gut Motivation drin und dann ist das dann, ja.
Das ist gut. Aber da sonst dafür muss merci, dass du hier warst und für die flotte Projekt und dann sehen sich wahrscheinlich nächstes Jahr mit den neuen Ideen.
Vielleicht ja.
Super. Aber dafür muss merci und dann gucken wir mal, wen die nächste Person ist.
Our next contestant is Steve Mendeleev, who is in his last year of high school. And he is presenting his project called Edge Points in Three-Dimensional Arithmetic Billiards. Sounds fascinating. Go ahead, Steve.
So hello everybody, I'm Steve and I will be talking about 3D arithmetic billiards. I have quite a lot to get through, definitely won't get through in the time limit, but I'll start with what are 3D arithmetic billiards. You start with a cuboid that has integer side lengths A, B, and C that we can change. And most importantly, you have a ball that starts in the corner 0, 0, 0, and we shoot it so that it moves along straight segments at a constant speed until it reaches another corner. And we say that upon collision with edges or faces, the ball bounces at 45 degrees along all axes. And the main object that I studied in my investigation is called edge points. And edge points, very simply, are points where the ball makes contact with edges, any one of the 12 edges, excluding corners. And things that you can study regarding edge points is time between consecutive edge points, the nature and distribution of edge points, and things of that nature. And this is just an example of a corner path, what we call the trajectory a ball can make in the cuboid. Throughout my investigation, I restricted myself only to edges along or parallel to the z-axis, and those are these four highlighted in blue: 0, 0, z, a0z, 0, bz, and abz. And they're labeled there as well. There's also a notion of time in arithmetic billiards. So time starts at t equals 0, and each time the ball undergoes a unit translation, where its coordinates change by plus or minus 1, you add 1 to the time. You might ask, how much time does it take for the ball to complete the whole corner path? And this is quite simple to calculate if we recall that the corner path ends when the corner reaches another corner. And for that to happen, the time taken has to be the lowest common multiple of both A, B, and C. And so we have also bounds on the time. We know it ranges from 0 to lowest common multiple A, B, C. And yeah, this again depicts y visually, because the ball has to, in the x, y, and z axes, make a distance of a, b, and c, a multiple of a, b, and c, respectively. And we say E is an edge. We say E star is the first edge point, T star is the time at which the first edge point occurs, and Z star is its Z coordinate. And you might ask how much time occurs between consecutive edge points. Well, there's an important constant that we can calculate, and we define it as S is 2 times LCM AB, and it is actually the time that it takes for a ball to return to any edge. And this gives us an important sort of lemma that the time for any edge point, all edge points on any edge are given by times that are T star plus S, T star plus 2S, and so on. So T star, the time for the first edge point, plus any multiple of S. And yeah, this means that all edge points on the starting edge, 0, 0, z, are multiples of S in time. And I'll have to skip the last 2 points, but I will mention there's another important constant that we define as LC. It's the lowest common multiple of A, B, and C divided by the lowest common multiple of A and B. Okay, so the first sort of theorem that I investigated is how many edge points there are along any edge. And so if we call n the number of edge points, we might want to explore what happens to n along, say, the edge 0, 0, z as we vary A, B, and C to try and find a pattern. For instance, when A, B, and C equals 4, 4, and 3, we see that there's just one edge point marked in red, whereas for a corner path with a cuboid of 2, 4, and 7 dimensions, we see there's 3 edge points. So those 2 data points alone don't give us much information, but if we simulate and compile lots of data, we have a table of values of A, B, C, and N. The pattern is still not clear. If we add a new column, LC divided by 2, recalling LC was that constant we defined, we see that there seems to be a pattern in that LC divided by 2 is very close to N. And in fact, the main theorem that I proved is that the number of edge points along the starting edge 0, 0, z is always going to be the floor function of LC divided by 2 minus 1, or LC divided by 2, the former case holding when the end corner is along the starting edge. And this is an outline of the proof, but it practically recalls that edge points are on the starting edge are multiples of S, and so essentially the number of edge points we get along that edge is how many times we can fit in the multiples of S into the whole duration of the corner path, which is LCM ABC divided by S and the floor function of that to get a whole number. And there are cases where the final corner is on the starting edge, so we overcounted and we have to subtract by 1. And I'll have to skip this, but these are the conditions for the ball to be in the final corner on the starting edge. And there's the more general result. For the other edges, the proof is quite similar, a bit trickier, but the result is even better in that the number of edge points is always the floor function of LC divided by 2. And the second main theorem, and the last one that I mainly investigated, was the distribution of edge points. We looked at what happens to n as we vary A, B, and C, but we also noticed that the edge points seem to be always equally spaced out. We can take our original table, and we can replace the column with n, the number of edge points, and replace it with the actual z coordinates of the edge points. And we have also a column for k, which is the spacing. And for the corner paths where there is at least 2 edge points, it seems always like the spacing is consistent. And we can make that pattern even more clear if we remove all corner paths with 1 or less edge points, and we replace a column with GCD-SC, the greatest common divisor of S and C. And S, recall, is in terms of A and B. And here there appears to be a close link between the two. It seems like GCD-SC is always nearly K. And in fact, if we just define something called a K progression, which we just call a set of edge points on any edge that form an arithmetic sequence of difference K, and this is a maximal set with this property, then the theorem that I proved is that the edge points on any edge are always spaced out. They form a 2GCD-SC or GCD-SC progression, the former case holding if the power of 2 dividing S is bigger than the power of 2 dividing C. The proof is very long, so you have to see the paper, but we can confirm this theorem just by looking at our original table and seeing that in the cases where V2 is bigger than V... Sure, okay. Well, we can confirm this theorem by just looking here and seeing that when it's no, then K is 2 GCD-SC, and otherwise it's GCD-SC. And this is quite useful because it allows us, unlike before where we just had a congruence to determine the times of edge points, it tells us now explicitly a formula to find the exact z-coordinates of edge points. Namely, it's all x, such that x is congruent to z star mod 2 GCD-SC or just mod GCD-SC. So if we know the z-coordinate of the first edge point, we can add multiples of s, or of 2 GCD-SC or GCD-SC because the edge points are spaced out in that much. And this is super useful because you know the exact coordinates. And I'll just finish off with the practical applications. Generally, in the field of particle physics, if you're simulating balls bouncing in boundary type, cuboid type boundaries, then it's quite useful because these formulas eliminate the need for a lot of computation and simulation. As in, if some assumptions hold, you can approximate very well the edge points. And just the last point I want to make is that there are some extensions, namely at the University of Luxembourg, they're working on extending this to 4th and even higher dimensions, which is very exciting. And this is my only reference. Okay.
Yeah,
Xenotransplantation. Now we get it. Let's see how Nishita came up with this project.
Hello. So, first presentation here with us. How are you feeling?
At the beginning, I was a little scared, but the staff and everyone's just been so welcoming, so it really calmed me down. And by the second slide, I've gotten used to the environment, and yeah, it went well for my first time.
Thank you very much. And it's also great to have you here. And you seemed very confident in your presentation. And we've been talking a little bit, and you were telling us that you have future plans with your project. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit more what your vision is and where you want to get at?
So as you guys saw in my presentation, it was basically on the surface level, just exploring what xenotransplantation is. It's a complicated word. But yeah, in the future, if I come back next year, I would like to dive deeper and explore the chemical engineering part of this and see how CRISPR can shape the donor's body and genes and how it can, help us in the future to reduce organ shortage and replace human transplantation.
Wow, okay. What was the inspiration? What motivated you to go down that path?
Well, I first came across this new technique last year in February with the help of David Bennett, because I went on BBC and the headlines were all about David Bennett getting a pig heart transplanted into him. And I was just so fascinated about it that I ran to home to explore about this. And then I found myself on the computer stuck on there for 1 hour straight. So I was like, hey, I should do this for Jonk Fuerscher. So yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, you covered many topics here. So you said it's highly complicated topic. The people who are working on such transplantation usually rehearse 10 years in advance, more or less, to be able to. That was not scary for you to tackle such an important topic, both on technical and societal aspect of it?
Well, it never really felt like a burden for me because I was really interested in this topic. So working on it was really, fun for me. And also, I would say the most scariest part is actually presenting this in front of 15 experts because they all know probably more than me. So me telling my knowledge is a little scary, but yeah. I thought it was really fun.
The good thing is we've seen as well that you have the ability to introduce some new concepts sometimes to them as well. So it's more like an exchange here, I would say. There was also something I wanted to talk to you about. Was we met a couple of weeks ago here because you attended one of the workshops here. It was with Tessa, and it was about how to make your project shine on stage.
Yes, yeah.
We've seen you shining on stage. What did you take out of that workshop that helped you here today?
Well, in my presentation, before I had a lot of text on my presentation, but after the workshop with Tessa, I remember the activity where we had to compact the information on the slide.
Absolutely.
I feel like that really helped me because I had lots of text on my PowerPoint, but the workshop, helped me to like reduce my text and make it clear for the audience. Because when I present, I have to assume the judges don't know anything, and I have to, explain them everything from scratch. So yeah. The workshop helped me.
You made it really lively. We've noted a part, for example, where you introduced the 61 days, and then you say, "Hold on, I know what you're thinking," and you really engage the people, and I think it's important on such a topic. Yeah.
Exactly. And I guess there were several skills that you had to learn and put together to come to the point that you are in now.
Yeah.
Like we asked already previous contestants, what would be some recommendation that you would give people that come after you?
I would say just go for it, because whoever comes here, they get a prize. So I feel like that's really motivating. And also...
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And also, there's lots of people to help you around. So even if it's your first time, like for me, there's lots of people there to guide you. So it never really gets overwhelming, in my opinion.
Okay, so it sounds like she wants to come back, huh?
Yes, it sounds like it.
We'd be happy to, at least.
But now, out of a personal interest, the science that you made, you probably now saw where it might lead to. How do you see, will your research or what you're looking into impact the world down the line?
Well, as I've said on my presentation, the main problem that we're all aware of is organ shortage. Many people die every single day just because an organ isn't available to them. And I personally encountered some people in my life that, have passed away, unfortunately, because they haven't received their organs in time. And basically, I just think xenotransplantation could be an effective alternative to replace human transplantation. Because if you're on your deathbed, if it's either do or die, I would personally choose xenotransplantation to have another go at life. So,
I've got a last tiny question. If you check in the future, do you think there is more future for xenotransplantation or for cultivating new cells and growing organs? What do you see the most viable option for you?
Do you mean 3D bioprinting?
For example, for instance.
I feel like, xenotransplantation, I feel like offers the exact same thing as bioprinting. Of course, for bioprinting, you don't have to sacrifice the lives of animals, but yeah, I could talk about it next year in my presentation.
That would be awesome.
Great.
To
Looking
do a
forward
valid
to it.
comparison, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for proposing that.
But then thank you very much for being here.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Answering all of our difficult questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward where your project takes you. And then until next year, I guess.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see our next contestants, what they present to us. And there are a lot of interesting things.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I had fun.
Our next three participants, Paul Fontaine, Fabien Frédérici, and Jonathan Carg-Despeux, recreated a hydroponic system in order to facilitate the growth of various plants. Let's hear about how they did it.
Bonjour à tous. J'espère que vous n'êtes pas trop impatients pour le lunch break et que notre projet va vous plaire. Maintenant, je vais donner le mot à Jonathan qui va nous présenter les plusieurs thèmes.
Alors bonjour, aujourd'hui on vous présente notre cylindre botanique qu'on a aussi baptisé Gogo Gadgetopus Plante. Alors, vous avez jamais eu cette impression quand vous arrosez vos plantes de gâcher de l'eau? Nous, c'est ce qui nous est arrivé. Tout a commencé avec Paul.
Alors moi, tout petit déjà, dès le plus jeune âge, mon père m'a toujours poussé dans tout ce qui était l'écologie, la planète, et on remarque aujourd'hui encore que le problème persiste et que ça devient de pire en pire et qu'on doit commencer à faire attention à nos ressources. Et un jour, on est sorti.
Donc voilà, on est sorti en ville en fin de soirée et on a vu une dame qui arrosait ses plantes et j'ai vu combien d'eau restait dans les plantes, restait dans la terre, tombait par terre et qui n'arrivait pas aux racines. Et puis je me suis demandé à voix haute si on ne pouvait pas remédier à ce problème. Puis c'est là que Paul est intervenu.
L'hydroponie, très bonne solution.
Alors donc voilà la structure de notre présentation. Donc premièrement, on va vous expliquer l'hydroponie, ses origines. Ensuite, la méthodologie et la recherche. Puis les avantages, les résultats. Puis on va passer au budget et aux ressources pour finalement finir avec les remerciements.
Donc, l'hydroponie, ça veut dire quoi et quelles sont les origines du mot? L'hydroponie vient du mot grec hydro, ça veut dire eau, et du grec ponos, ça veut dire travail. Et c'est la méthode de culture en utilisant principalement l'eau et pas de la terre. L'hydroponie est une méthode de culture des plantes. Donc les racines sont nourries par une solution directement appliquée sur leurs racines.
Les systèmes de l'hydroponie. Alors, est-ce que tout le monde sait ce que c'est que l'hydroponie? On va prétendre que non. Alors, alors comme vous savez déjà ce que c'est, je vous incite à ne pas l'utiliser pour le cannabis et le tabac. Mais également, j'aimerais donc vous présenter déjà toute la structure qu'il y a derrière. Alors, on a plusieurs parties. Alors, on a déjà deux réservoirs très importants parce que les plantes consomment de l'eau. Et après, donc, s'il manque de l'eau, le réservoir numéro 2 doit en rajouter dans le réservoir numéro 1. Pour ça, on a besoin d'une pompe, juste ici. On a nos plantes, bien évidemment, parce que l'hydroponie sans plantes, ça ne nous sert pas à grand-chose. Et on doit également ajouter de l'oxygène et des nutriments afin de remplacer la terre auxquelles les plantes n'ont pas accès. On a également plusieurs avantages. On a plus de gains pour les producteurs. On a une meilleure récolte. On a plus de récoltes parce qu'on peut planter plusieurs fois grâce à l'hydroponie. On a une récolte simple comme bonjour, comme j'ai écrit sur notre PowerPoint, parce que c'est très simple. Il n'y a qu'à sortir la plante de son petit pot, et déjà elle est là. On a moins de dépenses, donc en termes d'eau, d'arrosage, parce que l'eau, on la réutilise toujours, contrairement à la manière traditionnelle, et on a plus de potentiel de place, parce qu'on peut les faire pousser en hauteur sur les murs et sur notre tour ici présente.
Alors, c'est quoi les résultats attendus? Alors, l'hydroponie va permettre à nos plantes d'avoir plus de racines et des racines plus solides. Il y aura aussi une récolte abondante, ça veut dire qu'il y aura plus de plantes. En plus de ça, les plantes sont bio. Il n'y aura pas besoin de pesticides parce qu'il n'y a pas de cafards, il n'y a pas de nuisibles, puisque tout est dans l'eau. Les plantes seront en meilleure santé. Si vous plantez aussi des fruits ou des légumes, il y aura des chances qu'ils ont plus de saveur. Et les plantes évoluent dans un monde marin, c'est-à-dire sans terre, et avec beaucoup plus d'eau, et ça apporte aussi d'autres bénéfices.
Donc parlons maintenant du budget et des ressources. Alors pour notre prototype à nous, ce qu'on a utilisé, c'est les graines de basilic qui ont poussé. On a le plastique pour imprimante 3D, le PLA, et également l'eau pour que les plantes poussent. Après, pour le commerce, je suppose, je suis même très sûr qu'il sera possible, ou qu'il est même déjà possible en ce moment, d'utiliser du plastique recyclé. Et pour la construction, tout a été fabriqué au Makerspace.
Comment nous sommes arrivés là?
Nous vous l'avons expliqué tout à l'heure.
Ouais, c'est ça. Et maintenant, les remerciements. On commence avec un merci au vous, au jury, pour l'audience.
Merci au FJSL pour l'événement.
Ensuite, merci pour l'attention et pour tout le monde, pour votre attention.
Merci au public pour leur présence.
Un grand merci au Makerspace pour leur aide.
Ensuite, un grand merci à mes coéquipiers ici présents.
Et aussi un grand merci à la régie et toute l'organisation de cet événement.
Let's have a chat with Steve and get to know him better. His interview will be followed directly with our 3 contestants on their hydroponic systems.
After all these interviews, it'll be time for a quick lunch break. We'll be back at 1:15. See you then.
Hello. Your presentation was very interesting. Something not as common. It was about maths, something that many people are scared of. What brought you to go down the math path? What inspires you?
In general, my decision to do math is just because I enjoy it. I guess if you're asking why or how I came across my passion for math, I'm not sure myself. I don't think I really pushed myself hard in primary school, so it was not something like a long-term passion or anything. I don't know, I think just exploring online, like YouTube, there are some nice YouTube channels, Numberphile.
Excellent one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Or Michael Penn, he does some interesting problems. Yeah, I think those channels kind of gave me a passion for math. And also math competitions. I think that was kind of what every year brought me back to math and kept that consistency there, yeah.
What made you participate to the contest? Because it's another competition here, but it's not like a math competition where you need to solve mathematical problems. It's more something where you need to present something.
As in this one?
Yes, as in this one, yes.
I'm not sure, actually. I don't think I would have necessarily done Jonk Fuerscher if I didn't have had a project.
Okay.
I think, for me, I started with the project, and then it actually evolved into something where I had like some tangible results, and then I thought, you know what, maybe this is quite interesting for the general public, because it was not something so complicated or so abstract that you need very profound background knowledge. But that does not mean that I didn't prioritize Jonk Fuerscher. When I was writing the paper and gathering the results, I thought
that was an opportunity on top of
a good opportunity. Yeah,
I see.
It goes hand in hand. Yeah.
Okay. I've seen the end of your presentation. It seems that the jury was really interested into what you were doing. We sadly don't have so many math projects being presented during the Jonk Fuerscher. What would you say to someone willing to maybe take on the same path as you? What would you recommend people to do?
For a math project?
Yes, for a math project specifically.
I think definitely you need somebody around you who already is quite good at math, or somebody who has experience in math projects. So maybe that's a math teacher, a math professor, maybe if you have a parent or a sibling who's quite passionate about math, because very often what is the case is that you start and then you get stuck. For instance, I got very stuck on the main theorem that I proved in my paper about the distribution of these edge points. This was something I spent weeks probably trying to think about just how to approach it. Because, you know, in school, you have a math problem, you know the method, it's just about doing the method. In math research, you have to find the method. And so I definitely needed, and I leveraged the support that I had from a mentor, so yeah.
now that you have presented the project to us, how do you see math develop in the future? Do you think there are some areas that have not yet been explored, or is there a clear goal where math is going to lead us? How do you envision math and our future?
Well, I guess on the topic of new branches of math, there's always like for instance, my project is about a relatively new, I wouldn't say obscure, but kind of not a very important field in the sense that not many people know about it. At the end of the day, it is kind of a recreational math project, but there's always room for such projects. And definitely that's how I got my inspiration from math, looking at other people on YouTube doing such projects. And then in the sense of, in the context of, math being used in the future, I think generally the best way to go forward is that you let people who are passionate about math do stuff that, fuels their curiosity and makes them joyous, and from that you should expect better research output or valuable output. I think it's not the right way to go into math, or any science for that matter, trying to get valuable output. No, you should try and go for things that get you excited or pique your curiosity. Yeah.
Yes, I think the branches are so numerous. There are so many possibilities nowadays in mathematics. Some people are doing highly abstract projects that are really advanced in mathematics, but you get some of the last middle fields that are actually applied projects for physics. Or so it's what would you be more interested into? These more abstract number theories or more applications? What would be your preference for future career if you had to take mathematics path?
I know it will change, but at the moment I'm more interested in kind of theoretical applications.
Yes.
Or generally exploring math theoretically, but then seeing how it can be applied practically.
Okay.
Same thing goes for my project. It came out of kind of a theoretical inspiration and background, but then in the end there is some hints that it can be used practically in physics. So. But that's just me. It's for everybody. It's different.
Of course.
Fair enough. There are great personalities in maths who explored it and created the foundation that we are using today. Is there one person that you are looking up to that inspired you, or are you more like exploring it on your own?
In math or just in general?
In math.
In math, yeah.
A lot of people.
Who is your superhero?
I think nowadays the standard answer is you just go for the most accomplished mathematician, Terence Tao.
Okay.
I don't know. Euler is great.
Yes.
I mean, he did so much, and so long ago as well. Maybe the funny answer would be Fermat, Pierre de Fermat, because in the end today he had a great impact, but he didn't prove a lot of his results.
He's still causing a couple of headaches nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. I can imagine how funny it was, after he passed away, for people to come across his... he had this copy of this Diophantus book.
Yeah. I found it, but I won't explain to you because it's too...
because the margin is too small. So he's a funny guy. Maybe I go with him,
Okay.
Perfect. But then thank you very much for being here with us, for your project, for your presentation. It was very interesting. And I hope we can see you maybe in the future again.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, do you have another project that you're working on?
Not at the moment, no. I am kind of just chilling now.
We'd love to see you again next year in any case.
I'll try and make it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then I wish you a wonderful day. I hope that you will find some time to check the other project.
Yeah, for sure.
And then I guess we're going to see what awaits us next.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Moin.
Moin.
Sind Sie da zufrieden mit der Präsentation?
Also ich meine schon.
Ja?
Ich gebe so noch. Geht.
Geht aber so ein bisschen unsicher.
Schon Gefühl, das hat dem Jury nicht so gut gefallen, wie ich gehofft hat. Sie haben aber viel Fragen gestellt und haben sich mehr interessiert, wie ich am Anfang gedacht habe. War alles umgedreht, ein bisschen auf der Kopf, wie ich mir das hier gestellt habe.
Ja, das möchten sie so. Du hast nicht wie gewisse Erwartungen und da könnt ganz anders, wie ihr meint. Aber normalerweise an der Jury auch viel Fragen stellt, da ist das auch Interesse da. Also, ich meine, ich kann dich beruhigen, das ist wahrscheinlich besser gelaufen, wie du gedacht hast. Aber ja, die seid hier zu dritt, Elohai. Was wären dann Inspirationen für zu sagen, okay, wir gehen in dort weh? Also, selbst gewirrscht oder hat alle Menschen eine andere Motivation für zu sagen, das ist das Projekt, auf dem wir schaffen? Fang mal einfach bei dir an. Was war deine Motivation?
Also am Anfang, weil wir sind 3 Kollegen.
Ja.
Und wir sind ein Kerl, also ich habe doch schon beim Jury erzählt, wir sind am Anfang ein Kerl rausgegangen zusammen. Dann haben wir gesehen, in Damm, die Pflanze so arrosiert wird. Und da habe ich am Anfang gemerkt, wie viel Wasser da verschwindet. Und dann haben wir am Anfang alles ein Projekt da geschafft.
Okay, das ist für dich selbst, oder?
Ja, genau. Also wir hatten das gesehen und dann haben wir es gedurcht, weil die Umwelt ja war eine wichtige Sache so für die Zukunft und dann wollten wir etwas drüber schaffen und dann sind wir halt, haben wir es recherchiert und sind wir halt auf den Weg gekommen.
Super. Und dann hast du Diskrepanzen an der Recherche, wo da nicht immer mal näher verstanden wird, oder war das immer auf demselben Dampfer?
Also zum Beispiel viele Münero-Prototyp 3D geprintet.
Ja.
Zum Beispiel hier wollte für die Bass wollte hier eine Kohlen machen und ich wollte mehr einen Pont machen. Und zum Schluss haben wir aber Kohlen gemacht.
Okay, das ist die, da war immer alles zusammen.
Also im Großen und Ganzen waren wir aber auch verstanden über die Sachen.
Super. Gab es doch verschiedene Momente, wo du hängen geblieben bist an einem Projekt, oder?
Ja, also ich besonders beim 3D-Printen. Ich denke immer, es wäre fertig, aber ne, da ist etwas Kleines, dann muss ich noch von 4 Uhr aufhängen. Und das ist immer eine ganz Sauerei mit dem Printer. Und plus schon da am Makerspace, das da Iva gemacht. Und hier und da ist auch immer ein Schlang für den Drucker zu kriegen. Das geht zu einem Krieg, für den Drucker zu kriegen. Ich konnte aber ganz viel Hilfe. Und ohne Hilfe, auch vom Makerspace, wäre das wirklich nicht durchgegangen.
Okay, aber wie bist du dann mit dem umgegangen, also wo dann nicht so funktioniert hat, wie du es wollt? Wie seid ihr mit dem umgegangen, für dann darüber wegzukommen und einfach bei der Stange zu bleiben?
Immer so, dass das eine Fettsauerei ist. Das ist mal ein wichtiger Punkt.
Ja. Ein guter Präge, ja.
Also das war, ich mache immer gerne Sachen perfekt und das hat mich dann noch gestört, dass das nicht so gut war, wie es sein. Und dann sollte ich mir ja respektieren dich selber und die Arbeit anständig, so dass es geht.
Ja, das ist selber Motivation, mir wahrscheinlich doch geholfen, dass er zu dritt sieht, oder?
Ja.
Ich gegenseitig zu pushen.
Ja.
Super. Hat er nach einer Zukunftsvision, wo das Projekt soll weitergehen, oder ist das für ihr schon aufgeschlossen?
Also für mich meine ich, dass es aufgeschlossen. Also ich wollte mich echt mehr global an der Energie konzentrieren. Ich merke, wie interessiert ich darüber bin par rapport zu anderen Leuten. Ich weiß nicht, ob das wird mehr gemacht, das Hydroponie, ich weiß nicht, ob ihn das noch ganz viel braucht, weil das geht schon ein bisschen hergestellt. Ich gebe mich echt auf Solarpanelen fokussieren und alles, was Energie angeht, weil von den her, was längst rechts gesagt geht, denkt sich, dass wirklich Solarpaneele eine gute Zukunft
ja. Okay, hast du da schon Ideen, wo du willst hingehen, oder?
Also ich habe noch gar keine Idee.
Noch gar keine Idee, ja?
War mir auch noch
nicht. Das heißt, du wärst dann der Driving Force und soll du hingehen?
Moi, also dann fange ich direkt mit der Person, mit einem neuen Projekt. Da sind ich schon motiviert. Das
super.
Sind ich schon dran, da war dann schon ewig.
Perfekt, das ist nächstes Jahr vielleicht sehen wir dann schon die ersten Resultate, oder meinst du, es wird noch ein bisschen lang dauern?
Ich hoffe.
Wie ist es bei ihr? Hast du auch schon Ideen, ob wir dann eine Summe schaffen, ob wir etwas Eigenes machen? Wie gesagt das?
Oh, also, mir ist das egal, wenn man mal zusammen will schaffen, dann so nicht, ne?
Ja.
Aber vielleicht manchmal ob es ich weiß noch nicht, also muss ich sagen,
Okay.
dass wir mir das Projekt auch geschafft gehabt. Ich meine, du warst froh, dass ich
froh
genau,
ja.
mehr, aber bestimmt machen wir, wenn noch etwas gibt, so.
Super. Und wie ist es bei dir?
Ja, also ich meine, also ich weiß nicht, ob man noch ein Projekt zusammen machen, aber auf jeden Fall bleiben wir noch mal Kollegen.
Okay, die schon mal von dem Projekt wird nicht alles versteuert. Super. Ja, dann sind wir mal gespannt, was dann der Zukunft so rüberbringt. Und dann hoffe ich, dass er dann auch neu von einem zusammen schafft.
Die werden auch von uns hören.
Das ist gut zu hören. Aber das wünsche ich vielmals merci, dass du Heimat gemacht hast. Ich hoffe, dir hat Spaß.
Ja, viel. Das war wirklich eine große Erfahrung, wo den neue Leute kennengelernt, neue Projekte, neue Sachen entdeckt auch. Und ich war wirklich etwas beigebracht. Ich wusste nicht, ich hatte ein bisschen am Anfang mit dem Blender geschafft, und ich konnte direkt etwas ganz Einfaches dahin. An einem Tag ist das schon ganz einfach gegangen. Ich kann 3D drucken, das konnte ich nicht machen. Ich kann ein bisschen programmieren, nicht ganz viel, und noch modellieren, 3D.
Ja, weil das die Idee auch, dass ihr neben verschiedenen Skills oder Sachen lernt, während ihr ein Projekt schafft, realisiert, wie viele Sachen da zusammenkommen. Und das schenkt bei Jeschu wirklich gut alles zusammengespielt. Und auch an Tagen so ein bisschen frustrierend war.
Ja.
Ich hatte auch noch eine Internetseite gemacht. Okay. Das Produkt, aber du musst ich mein PC resetten. Und ich vergesse, das zu saven, dass ich mir den Seed verloren.
Oh, nee.
Ich meine, ich könnte ein paar Tage aber auch rummachen, also das lohnt nicht Dramatisches.
Ganz gern. An der Zeit, du das zu machen, kannst du ruhig schnell auschecken. Vielleicht kann man das dann noch bei deinem Projekt dabei sein.
Oder vielleicht für nächstes Jahr.
Zum Beispiel, ja. Dann hast du schon ein Ziel.
Was mich wirklich erstaunt hat, ich habe wirklich gemerkt, wo ich die Sachen modelliert habe, und ich gedacht, es gibt so Stunden brauchen. Und meistens haben uns so 2 bis 3 Mal so lang gedauert, und das hatte ich am Anfang nicht gedacht. Also, das Projekt dauert immer mehr lang, wie will. Und ich, wie ich auch schon für so, ich mache immer die Sache ganz gerne. So, dass sie perfekt sind, dann brauche ich schon 2 Mal mehr Zeit wie die anderen. Wenn ich noch ein Projekt mache, dauert das ganz lang. Aber solange Motivation da ist, dann meine ich, geht das Projekt vom selben.
Ja, super, wir hoffen, dass das heute durch motiviert wird, dass du so direkt das nächste Projekt.
Ja.
Voilà. Aber da wünsche ich noch einen wunderschönen Tag.
Merci gleichfalls.
Die Sonntag könnt ihr ja noch per Projekten von anderen Leuten gucken gehen.
Ja, sicher.
Vielleicht ist ja dann ein Austausch möglich, vielleicht fandet ihr auch noch Inspiration. Also hoffen, dass da noch ein flotter Weekend wird.
Das ist ja auch Teil vom Projekt.
Genau das. Aber dann noch einen wunderschönen Tag.
Merci gleichfalls.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream of a 50-second National Jonk Fuerscher Contest. Now, we have Alexander Lebdev, who has come all the way from Austria, who will now present his project called Evaluating the Effects of Acid Rain in a Controlled Environment. Please welcome him on stage.
One, two, three, check. Hello, jury. Hello, judges. I hope you're all doing well. And today I'll be presenting my project on which I've worked for the last few months, titled Evaluating the Effects of Acid Rain in a Controlled Environment. So acid rain is a relatively new phenomenon, only coming into being in the 1960s, and it was discovered in the USA, and it's mostly a product of human activities. Acid rain is usually formed when gases such as nitrogen oxide or sulfur dioxide enter the atmosphere after burning fossil fuels, and there they mix with water particles in the atmosphere, creating strong acids such as H2SO4 or NHO3, so sulfuric acid or nitric acid, which later rain down towards the Earth. Acid rain was a prevailing issue in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and up to the 90s, and it took a really big toll on our ozone layer. Nowadays, acid rain is not as prevailing in the world as it used to be a couple of decades back, but it is still a prevailing issue in industrial districts such as Northern America, Eastern Russia, and Southern China, where it is especially prevailing. Most plants affected by acid rain are usually rootless or small-rooted plants, since acid rain usually deprives the soil of all the minerals in the ground. Water reservoirs are also at great risk of acid attacks, since infested waters with acid can no longer be drunk. For my experiment, I talked to my school, and they donated sulfuric acid to me. It was highly diluted sulfuric acid, so it was 25% sulfuric acid, meaning a quarter acid and 3/4 water, with a molar weight of 3. And even with that value, it was already at a negative pH. I then used a logarithm and the acid-base formula to calculate how much of the acid would need to be added to 400 milliliters of water to decrease the pH of the water from around 7.3 to around 4. And after completing that step, I added the acid, I mixed it, I made sure that the pH was at a 4, and then added it to a glass flask with a spray installed on top of it, and then sprayed it over a ficus plant, which I later observed for a week. So my hypothesis was that the plant would be less flaccid and would lose an abundant amount of leaves within the week I set the experiment in, and as well as that it would partially fail to hyposynthesize, since it would lose an abundant amount of leaves. So the effects began to show after the first day, since the leaves began to discolor themselves, and after the first day, leaves could be observed accumulating themselves near the stem of the plant on the ground. The second day showed the same effects, and upon analysis under a microscope, black lines could be seen lining the leaves, and it was theorized that those were acid burns, and the theory was later reinforced by the fact that upon analyzing leaves with holes in them, the black lines concentrated around the holes. So as you can see here, the plant that's leaning towards the left, that's the acid-infested plant, and as you can see here, it's more leaning towards the left. As you can see here, the box is littered with the leaves at the bottom, and most leaves have discolored themselves, while this plant and the plant there, it's the plant on the right, are growing normally. This plant is tilting towards the left and losing an abundant amount of leaves. Here you could see the step-by-step leaf discoloration. For example, this is a leaf from day 1, that's the leaf from day 3, and that's the leaf from day 5. As you can see, the leaf from day 5 is completely eroded by the acid. And here are the black lines I talked about before. As you can see, they're completely lining up the leaf. So conclusion, even though nowadays acid rain is mostly dispersed, it is only secluded towards industrial areas, it is still there. For example, there are areas in Europe which are acid sensitive. For example, in Scandinavia has experienced several minor acid rainstorms, and in the European part of Russia there are quite a lot of acid deposits, and if they're not taken care of properly, that can lead to an environmental catastrophe. We as humans can prevent that by reducing our dependency on fossil fuels and moving towards greener and more reliable and renewable energy. Atomic energy is certainly an option, but the European Union is moving away from atomic energy. For example, Germany and Belgium have shut down multiple nuclear power plants over the past few years. Nevertheless, this project has been a success and helped convey the message that acid rain is a prevailing threat in nature, and even with the smallest amounts of acid, they can leave a long-lasting effect on our environment.
Now let's hear from some of our former Jonk Fuerscher and their encouraging words to this year's and future contestants.
Hey, ich bin Dylan. Und ich bin schon bei Jonk Fuerscher mitgemacht, in 2018 und 2019. Und das Jahr sind ich als Volontär dabei. Und für allem das Jahr ist es ganz schwer. Also wünsche ich jedem Verein, der mitmacht, viel Courage und viel Glück.
Hey Jonk Fuerscher participants, my name's Alex Cowan, I'm an alumni of the contest, and I'm currently on campus at the University of Queensland in Australia, where I'm studying a Bachelor of Chemical and Material Engineering. You see that over there? That's our new chemical engineering building, that glass thing. It's awesome. I just wanted to commend you guys for putting in the effort to participate in this year's edition of the Jonk Fuerscher Contest, because it's one of the best things you can do at this age to get in contact with the scientific community. It's the first step into all of this, where you meet people who are like you, who think in the same way you do, and everything. It's just fantastic. You feel like you're where you're meant to be. So this is where I'm meant to be. Where could the Jonk Fuerscher lead you?
Moin, mein Name ist Elis und ich bin für mittlerweile 10 Jahre für die allererste Mal beim Jonk Fuerscher Konkurs mitgemacht. Es war damals wirklich eine extrem flotte Erfahrung für mich, die mir aber auch für die Zukunft ganz viel mit auf den Weg gehen hat. Und genau das wünsche ich euch auch. Ich wünsche euch ganz viel Spaß, ich strecke nicht Daumen und ich freue mich auf das Projekt.
Hey, best of luck for the National Jonk Fuerscher Contest and make sure to enjoy it.
Hallo, ich bin Charles, ich bin bei Jonk Fuerscher 2011 und 2012 mitgemacht. Und ich wünsche dir ganz viel Spaß dieses Weekend beim Konkurs. Es ist super, dass der so weit gepackt wird. Und ich drücke dir ganz fest Daumen. Bonne Chance.
Liebe Jonk Fuerscher, lo ist es soweit. Endlich könnt ihr die Früchte von ihrer Arbeit präsentieren und erste Frohe von der Jury stellen. Seid ihr schon abgeregt? Ich war ungefähr 24 Jahre auf ihrer Platz und ich muss sagen, das hat mein Leben komplett verändert. Ich gehe heute wahrscheinlich nicht hier sitzen am Naturmuseum, aber mit Fossilien forschen. Ich wünsche euch auf alle Fall für den Konkurs alles Gute, viel Spaß, viele neue Bekanntschaften und ich bin mir sicher, wenn das ein paar Jahre auf den Moment zurückblickt, dann wird er so ein Dog auf die Weiche gestellt. Toi, toi, toi.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicola Hurst, a Young Scientist alum, and I'm just here to wish you the best of luck for the Young Scientist Contest this year. I can't wait to see the projects that you've been working on. Good luck.
Hey guys, Shinem here. I took part in the 2018 Jonk Fuerscher Contest and I wanted to wish you all participating in this year's contest the best of luck. Hope you take all the opportunities coming towards you and I hope you meet loads of new people and most importantly have so much fun. So once again, the best of luck.
What a great video! And you may have recognized Dylan Ramzuran, who is participating again, this time with Elina Schweitzer. Their project is titled Microgrowth, the Benefits of Mycorrhiza. Let's hear all about it.
Mein Name ist Alina.
Und mein Name ist Dylan.
Und willkommen zu unserem Projekt namens Microgrow, der unsichtbare Gärtner. Ich werde nun eine Frage an den Publikum stellen. Was wisst ihr über die Symbiose zwischen Pflanzen und Pilzen?
Okay. Wir werden jetzt mit verschiedenen Fakten von einer Symbiose zwischen Pflanzen und Pilzen sagen.
Also generell zwischen Pflanzen und Pilzen ist immer eine Symbiose vorhanden. Beispielsweise in unserem Fall der Mykorrhiza-Pilz. Er liefert Nährstoffe für die Pflanzen. Des Weiteren ermöglicht der Mykorrhiza-Pilz anhand seiner Hyphen eine Kommunikation zwischen Pflanzen untereinander. Des Weiteren hat Mykorrhiza die Gabe, organische Stoffe zu anorganische Stoffe für die Pilze herzustellen. Die Pflanze macht anhand Photosynthese Zucker, denn dieser Pilz kann halt Zucker selbst nicht herstellen. Auf dieser Abbildung, also in diesem Kästchen, könnt ihr halt die Mykorrhiza-Hyphen erkennen. Die Mykorrhiza-Hyphen, die verbinden sich mit den Wurzeln der Pflanzen.
Durch unsere Gartenarbeit in der Schule haben wir gelernt, wie wichtig ein gesundes Mikrobiom für die Gesundheit einer Pflanze ist. Und dadurch haben wir auch unsere Interesse an das Pilzwurzel, auch Mykorrhiza genannt, geweckt, da wir in unserem eigenen Garten Probleme mit unseren Pflanzen hatten. Und wir haben auch hier eine mikroskopische Aufnahme eines Ektomykorrhizas, der eine Symbiose mit einem Pilz eingeht.
Es gibt unzählige Vorteile, den Pilz zu benutzen. Beispielsweise der Mykorrhiza-Pilz verbirgt einige Vorteile. Beispielsweise er fördert den Wurzelbau der Pflanzen. Beispielsweise, also noch ein anderer Fall ist beispielsweise, er fördert auch die Nährstoffzufuhr für die Pflanzen. Dies fördert somit die Effizienz der Nährstoffzunahme. Des Weiteren hat Mykorrhiza auch noch die Fähigkeit, im Boden Wasser zu speichern anhand von seinen Hyphen.
Und genau aus diesem Grund haben wir uns auch gefragt, inwiefern die variierende Menge an Mykorrhiza den Pflanzenwachstum beeinflusst. Um auf diese Frage zu antworten, haben wir zu Hause in einem Pflanzenzuchtzelt die Pflanze Ipomoea purpurea mit verschiedenen Mengen an Mykorrhiza angepflanzt. Dabei haben wir verschiedene Variablen sowie die Raumtemperatur von 18 Grad Celsius und die Luftfeuchtigkeit von 80% konstant gehalten. Andere Variablen sowie die Wassermengen und die Lichtintensität wurden mit der Zeit des Wachstums angepasst. Und wir haben also insgesamt 16 Pflanzen, wobei 4 Pflanzen ohne Mykorrhiza als Negativkontrolle dienen und 4 Pflanzen mit unserem Pflanzenwachstumshormon Superthrive als Positivkontrolle dienen. Diese Werte dienen uns auch als Maßstab. Wir haben aber auch 8 Pflanzen mit variierenden Mengen von Mykorrhiza von einmal 5 Gramm, einmal 10 Gramm, 20 Gramm und 60 Gramm benutzt und untersucht.
Des Weiteren auf diesem Bild könnt ihr unsere Pflanze sehen während der Projektarbeit. Dieses Bild ist entstanden kurz vor Ende unserer Projektarbeit. Um unsere Werte zu bestimmen, haben wir zuerst die Pflanzen, also die Wurzeln, mit dem Wasser von der Erde getrennt. Also wir haben die Wurzeln im Wasser gewaschen, um halt die Erde zu trennen. Daraufhin haben wir dann die Pflanzen im Ofen getrocknet. Hier könnt ihr es sehen. Im späteren Verlauf haben wir dann die getrocknete Biomasse anhand von einer Waage halt die Messwerte bestimmen lassen.
Unsere Ergebnisse ergeben dann auch,
dass wir einen durchschnittlichen Anstieg der Biomasse der Pflanzen ohne Wurzelwerk beobachten können. Und zwar liegt der durchschnittliche Wert der Pflanzen 5 bis 12, die Mykorrhiza hatten, bei 0,27 Gramm. Im Vergleich dazu ist der Durchschnittswert der Masse der Pflanzen 1 bis 4, die ohne Mykorrhiza gewachsen sind, bei 0,21 Gramm. Wir haben auch die Masse der Pflanzen mit Wurzelwerk bestimmt und es gibt auch einen Anstieg, jedoch sind diese Werte weniger aussagekräftig. Wir haben aber insgesamt bei den Pflanzen einen Anstieg der Biomasse von 27% im Vergleich zu den Pflanzen ohne Mykorrhiza beobachten können.
Inwiefern ist Mykorrhiza hilfreich? Wir konnten sehr viele Beobachtungen sammeln. Beispielsweise, wo wir die Wurzelwaschung betrieben hatten anhand von Wasser, haben wir festgestellt, dass das Wurzelwerk einen stärkeren Wachstum hatten, also die Pflanzen, die mit Mykorrhiza hinzugefügt wurden. Daraufhin haben wir noch einige weitere Beobachtungen festgestellt, wie beispielsweise, dass die Pflanzen, die mit Mykorrhiza bestäubt wurden, dass sie schneller in die Höhe geschossen sind und halt einen besseren Wachstum hatten als Pflanzen, die weniger Mykorrhiza vorhanden hatten oder gar keinen Mykorrhiza hatten. Des Weiteren, was wir noch gemerkt haben, ist, wenn wir die Pflanzen bewässert haben mit Wasser, haben wir gesehen, dass einige Pflanzen, dass der Boden, also der Boden, wo sich im Topf befand, halt mehr feucht war. Das heißt, also wir haben eine Schlussfolgerung gezogen, dass anhand den Hyphen, also wegen den Hyphen von Mykorrhiza, dass die Hyphen halt besser das Wasser einlagern konnten im Boden. Somit konnten wir schlussfolgern von unserem Experiment, dass 10 Gramm Mykorrhiza die Idealbedingungen waren für einen perfekten Pflanzenwachstum. Wir haben jeweils die Menge variiert, wie wir bereits gesagt haben, und konnten somit feststellen, dass mehr als 10 Gramm Mykorrhiza keinen Vorteil hatte.
Und jetzt kommen wir zu Verbesserungsvorschlägen, denn wir hatten verschiedene Probleme. Und ja, okay, vielen Dank. Und wir danken euch für eure Aufmerksamkeit.
Handing over to Ben, who's now joined by Lucy, science communicator and writer at the FNR, and hear all about Alexander and what motivated him to travel all this way.
Hello, Alexander. You've just been on stage. How was that?
It was a pretty nerve-wracking experience at the beginning, but when I actually got into it, it was pretty magical, and I actually enjoyed it.
And how were the questions from the jury afterwards?
They were pretty harsh, I'd say, but they were actually pretty critical, and they had most of their points were pretty good, and they were pretty well worded.
Okay, and maybe did some questions inspire you?
Some questions did inspire me. For example, there was one pretty critical question that was aimed at my experiment, and it said that I conducted the experiment wrong, and I think that's a point where one could learn from. So I think in my next experiment, if I were to conduct an experiment based on plants and acid, I'd improve on that and make the experiment more long-term.
Very good. And do you plan on doing that again, or was this your first time, by the way?
First time, no, this is not my first FGSL time. This is my third project in FGSL. But if I was brutally honest, I would not repeat the experiment again, and I would instead focus more on aerospace engineering and propulsion.
So we're definitely going to see you again, though.
Yeah, definitely. Next year I plan on coming back and doing another experiment.
So you were talking about changing the topic slightly. Is there a reason for that? Is there like a new inspiration that came that made you now choose a different path of research?
Frankly, no. In FGSL, all these years, I've been experimenting with different topics. For example, biology, or for example, yeah, actually, most of my projects were based on biology, and I think I want to do something from my own interest. But I've always faced the dilemma that my interests cannot be replicated on a house level. But next year, I think I'll do more or less theoretical sciences, and I'll present the project as theory.
Very well. As a veteran who has already partaken quite often, what would be some recommendation that you could pass to the next generations?
To the next generations, I think don't procrastinate while doing your project, and actually focus, make a plan for it, and when the day of your presentation comes, don't be nervous and actually have fun.
That's good advice, because it is about having fun and following your interests. That's why I think it's a good idea to go after something that you like. Now that you were talking about starting off with a lot of biology and now switching to something else, what was then your main inspiration or your main motivating factor to be like, yes, I'm going to do different projects, different presentations?
I think there was really no definite factor. I think it was me just thrashing about and trying to order and choose something that would suit me. But I think I will already, next year I'll settle for something that'll suit me.
Very well. We are looking forward to it.
Yes, thank you very much.
And then we wish you a wonderful day. I hope you will have the time to check the other contestants and their presentations.
Of course.
And then we're going to see who our next contestants are going to be.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
The 14th project of a day is by Kina Bandari, titled Evaluating the Efficiency of Hydroponic Farming. Her project consists of building an at-home hydroponic farm and comparing it to a traditional farm. Stay tuned if you want to find out how it works.
So, hello, my name is Kina Bandari, and today I'll be presenting my project on hydroponic farming compared to traditional soil-based farming. So, let me start with the table of contents. Today, I'll first be giving a short introduction of hydroponics, what they are and how they work. Next, I'll be showing you my hydroponic farm and explaining my experiment. Then I'll show you my results, and I'll be explaining how hydroponics may or may not be able to replace soil-based farming. Finally, I'll be drawing a conclusion of whether hydroponics could be in the future of agriculture and whether implementing hydroponics is effective and convenient. Agriculture has been around for thousands of years. Humanity has been growing crops in similar ways throughout its entire existence. Although there have definitely been advances in agricultural technology, such as pesticides, fertilizers, and tractors, isn't it time to further improve this essential way of using the resources that our planet provides us with? Hydroponic farming is growing plants in water rather than in soil. The nutrient-rich water provides all the resources that the plant needs to grow quickly and healthily. Through my experiment, I wanted to test whether hydroponic farming could replace traditional farming. To be able to do this, hydroponic farming would have to be able to meet three main criteria. Number one, is it convenient? Two, is it cost-effective? And three, would it be able to keep up with the high demand of crops? So to test my questions, I decided to make my own miniature hydroponic farm. So I'm going to quickly go through my experiment. So during my experiment, I used a 17-liter box to make an at-home hydroponic farm. I balanced the pH of the water, as well as added fertilizers, and bought an air stone to aerate the water. Here you can see the progression of all the pH tests I had to do to go from a pH of about 8 to a pH of 6. Here is a scheme of my hydroponic farm. You can see that it's quite simple, but it achieves the task of growing my plants. The plants I used for this experiment were carrots, spring onions, garlic, and mint. There was one set of each vegetable in a hydroponic farm and one in a traditional farm. Throughout the experiment, I measured the length of the spring onions, which were the main plants that I could measure the length of. I did make sure, however, to take photos of all the other plants every day. My original plan was to continue this experiment for 5 days, which is what I put in my project paper. However, after beginning to grow the plants, I realized that 5 days wasn't enough to see a very clear difference between the growth of some of the plants. So I decided to continue this experiment between the time I had handed in the project paper and the day of the presentation. So today, I'll be showing all of my results. Here is a picture of my hydroponic farm. You can see the air stone, the plants, and the fact that I added nutrients and balanced the pH of the water. So for my results, I'll be giving a side-by-side comparison of the plants on day 1 compared to the final day of my experiment. Here is the traditionally grown spring onion on day 1. It started at 1 centimeter tall and ended at 23.3 centimeters. Here is the hydroponically grown spring onion on day 1. It also started at 1 centimeter tall. However, it ended at 26.2 centimeters, which is 2.9 centimeters more than the traditional ones. Now, here's a graph I made showing the growth of the spring onions. You can see that there wasn't too much of a difference between traditional and hydroponic spring onions at the beginning, but around day 10, the hydroponic spring onions grew far more than the traditional spring onions. Now, here are the garlic plants on day 1, and here's the traditionally grown garlic on the final day. However, my hydroponically grown garlic didn't grow. I think this could be because garlic is generally grown underground, so it's possible that I overwatered it and it ended up rotting. Now, here are the carrots on day 1. Here is the traditionally grown carrot on day 21, which grew quite a lot. No, sorry. This is the hydroponically grown carrot, which grew a lot. But my traditional carrot died. So obviously, this doesn't mean that carrots cannot grow traditionally. And I'll be explaining what I think this could have meant in a few minutes. Now, here's my garlic on day 1. And this is the hydroponic garlic on the final day. You can see that it grew quite a lot, and it grew quite well. And the traditionally grown garlic also grew, however, it did end up drying up. the results of my mint and garlic do not mean that these plants cannot grow traditionally. But I think it could be because the amount of attention I gave them was perhaps not enough compared to what they needed. But the hydroponically grown plants were given the same amount of attention, and they thrived. So we could interpret this to mean that hydroponic plants require less attention and are much easier to take care of than traditional plants, which need to be regularly watered and fertilized. So now I will quickly go over the viability of hydroponics industrially. Hydroponic farming has many advantages, such as being affordable, convenient, and compact, making them a good choice in smaller countries like Luxembourg, which may not have as much free land for agriculture. Hydroponics would also be able to keep up with the high demand of crops, as they in general grew faster than the soil-based farming. They also needed little maintenance compared to the soil-based farming. However, there are definitely some disadvantages, such as them not being suitable for all vegetables, as my experiment showed with the garlic, as well as it being a big change industrially that not all countries may want to adopt. So the conclusions that we can draw from this experiment are that hydroponic farming could be a viable replacement for traditional farming, as hydroponics are compact, affordable, and the growth of certain plants are faster in hydroponics than traditional farming. However, that being said, for certain plants, they do grow better traditionally. As of now, I believe that a reason that some plants grew far better in soil is because they usually grow underground. However, the carrots, which also grow underground, grew better in hydroponic farming. So it's difficult to draw a concrete conclusion about which type of plants grow better. This could be a very interesting experiment for future contests. So thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any questions.
Dylan is well known by the FJSL as both a contestant and a volunteer. And we are very excited to hear more from Alina. Let's go to them for a quick interview.
Moin, ich hoffe, die Präsentation ist gut gelaufen. Die hat anscheinend extrem viel zu sagen. Könnt ihr uns noch ein bisschen erläutern, was hat noch gefehlt, was noch gern gesagt hat an ihrer Präsentation?
Willst du gerne erzählen?
Ja, ich meine, wir hatten noch wir hatten noch gerne über die Art und Weise geschaut, wie wir unser Projekt gestalten wollten und was für Ideen wir hatten, weil wir am Anfang Schwierigkeiten hatten, wirklich ein Projekt aufzustellen, wo wir auch am Endeffekt spezifisch etwas gemacht haben.
Okay, ja. Und dann die Hütte gesagt, es geht um Bio, es geht um Pflanzen. Wo meint ihr, kann das Projekt an der Zukunft einen viel größeren Impact haben auf unsere Gesellschaft?
Also prinzipiell können das beispielsweise ganz gut in der Landwirtschaft benutzen, in den Mykorrhiza-Pilz. Und auch gerne auch Privatkonsum beispielsweise für den Garten. Weil generell fördert der Pilz hier Umfang, dass Pflanzen ineinander ganz gut kommunizieren können an Nährstoffzulieferung. Und wodurch das ganz interessant ist für die Landwirtschaft beispielsweise, auch bezogen auf die Umwelt, weil der Pilz wird Fähigkeit, Wasser am Boden speichern zu können. Das heißt beispielsweise an Dürreplätzen, ja, das ist am Anfang kein Geheimnis, mit dem Klimawandel ist eigentlich bekannt mittlerweile. Ich gebe mal so an Dürrenplätzen, wie zum Beispiel Italien geht momentan ja nicht als Dürreplatz gezählt, mit kann ja am Laufe von der Zeit ja zu einer mehrischen Platz gehen. Und zum Beispiel im Dove Mykorrhiza Pilz ganz vielseitig ersatzbar, zum Beispiel in der Landwirtschaft, für zu vermeiden, dass Menschen eine Hungersnotketten erleben.
Okay. Dann, ich meine, die Hütte hat ja zusammen geschafft, so wie man ein bisschen rausgefunden hat, ein Interview losgegangen ist. Die wird das zum den noch weitermachen, an Medizin gehen, an Bio gehen. Als der total ein Projekt, den ich gekickstartet hat, und wo der will später in ihrem Leben weiter drauf schaffen, oder wo der will es irgendwann mehr an andere Richtungen zu gehen an ihrem Studium?
Ja, also ich ging mal sagen, dass das Projekt auch größtenteils dadurch entstanden ist, weil ich ein großes Interesse in Biologie habe. Alina und ich arbeiten auch an der Schule in einer Beinoption zusammen. Und da haben wir am Garten eben zusammen geschafft. Und allgemein habe ich in Zukunft als Biolog einfach mehr bieten zu können, wie just das, was wir haben. Das bedeutet, wenn den auch als Biolog der Privatnutzer sowie an der Landwirtschaft durch eine bestimmte Pilz Hungersnot zum Beispiel verbessern könnt oder wirklich Bodenerosion an verschiedene Plätze, wie Talina auch schon so vermeiden könnt, dann sind ich ganz dafür.
Okay. Auch bei dir?
Also ich persönlich bin ganz interessiert in dem Bereich. Allerdings bin ich auch ganz offen für andere Arten von Biologie kennenzulernen. Und ich bin gespannt, was noch auf dieser Welt alles gibt. Und ja.
Super.
Super, ma Dir lo viel iwwer Passions zu de Science geschwert. Hut dann ich eng aner Passionen ausserhalb vun de Sciencen?
Also ich persönlich bin ein kleiner Künstler daheim. Ich zeichne gern. Die mich wissen nicht. Ja.
Hast du da noch genug Zeit dafür, wenn du so, ich meine, in eurem Projekt bestimmt viel Zeit kannst, ne? Hast du Zeit für zu malen oder das Zeichnen dann?
Also die letzte Zeit hatte ich kaum Zeit für mal anständig durchzuhalten, so mal so, weil das Projekt wird ganz viel Zeit beansprucht, weil Pflanzen ja oft müssen geguckt gehen, dass sie halt zum Beispiel kein Mehltausch bildet, also zum Beispiel, als ich kein Pilz bildet, würde ich immer oft müssen kontrollieren, den Wassergehalt an der müssen, Temperatur müssen, Luftdichtigkeit an der kontrollieren. Und auch prinzipiell, wenn wir gerade an der Premiere sind, an Examenszeit immer noch könnt, dass wir auch ganz viel für die Schule müssen halt schaffen, wodurch dann ein bisschen Freizeit eingeschränkt ist, was prinzipiell auch nicht schlimm ist. Aber sind immer froh, für etwas zu lernen.
Flott. Und Dylan, wie sagst du da, dass das bei dir auch so zeitintensiv gewesen oder hast du noch Zeit für andere Sachen?
Ja, also ich hatte nicht wirklich mehr Zeit für abends nach eine Serie zu gucken und dann schlafen zu gehen. Allgemein war das halt wirklich auch immens anstrengend, mit der Schule und dann nach dem Projekt vorbei alles zu managen.
Super, ich meine, da können wir mal für dich mal durchatmen. Wir sind noch einmal im Interview fertig. Vielmals merci, dass du hier wart.
Merci.
Merci, Unyesh.
Our next participant is Alexandra Doroshenko, and she investigated the effects of mold on us and the products around us. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing well right now. But did you know that right now in this room, mold is growing absolutely everywhere? It grows on the floor that I'm studying on right now. It's also growing on the walls of this room. And it can even grow on the chairs you're sitting now on. And so this is how I came to my research. I was curious what will be the effect on human, on what mold will have effect, which effect it will have on human if we expose it so much. So, but still, let's find out what is mold at the start. Mold is a type of multicellular fungi of green or gray color that develops on food or objects that have been left for too long in warm, wet air. What is also important, they produce such a thing as mycotoxins. Mycotoxins are very, very dangerous thing that can cause a lot of disease. Of course, our body and our immune system is resistant to some of them, but it still can cause cancer, such thing as CRS illness, which basically weakens our immune system, particularly in some organs. As I said, it can be absolutely everywhere. It's not only in this room, it can grow in water, it can grow on food everywhere. But let's come, why should you care about this project? So basically, by statistics of European Union of 2020, 7 out of 10 houses contain mold. And the number will still grow because of the global warming, because the conditions for this become more and more suitable. What else is important is that 99% of mold can cause us disease. I think it's a huge number, so, well, why not explore it? And 25% of crops throughout the world have problems with mold. Of course, it undergoes a huge cleaning afterwards, but still we cannot get rid of most, from all types of mold, because some of them invisible or they're resistant to something, so it still will be left. This is how I came to my main question of this presentation. Mold on which food product causes the human microbiome to degrade the most? For this project, I chose 5 group of products, which we usually use on our daily basis. I'm pretty sure you all use dairy products, fruits, vegetables, meats, and yeast in your daily life. So my key idea was to recreate the microbiome of small intestine using Escherichia coli. First, I will say why small intestine. Because when we eat mold, it of course undergoes mechanical digestion, but enzymes which we produce in our mouth, they cannot really digest mold. And so afterwards it goes to our stomach. And hydrochloric acid only in people with very strong immune system will digest it, but usually people cannot digest it. And then it goes to small intestine. Escherichia coli, because it's one of the most common bacteria in our small intestine, and it's interesting to explore it, and we could do this. So you don't have to read it. I'll explain each step of this, but it's a summary of my research here. But firstly, of course, safety comes first. I had to wear a mask all the time because frequent exposure to mold can cause a lot of disease. And I didn't touch it because, again, it could be left to my hands and I could inhale it afterwards, or I could eat it by mistake. And so I don't think that this step is very important because I was basically trying to grow naturally growing mold. It's required like oxygen, temperature, lack of sun, artificial source of moisture. It was just a few drops of water. I wanted to make this step to make sure that my exploration would start fairly and all samples of food would get mold at the same time. So basically at this stage I grew the mold and there was 5 different types of mold. And I decided to find out which one spread the most, basically. And so I could see the worst case which could happen with us. And we basically grew it, and afterwards, we took the black mold, basically, which grew from bread, and we cut it on the upper layers, which didn't touch the bread, so it wasn't exposed to bread, and it didn't affect my experiment. Afterwards, I added just a few drops of water, and here comes the interesting part, food contamination. It's me. And in front of me, there are 5 different groups of products. And as you can see, I used 3 petri dishes for each type of product because I wanted to make this research as reliable as it's possible to make sure that all of them reacted. Afterwards, I collected 5 of the most fast-spreading samples of food from all of them. And I decided to basically contaminate already bacteria. So basically what I did, I added agar jelly and I put Escherichia coli in LB solution and I spread it around so it wasn't concentrated in a particular area. And after I added a small amount of mold in each of them and added a few drops of water. It's how I tried to simulate the microbiome of small intestine. And here comes the result. Firstly, I will tell you how I was measuring it. I was measuring the surface area around the mold sample which grew because of this experiment. And I also was measuring the thickness of this layer. And by the 3 days, we found out that actually onion grew the most, yogurt grows less, apple grew a little bit even less, bread even worse, and apple grew the least. You can see here clearly that compared to onion, the surface area around apple wasn't really affected. Okay. I have all of the results here, and basically I found out that yogurt spread it the most, and basically you can see some of the results here. And I decided to come to conclusion after this. The mold grew on the yogurt sample, the fastest spreading on the small intestine, while mold on the meat sample is the least spreading in the given conditions. And other products, they were growing not really fast, but not really slow. Why should you care about the project? I wanted to increase the awareness of the problem because it will still grow. And it's also important for scientists because such illness as CRS or cancer from mold is quite an often thing, but we don't even notice it. And however, I also had limitation. I couldn't recreate the small intestine in the full scale. I think even modern labs cannot do this fully. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. I'm ready to answer all of your questions.
Next up, let's go back to Kaina to hear more about her project on hydroponic systems.
Hello, Kaina. Thank you for joining us here on the couches. You've just been on stage. Are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, I think considering how stressed I was, I think it went pretty well because standing there in front of the jury and presenting to them what you've been working on for ages and listening to their judgment and stuff, it's stressful. But I think I'm pretty happy with how it went, yes.
So you just said you've been working on it for ages. When did you start with the project?
So I actually started relatively late, but I put in quite a bit of effort in it. I started end of January, beginning of February. So it's been going on for some time, but it's not as long as some of my friends have done it for.
And where did you get the idea from for this whole project?
So I wanted to originally do something in biology. I'm mainly interested in neuroscience as of now, but I think that finding a project in neuroscience that I'd be able to actually do would be kind of difficult with resources and with all the things I would need to do it. So then I was like, what other ways of biology could I do? And then my father actually suggested that I do hydroponic farming, because I would never have come up with this on my own. I didn't know what it was until I started this presentation. So I think it was a great learning experience as well.
And for the audience that maybe don't know yet what it is, what is your project? Can you condense it into 1 or 2 sentences?
So it's comparing hydroponic to traditional farming, and hydroponic farming is when you grow plants in soil in water rather than soil.
And what benefits does that have compared to soil?
So hydroponics are affordable, they're quite convenient, and they don't take that much space, especially in a smaller country like Luxembourg, which for example might not have enough space for vast agriculture. It could, especially since hydroponics can be stacked vertically in a closed environment, so it would be space consuming as well. So.
And do you think that projects like this will become more and more important in the future for society?
I think they could, especially with all the new buildings and things being made. I think that conserving space is quite important, and obviously agriculture and crops take up a lot of space. So I think it could be more important in the future.
Now that you have tasted blood by presenting your first project here, do you have any plans to partake again? If yes, again biology or something different?
I do plan on partaking again next year. I think that if I'm to do it again, I could continue in the same topic, but I could also be interested in doing something more technology-based, or maybe perhaps making a physical model of something. Yeah.
Perfect. You were hinting a little bit that at the beginning you had a companion on your path here for science. You did it now alone. How did you motivate yourself? How did you push yourself towards the end?
Well, it was difficult. Writing a project paper that's like 15 pages, it takes a lot of effort and time. For motivation, I was quite interested in the project. I think that I enjoyed writing it, so it's not something I had to really push myself to do. But working on it and like seeing the final result and like thinking about the final result, that definitely helped.
Very well. Then finally, I mean, with your creation that you have here, which is also has some technological part on it, when will you start developing a new idea? Will you have, or have you already an idea for the next project, or is it something that you're going to think later on?
I think that this time maybe I'll do a project that's a bit longer. So I'll start thinking about it soon, like not immediately. I'll take a break, but I'll start thinking about it soon, and I'll see how long I want to continue the next project for. If I want to start it later or before. So yeah.
Perfect. And then one last question: what would be some kind of advice that you would give to somebody who starts off for the first time?
Do not start too late. Because you think that you can do it really fast. You can write a project paper, you can do the experiment, and you can leave it for the last minute. Don't procrastinate it. That's what I did, and yeah, it turned out. I think it turned out good, but it was a lot more stressful than it needed to be.
Perfect. Then thank you very much for being here and having the interview with us.
Yeah, thank you.
And now we're going to see what the next contestant has to show to us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next project of this contest is an investigation on how memory works. The young scientist behind this project is also a returning participant, Shireen El Hafidi. Let's welcome Shireen on stage.
Hi. I'm sure you have already asked yourself, how is it possible to remember so much? But this is all about memory, and today you're lucky because we're gonna find out more about memory. So to start, I'm going to tell you the story of Henry Mallison. At the age of 10 years old, he started to have a serious memory issues. He then did an operation to remove his right medial and his amygdala and a part of his hippocampus. But when Henry woke up, he could remember the event of his past, but he couldn't form new memory. This is called the intergrade amnesia. After this huge discovery, scientists tried to understand a bit more about memory. As those two scientists called Richard Actison and Richard Shafri, they made the memory model. These scientists believe that when the information enters the brain, it needs to be stored in this sensory register and to pass into the short-term memory or in the long-term memory. But what is this sensory memory? The sensory memory is the first memory system that the information passes through. The registers retain information that is received via 5 senses. The ionic senses, the echoic, or the haptic senses. For example, if you're on stage playing the guitar, the memory of your friend's smiling face will be stored in the fusiform gyrus. Thus, the emotion of stress will be stored in the amygdala, and the feeling of your finger on the guitar will be stored in the post. So all these little parts of our memory are spread out in different parts of our brain. And when you want to relive these moments once again, those little parts of from your sensory register will jump together to form one memory. This is how we form memory. But in order to allow this information to pass into the short-term memory, we have to pay attention. So what is the short-term memory? It's where we store information that we actively use. But in order to allow those informations to pass from the short-term memory into the long-term memory, we have to repeat it. It's exactly when if you want to learn a lesson, you have to repeat it again and again. So the long-term memory, so there are 2 types. The implicit memory and the explicit memory. The implicit memory is easily recalled without much effort. It's automatic, like stand up, or breathing, or walk. But the explicit memory is when you have to put an effort to recall memory of your past. And you can find 2 types of explicit memory. The episodic memory, it's a recalling of life events. And the semantic memory is when you have to put an effort to remember, for example, why you've learned in history last week, or problem solving, or formulas. But we always find ourselves complaining about how bad our memory can be, but how and why this happened. There are 2 types of forgetting memory. The passive oblivience is when the connection between 2 neurons become weaker over time. You have the targeted forgetting. It's happening when you sleep. Basically, your brain removes all this, the random and useless information. And finally, you have the motivated forgetting. is, for example, after a trauma, you just want to forget about the events. Age can also affect our memory, but chronic stress and depression can cause to brain cell loss. Of course, there are several steps to preserve your memory. You make sure to keep active, to eat well, and to make new activities. Thank you, and I hope your memory is good enough to don't forget about my presentation. Thank you.
Some mushrooms. Mushrooms, food for thought. Let's learn more about Alexandra and her interests.
Hello.
Hello.
The presentation seemed very, very good. How are you feeling right now?
I feel relieved because I was quite worried before that it wouldn't work out for me because it was quite long.
Oh, so you were scared about the time.
Yes.
But in the end, it worked out, right?
Yes, it did, indeed.
So how does it come that you went into that topic? What was your inspiration?
Actually, I always knew that mold is everywhere around us, and I knew that I wanted to do something with it, find out basically what impact on our body it has, and I just decided this year to basically find out what it does with our digestive system.
Okay. Did you have like an inspiration or?
I wouldn't say so. It was my motivation.
It's your own motivation
Yeah.
to go. Perfect. Do you plan on going a little bit further in the future?
Yes, maybe. I think the mold is really good for engineering, and I think we can use it in a lot of biochemical engineer products, and yeah, I'm sure it will work out.
Great. So it's something that you're going to continue working on in the future?
I think so.
Yes.
I plan into at least.
So are we looking at a future project where you go in a little bit more depth?
Of course.
That's great. So this is your first presentation.
Yes.
How was it to be in front of judges presenting something and never done something like this before?
I wouldn't say that it was scary because the judges they looked really comfortable there, sitting there, so it made me more confident to speak. So it was a very fascinating experience.
That's great to hear. And then on a personal note, so the mold, most people would see something disgusting or unhealthy. So is there something that you can tell us which might change that mindset?
I think it's a well-known fact, but we produce a lot of drugs against mold, from mold. So I think it's a very positive note.
Mm-hmm.
And we also use it in a lot of products. For example, beer. We create beer using mold, and yes.
Okay.
Well, you seem like the absolute expert on this topic, but in your project, did everything go as planned, or did sometimes something go wrong?
Of course, it didn't work out from the start really good. What happened to me, I couldn't contaminate food with mold. For some reason, it didn't want to grow, so I had to redo this process again.
So if you could do anything different from what you did now, what would it be?
I think that I would like to try something in engineering sphere and actually create something that could give a solution, not just an investigation.
That's a nice idea, actually. So you're very interested in science,
Absolutely.
From what I hear. Do you also have other passions than science?
I absolutely delighted about history and law. I think it's a very interesting topic to pursue, but I still more on the side of science.
So, because on history and law, you can also do research, right? Is that
course.
something that's interesting to you?
No, I just like to learn about human rights and about history, politics, what basically people were doing, and basically it helps to gain experience in the future and encourage other people.
That's awesome. Do you already know what you want to do when you're older?
Yes, I'm going into biochemical engineering. Yeah.
Very fascinating. Well, thank you very much for joining us here, and congratulations again on your performance.
Yeah.
Thank you too.
We are now welcoming on stage our 17th project of the day, which is called "To What Extent Are Certain Treatments Used to Prevent Hormone Breast Cancers from Reappearing in Women?" led by Ekaterina. The floor is yours, Ekaterina.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to present to you my 2-year research project to what extent can certain treatments prevent the reappearance of hormonal breast cancers in women. So allow me to start by explaining a bit how the idea and why I did the project. So 7 years ago, my mother got diagnosed with breast cancer. And as an 11-year-old child, you don't really understand what cancer is. Yes, you understand that it is life-threatening and a very heavy disease, but the biology behind it can be really hard to explain. So I put it in my mind, and now that I'm old enough to understand the biology behind it, I decided to do a research project on it. So allow me to start with explaining some statistics about breast cancer. So 1 in 8 women will get breast cancer at least once in their lifetime. In 2022, the US estimated that about 87,000 cases will be reported in the US, and about 43,000 deaths will be caused. So what is breast cancer? The very compact definition is that cancer is an autoimmune genetic disease that is caused by mutations. Mutations are mistakes when the DNA of your cells replicates, such as oncogenes and DNA genes. Oncogenes control the life of cells. So these mutations will cause cells in the breast to form tumors or lumps. These can either be benign or malignant. Benign is, in a nutshell, good tumors, so the ones that we're not usually scared of, while malignant are cancers, and they're more invasive and more dangerous. So the anatomy of the breast, in order to understand the tumors that can develop, we need to understand a little bit about the breast. So the main parts and the main glands of the breast are the lobules and the ducts. The lobules will produce milk when a woman will be breastfeeding, and the ducts are essentially the little tubes that will take that milk to the nipple. Carcinomas are another way of describing cancerous tumors, are usually adenocarcinomas. Adenocarcinomas are tumors that form in the glands. And these separate into lobules and ducts, and then further into invasive and in situ tumors. Invasive tumors are usually the tumors that will spread outside of the tissue they're contained, while in situ means that they will remain within the tissue, for example, within the lobules or within the ducts. This leaves us with 4 main types of breast cancer: IDC, which is 80% of all cases reported; DCIS, ductal carcinoma in situ, which is also considered as stage 0 breast cancer. Excuse me, I forgot to mention that IDC stands for invasive ductal carcinoma. LCIS, which is lobular carcinoma in situ. And this is not, I did not mention this in my research because it's considered to be more of a condition than a cancer. And ILS, invasive lobular carcinoma, which is the second most common breast cancer, hormonal breast cancer found in women. This is a chart that was made in 2022 by the most common types of cancers. Of course, there is more than the 4 types I've mentioned, but I had to narrow my research down because I was not able to go into detail for each and every one. The TNM system is the method that doctors use to classify tumors. It has 7 key points: the size of the tumor, the adjacent lymph nodes affected by the tumor and the cancer cells, the spread, metastasis to distant organs. Metastasis is when cells from within the tumor spread from that one place and travel to other parts of the body and stay there and form new lumps in those new places. In breast cancer, it is common in the liver, in the bones, and in the brain. Estrogen receptors, progesterone receptors, HER2 status, Herceptin is another hormone that controls growth and life and cell life in the breasts. And finally, grade of the cancer. Grade of the cancer has to do with how similar the cells are, the tumor cells are with your healthy cells. So all these will allow a doctor to give a woman a staging and will allow to choose the correct treatment. It is very important to note that that every cancer is unique and there is no such thing as one treatment that can be applied to all women. So each woman will have her own treatment and her own treatment plan, depending on her cancer. Why is it important to choose a correct treatment? The point of a treatment is to remove the tumor and prevent metastasis as much as possible. And treatments can be divided into 2 categories, systemic treatments and local-regional treatments. The difference is that systemic treatments will go through the whole body of a patient, while local-regional treatments will only focus on one part. So I focused on 5 treatments, which is surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, hormonal therapies, and targeted therapies. I will go into brief detail about each. Surgery is a local regional treatment. It only focuses on one area. Main point is to remove the tumor. It allows to perform biopsies, which will allow the doctor to give a precise staging. And there is 2 main types, which is lumpectomies and mastectomies. In mastectomies, the whole breast tissue will be removed, while in lumpectomies, only the tumor will be removed and maybe some adjacent tissue. Moving on to chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is quite common. It's the most common systemic treatment. It targets the whole body, and it works by destroying the DNA of replicating cells. This is why a lot of patients lose their hair, because it targets cells that divide very fast. And hair follicles, for example, divide very fast, and that's why a lot of patients lose it. It can be taken in 5 different ways, which I have specified in my research. Radiation therapy, local regional treatment. It also works by destroying the DNA, and you can have it either externally or internally. Hormonal treatments are also one of the most common types of treatments that a woman will take. They're usually long-term. They're systemic treatments, and I specify 3 in my research, which is tamoxifen, tamoxifen, and anastrozole. These treatments are divided into premenopausal and postmenopausal. So depending on whether a woman is post or premenopause, she will take different types of medication. Targeted therapies, here I focused only on one treatment, which was for the Herceptin hormone, which was trastuzumab. Then I had 3 case studies, which I will not go into too much detail which was, I had the excellent opportunity of talking with 3 women, and they told me about their treatment plans and how they're doing now, which I mentioned a lot in my research paper. I'll finish here, as I'm running out of time. And thank you.
It's Shireen's turn to talk more about her and her motivation in science and research. Let's hear more about it.
Bonjour Chérine, merci d'être ici avec nous. Tu viens de passer sur scène. Comment ça s'est passé?
Ça s'est passé plutôt bien. Je suis assez fière de ce que j'ai fait. Et oui.
Très bien. Donc, j'ai entendu que cette année-ci, tu es seule. La dernière année, tu l'as fait avec tes sœurs. Comment est-ce que cette expérience était différente?
C'est que toi, du coup, il y a plus de pression parce que quand t'es en groupe, tu peux, genre, si tu fais des erreurs, tu peux compter sur les autres. Mais j'ai préféré être seule qu'avec mes sœurs. C'est une nouvelle expérience.
Ok. Pourquoi tu préfères être seule?
Parce que j'ai fait déjà mon projet, le projet que je voulais faire. Et puis, j'ai passé du temps et j'ai adoré présenter à tout le monde mon projet.
Super. Et l'idée pour le projet, est-ce qu'elle t'est venue toute seule ou tu as été inspirée par quelque chose, quelqu'un?
Je parlais à une amie et on parlait un peu de tout ce qui est science, mémoire, etc. Et on a parlé de la mémoire et ça m'a beaucoup intéressée. Et je me suis dit pourquoi pas profiter aux autres mes connaissances que j'ai sur la mémoire.
Super. Et le projet en tout, quand est-ce que tu l'as commencé? Est-ce que c'était beaucoup de travail?
Quand j'ai dû écrire le report, c'était un peu long. Je me suis pris 2 ou 1 semaine avant, mais ça a été, j'ai bien managé mon temps.
Super. Et est-ce que tu veux est-ce que tu penses déjà à un autre projet ou est-ce que tu veux évoluer, développer le projet que tu as présenté aujourd'hui?
Pour l'année prochaine, je ne pense pas que je vais continuer sur le même projet, je vais changer. Mais pour le moment, je ne sais pas encore lequel je vais choisir.
Super, très bien. Et à part des sciences, est-ce que tu as d'autres passions que tu as dans ta vie?
Je fais du sport, je fais de l'athlétisme et de la flûte. Mais je préfère les sciences, c'est plus intéressant.
Super, très bien.
Parlons de la science. Voilà, tu avais déjà travaillé sur plusieurs projets auparavant. Et qu'est-ce que c'était l'inspiration primaire pour toi pour dire, ben oui, je vais faire un autre projet, quelque chose encore une fois de nouveau? Qu'est-ce qui te motive?
Le fait d'être seule et de montrer ce que je peux faire en étant seule. Et voilà.
Est-ce qu'il y a une personne qui t'inspire, une personne scientifique où tu dis oui, ça c'est une grande inspiration, ou c'est plutôt quelque chose de toi-même que tu as cultivé dans le temps?
C'est plutôt de moi-même.
Toi-même?
Oui.
Wow, ok. Et puis, comme c'est maintenant le 3e projet, je crois?
Le 2e.
Le deuxième projet, bientôt le 3e.
Oui.
Est-ce qu'il y a des recommandations à des gens que tu veux donner pour les personnes qui commencent?
De commencer assez tôt parce que c'est beaucoup de travail et de profiter. Et c'est juste 5 minutes, donc de pas trop stresser parce que après c'est fini. Et voilà, de juste profiter du moment.
Super. Et à des personnes qui commencent, est-ce que tu leur disais de commencer en petit groupe ou plutôt seul?
Je pense plutôt de commencer avec un groupe parce que ça aide à organiser, à faire ensemble le projet. Donc c'est une bonne base pour après continuer seul, je pense.
Super. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose dans ton projet qui n'a pas été comme tu le pensais avant ou qu'est-ce qui était le plus grand défi?
J'ai pas eu trop grand défi, ça s'est bien passé heureusement.
Tu es déjà
Oui.
une experte. Super, très bien. Est-ce que tu veux continuer dans la recherche quand tu es plus grande ou...
Oui, pourquoi pas.
Oui,
Bien sûr.
super.
Mais super à toi. Merci d'être venu et de
Merci à
présenter
vous.
des projets.
Merci.
Et félicitations
Merci
pour
bien.
la
Merci.
performance. Merci.
Next, we would like to welcome David Delizotti on stage, who investigated the effectiveness of biodiesels made from different vegetable oils. Let's see what he found out.
In finding the most combustible biodiesel made from the following vegetable oils: olive oil, sunflower oil, sesame oil, corn oil, and canola oil. So the basic reaction is transesterification reaction, and basically what we do is, well, what I did is I mixed methanol with sodium hydroxide, lye more specifically, and then added it to a solution of vegetable oil, one of the 5 I tested. And basically this gives the methyl esters, which are the biodiesels, and the glycerol, which is a byproduct and can be used for soap manufacturing. So why are biodiesels better than regular fuels? So first of all, biodiesels are clean burning, meaning they produce very little amounts of carbon monoxide and soot. They are renewable also, meaning that the rate at which they are produced is smaller than, is greater than the rate at which they are consumed. And it increases energy security because it's affordable and it's always available. And finally, it can be made from food waste. We can see here that in Luxembourg, 70,800 tons of food, there's 70,800 tons of food waste during the 2018-2019 period. And globally, there's around 2.5 billion tons, or 1/3 of the total food produced. So basically, each olive oil, so from the reaction, we can see at the top, which was in the first slide, it's actually the fatty acids in the triglyceride that form the biodiesel. And so this is the fatty acid content in each of the different vegetable oils, which determines which one is a better biodiesel. So, as I stated before, I first mix 4 grams of sodium hydroxide with 50 milliliters of methanol, and I mixed them with a magnetic stir for around 2 minutes. Then I added, I heated up 200 milliliters of the specific vegetable oil and added it to the solution of, to the methoxide solution, which is the sodium hydroxide and the methanol. Then we mix it for 30 minutes with a magnetic stir, and we leave it to rest for 24 hours in a separating funnel. And then what we observe is that the glycerol forms a layer at the bottom, and the biodiesel forms a layer at the top. So the next step is to purify the biodiesel. So what I did is I heated water to 30 degrees and added it to the pure biodiesel solution. So the glycerol was already removed from the biodiesel. And basically what happens here is the biodiesel is hydrophobic, therefore the water passes through the biodiesel and takes the impurities such as the unreacted methanol or unreacted sodium hydroxide. And it forms a layer at the bottom, which can be separated again if we put it in a separating funnel. So to measure the change in combustion, I did a calorimetry experiment with the formula delta H equals negative MC delta T, where M is the mass of water, in this case 20 grams. C is the specific heat capacity of water. Delta T is the change in temperature of the water, and basically once the value was calculated, the delta H value, I divided it by 1,000 and I divided it by the moles that combusted. I measured the difference in mass to get a value in kilojoules per mole. Like any calorimetry experiment, there are a lot of uncertainties, such as heat loss to the environment, heat absorbed or released by the apparatus, and many other uncertainties. So the safety and environmental hazards. So when I mix the sodium hydroxide with the methanol, it forms a methoxide solution, which is a nerve agent, so it's very important to be safe with it. So I worked under under a fume hood, and basically I was wearing the safety equipment necessary, so goggles, lab coat, the safety gloves, and I was be careful of my surroundings. Then there are no environmental hazards, as all the chemicals produced were disposed of properly by a lab technician in my school, and there was no testing on animals, so no ethical issues. So the results, as we can see from the blue graph, the biodiesel, the olive oil biodiesel, was the most combustible. It had the greatest delta H value, negative 573.85, but this is debatable because all 3 of the biodiesels made from sunflower oil, olive oil, and sesame oil have a high standard deviation due to the calorimetry experiment, as it has a lot of uncertainty. And yeah, so we know that these three are quite good for biodiesel synthesis. The canola oil wasn't as combustible, and despite multiple attempts at producing the corn oil biodiesel, none was produced, meaning, yeah, that it's unsuitable for biodiesel synthesis. Yep. That's all.
Let's go back to Ekaterina to learn more about her vision in science and why she was motivated to participate in this year's contest.
Good period in life. It's where you make a lot of... Because in the school you have the tendencies that you have a lot of friends, but many of them... Most of the time you come... Hello.
Hello.
So your presentation seemed to go really, really well. You were a little bit in a rush, apparently. So what happened?
I made my presentation too big. I was... I got to know that it was supposed to be 5 minutes, only like a little bit before I came here. So I had to kind of like skip a part of it. But I think I got my main points across.
That's great to hear. What motivated you to go with the topic? Was there like a great inspiration or somebody who advised you to go that path? What was the idea?
So when I first came in Luxembourg, a couple of time later, so about 7 years ago, my mom got diagnosed with breast cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And what motivated me was that as an 11-year-old child, yes, you understand that cancer, it's a disease, it's dangerous, but if someone tries to explain that to you, you're not really going to get it. So I said, you know, when I'm going to be old enough and able enough to understand what is happening, I'm going to do research about it and I'm going to learn it. And now that I am able to do it, I did it.
Great. Is that something that you want to follow up in the future? Is that something that you want to invest more time in? So, for example, in your studies? Or is that something that you prepared as a project and because it was important to you, but you're going down a different path now?
Well, I'm hoping to study biomedicine in university, which will involve a lot of research. More specifically, I'm looking into biogenetics, so I might be looking further into it I hope, in my career. So I do want to continue with it, yeah.
That's a great plan. Then throughout the project, I mean, do you think this is an issue that needs to be talked more about, presented more to the public? You were pointing out that it's something that might be presented a little bit too late to a younger audience. How do you think this topic can be approached for the future so people become more aware of it?
Well, I think the biggest issue is that a lot of women don't actually know that it's very common. So when we're looking at the statistics, 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer at least once in their life. If you look at it that way, it sounds really not uncommon. So I think what's important for the future is maybe to be more open about it, because in the end, it helps women know that there is other women that are going through the same thing as them. It's definitely important that we let younger generations know about it so they can also be prepared in case something happens. yeah, there's a lot of taboos on the topic. Many women want to talk about it. Many women don't feel comfortable talking about it. So I guess if we can open it up, that would be quite nice.
Well, thank you very much for talking about it. Let's talk a bit about your experience during this project. You told us before that not everything went as planned.
Oh, yes. Well, I was meant to participate with a different project. I'm still happy, though, I participated with this one. During my research, I think the hardest part is that I could not... my project was fully desk research, so like secondary research looking into records that have already been made, because I don't have the facilities and the knowledge to do a research on breast cancer. So it was extremely time-consuming, and spent a lot of hours on it, reading, discarding data, and trying to find the ones that I needed to basically condense it into a smaller research that will be easier to understand, to follow.
And what do you think was your biggest learning from all of it?
I learned so much, honestly.
Or do you have any advice for people who haven't joined before and who want to embark on this project?
I think the main thing is that you need to not be scared of the work. That, okay, it is a lot of work, but if you divide it up, set a schedule, it's more than manageable. And it's a great opportunity to be able to research something and present it and know that it might help someone. So I would definitely advise people to do more research and participate.
Well, thank you very much. I think these are really great last words. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Now, it's time for a special guest. Originally from Bari in Italy, Don Gio started his career when he arrived in Luxembourg. In April 2019, Don Gio released his first full-length album called Educate Yourself, and today it is our pleasure to welcome him on stage. Without further ado, let's give a big round of applause for Don Gio.
Bonjour, les jeunes scientifiques. Mon nom est Donjo et je suis là pour apporter de la good vibe. Selecta, run. Ce morceau s'appelle Contigo. Hey, hey, D-O-N. Hey, mi dicono sembri un cubano, o musulmano o messicano, ma sono un vero italiano. Dai su baciami la mano. Tutti mi dicono sempre un cubano sotto quel parasso, un musulmano messicano, ma sono un vero italiano. Dai su baciami la mano. Mi dicono sempre un cubano sotto quel parasso, un musulmano messicano, ma sono un vero italiano. Dai su baciami la mano. Sulle mani fingo di toccare il cielo e poi penso al giorno che ci sarò per davvero. E poi ballo e canto, rido, vivo all'estremo. La vita è troppo breve, bro. Sulle mani fingo di toccare il cielo e poi penso al giorno che ci sarò per davvero. E poi mi godo la vita, ma la ferita non è guarita. Corro sempre in salita. Oh yeah, mami, rispetta al papi. Vieni su da me che ti racconto due fatti. Ti piace come canto, mi piace come balli, ma non lamentarti, io ti do il biberon. Soy el don su questo ritmo reggaeton. Soy el fuego che brucia Babylon. Hasta luego, bye bye mi corazón. Continuo ad amarti anche se ho perso la razón. Quiero estar contigo, contigo, contigo hoy mi corazón. Quiero estar contigo, 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 solo tú y yo. Quiero estar contigo, contigo, contigo hoy mi corazón. Quiero estar contigo, 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 solo tú y yo. Hey, oye mami, che calor quando balli reggaeton. Oye mami, che sudor su questo ritmo reggaeton. Oye mami, che calor, che calor, che calor quando balli reggaeton. Hey, mi dicono sempre un cubano, un musulmano messicano, ma sono un vero italiano. Dai su baciami la mano. Tutti mi dicono sempre un cubano sotto quel parasso, un musulmano messicano, ma sono un vero italiano. Dai su baciami la mano. Mi dicono sempre un cubano sotto quel parasso, un musulmano messicano, ma sono un vero italiano. Dai su baciami la mano. Rom pom pom, oi cabron, è arrivato il padron. Rom pom pom, meglio stare zitto, ti fa uno da papillon. Rom pom pom, merci beaucoup. Prochain morceau se nomme Benza. Tu dimmi, hey, cosa ci rimane tranne cantare libertà? Vedo l'ignoranza che crea la violenza. Cambia la sostanza, lascia star l'indipendenza. O accendi un fiammifero quando vai a fare benza. Cosa ci rimane tranne cantare libertà? Vedo l'ignoranza che crea la violenza. Cambia la sostanza, lascia star l'indipendenza. O accendi un fiammifero quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi. Fra la vita è un combattimento, non ho tempo per lo sbattimento. Fast life è di certo non rallento, sono sempre a 100 fra non mi fermo. Non mi basta un netto, voglio maxi spetto. 2 passi dal cielo, i piedi sul tetto. Vista sul mare, flow benedetto. Non mi accontento, ne voglio di più. Ho tanto da prendere, niente da perdere, frate, ne voglio di più. A forza di splendere diventi cenere, frate, ne voglio di più. Risento l'invidia, fanculo chi giudica, frate, ne voglio di più. Corro in salita, non basta la musica per tirarmi giù. Tu dimmi cosa ci rimane tranne cantare libertà. Vedo l'ignoranza che crea la violenza. Cambia la sostanza, lascia star l'indipendenza. O accendi un fiammifero quando vai a fare benza. Cosa ci rimane tranne cantare libertà? Vedo l'ignoranza che crea la violenza. Cambia la sostanza, lascia star l'indipendenza. O accendi un fiammifero quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Il mondo è di tutti e di nessuno. Siamo resident, fanculo il presidente. Certo che assumo quello che dico. Questo è Will Chip, mica una boy band. Dove vai? Senza mascherina. Grida la polizia. Sono fuori in giro per la città. Me ne vado? No, rimani qua. Ma cosa fai? Lasciami star. Ai ai, m'hai fatto male. Dimmi cosa ci rimane tranne cantare libertà. Vedo l'ignoranza che crea la violenza. Cambia la sostanza, lascia star l'indipendenza. O accendi un fiammifero quando vai a fare benza. Cosa ci rimane tranne cantare libertà. Vedo l'ignoranza che crea la violenza. Cambia la sostanza, lascia star l'indipendenza. O accendi un fiammifero quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Oi, quando vai a fare benza. Merci beaucoup. C'était tout pour nous. Original Donjo alongside Crash Brother. Grazie.
What a performance. Everyone should be jumping in their seats by now, right? So let's come back to participants. Next, we have Christopher Gargiulo, a returning Jonk Fuerscher contestant, and Thomas Litt, who designed a 3D model of a device that generates electricity from the flow of running water. Sounds interesting. Let's find out how they did it.
I'm Christopher Gargiulo.
And I'm Thomas Litt.
Now, our title of our project is Neptune. It is inspired by the Roman god of the ocean. This is because water is a very prominent element in our device. Now, what exactly is Neptune? Neptune is an accessible source of renewable energy. It generates electricity from the flow of water from one's residence. Simply, you would attach Neptune, our device, to a tap. Now, you may ask, why a tap? Well, taps are located everywhere, and a lot of energy is wasted as water flows from the taps. And we want to utilize this energy to fight the energy crisis we face today. Anybody can use our device, Neptune, and go closer to a more renewable society.
Now, before continuing on our project, we first need to explain what direct and alternating current are, because they are relevant to our project. So direct current is a current where the electrons only flow in one direction, whereas in alternating current, the flow of electrons reverses periodically. To better visualize this, we can imagine the electrons in alternating current starting at a point of 0 and then flowing in one direction until they reach a maximum value of, we can say, 100. and before reversing in direction and going back to 0 and continuing until they reach another maximum value of, let's say, negative 100. And once they go back to, and then they reverse directions again, go back to 0, and this would be a cycle. And in alternating current, the electrons continue this cycle indefinitely.
So here's our device. We used a 3D modeling software named SketchUp to design our device. Now, it combines the idea of the water wheel and tracks on tanks. Now, this allows us to attach as many gears as we want onto the device. Now, attached to each and every gear is a dynamo. Now, the dynamo, it converts the rotational energy of the gears into current, electricity. And we will take this example. We have on the right side, water from the tap would flow and hit the concave pedals. As the concave pedals trap water, the gravity brings the track downwards and rotates the entire track. This rotates the the gears, and then rotates the dynamos, thus generating electricity. Now, how the dynamos produce the electricity is that there are sets of copper coils that rotate around a magnet, producing alternating current. Now, the step to we need direct current to charge any device. And it is very complicated to convert the alternating current to direct current. Here's a simplified model, and we will be starting on step 4.
So in the conversion of alternating current to direct current, 3 devices are needed: a transformer, a diode bridge rectifier, and a capacitor. So the first step to converting alternating current to direct current is the use of a transformer, which is a device that converts voltage, that transfers voltage from one circuit to another. And the transformer we will be using is a step-down transformer, which will lower the voltage during this movement. This is because in alternating current, the voltage is greater than in direct current. And if we were to use an unaltered voltage to charge a device, it could potentially damage it. So once the voltage has been lowered, we use a diode bridge rectifier to convert the alternating current to direct current. A diode bridge rectifier makes use of diodes, which are a type of microchip that only allow the flow of electrons to go in one direction. And the reason why we need to change from AC to DC is because if we were to use alternating current to charge a device, it would only charge the device for half of its cycle before decharging it in the next half cycle, effectively leaving the device it is charging at 0. So once we have changed from AC to DC, we use a capacitor because we use a capacitor, which is a device that can be used to store surges in voltage. And the reason we need this is because when a conversion of currents happens, there is a surge. There are ripples in the waves of the voltage, which need to be smoothed out by the capacitor. So once the direct current is stabilized, we can then connect it to a USB adapter so that we can charge any device with it.
Now here are our sources. Let's save our future with Neptune.
After learning about David's project, let's hear more about him and his plans for the future.
Hello, David. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations for your performance on stage. How happy do you think the jury was with your presentation?
I think they were quite happy. I think because I did a lot of experimental work, they were quite happy because of the presentations in front of me didn't do as much. They did more research-based projects, so I think they were quite happy to see a more experimental project.
Nice. And how were their questions?
I thought they were going to be harsher, but no, they weren't that harsh with me, so I'm happy. Yeah.
Good. And maybe did the questions inspire you in any way? Did they have ideas to develop or to do anything different?
Yes. One of the questions, one the people in the jury asked me why the canola oil biodiesel wasn't as combustible, because it has the same amounts of fatty acids as the other biodiesels, or as the other biodiesels made from vegetable oil. So I'm gonna look into that, because I haven't asked myself that question yet. So I'm gonna do some more research on that.
Great. So do you plan on developing this project and maybe present next year again?
Yes, I will either look into that more and develop this project, or I might start something new.
Great.
Something completely.
Can you tell me a bit about where this project all started? Where did you get the idea?
Well, I was at school, and I think we were watching this presentation. It was last year. We were watching this presentation about food waste, and I asked myself, what can we do with food waste? And so I searched it online, and one of the first things I saw was make a biodiesel. So making biodiesel. So I looked more into it, and it was quite just interesting because it combines chemistry, which I like, and biology. So
Okay, and how could this topic help us solve this waste problem?
So biodiesels, they can be made from food waste, of course, as I stated, and so basically we're not only making a renewable fuel, but we're also using food waste. And there's a lot of food waste, as stated in my slide.
Great, thank you.
So this is now your second project, right?
I haven't presented yet. This is my first time presenting, but I have other projects. But this is one of I would say my second project. Yeah.
Okay. So the different project that you're working on, how do you think, or how would you explain that they impacted your perception of your surrounding, your life, and also maybe of your future?
Yes. Well, I thought that food waste, was quite important to. It was an important problem to tackle, especially what to do with it. Most of it is not used, I think that it gave me motivation to do this project, and also I would say, I thought it was a good cause, and I think that opened my eyes kind of into the waste that we are producing all the time as humans.
Okay, great to hear. And I hope that we find a solution. But you were talking about later on that you might pursue your projects in the future. Would you say it's something that you want to make a profession out of it? Is it something that you want to study towards? Or is that something that you want to keep as projects, as a side hobby project?
I would say more as a project, but who knows? Maybe I might look into it later in my life. So I don't know. I'm not sure yet. But I think for now it's more of a project.
Okay, but then thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And maybe you're going to be here next year again?
Yeah. I'll for sure be here next year.
And we are looking forward to it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Rainwater Harvesting by Xingyi Zhong, Sana Bandari, and Lyra Well. Welcome on stage, all of you, and good luck with your presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Lyra Wells.
My name is Sana Bandari.
My name is Xingyi Zhong. It is a pleasure to be here with you today as we share some insights on rainwater harvesting.
Recently, Luxembourg has been facing water shortages during the summer. Citizens are requested not to water their gardens. Here are 2 photos of my own garden with and without being watered, and you can see the clear difference between how the plants are being treated. With the growing population and the demand on water in Luxembourg, we must find a solution. Therefore, we suggest implementing the system of rainwater harvesting in households.
So why is it important? It is, first of all, easily accessible since rainwater is naturally occurring. Rainwater is also completely free, which is going to waste right now. Once this filtration system is implemented, tons upon tons of clean drinking water will be saved. The goal of the filtration system is not to make rainwater drinkable, but in emergency situations, it can be boiled and consumed.
While researching, we stumbled upon the UN website where they state one of their goals is clean water and sanitation. Our objective closely relates to this goal. Our mission is to gather as much rainwater as we can and use it in replacement of drinking water in as many places as possible, such as the following listed.
What is rainwater harvesting? Harvesting rainwater is a method of conserving water that includes collecting precipitations to be used as an alternative to drinking water for everyday tasks, such as bathing and irrigation. There are many benefits to this, such as reducing water pollution, preparation for times of drought, and can even support plants that prefer rainwater over chlorinated drinking water.
Here we did some calculations in order to see how much purified drinkable water is flushed away in toilets annually. We thought toilet flushes would be the most realistic example for explaining our concept. Each time a toilet is flushed, 6 liters of water are wasted, and the average person flushes a toilet about 6 times a day. So this led us to the conclusion that in 1 year, a household of 4 people flushes away 52,560 liters of drinkable water. These amounts can be drastically decreased if we use rainwater as a substitute.
Method and explanation. The rain flows down a downwards pipe to an underground filter. Rather than the rainwater ending up in the garden where it could pollute the environment, rainwater is collected and deposited underground where it is kept until needed, at which time it is pumped where it is pumped into the building. And sensors should be installed to ensure that no abnormalities occurs, such as too little rainwater, in which case the drinking water will be used. When it rains and water lands on impervious surface, it will continue flowing down until a drain or river. But on the way down, it can pick up miscellaneous debris, such as cigarette butts, fertilizers, and oils, which will damage the water and the environment.
Now I will talk about the filter. Our model has a 5-layered filter made of natural products so that they can be cleaned and replaced without negatively affecting the environment. Shani is conducting the experiment where we pour dirty rainwater into the filter and wait for it to come out as clean water. So the 5 layers are pebbles, gravel, coal, sand, and cotton. Pebbles and gravel filter out larger sediments. Coal absorbs contaminants and impurities such as ammonia. Sand filters out fine impurities, and cotton filters residual fine particles.
The sensor. Upon further deliberation, we chose to install a sensor inside the tank. The sensor checks the level of the rainwater. Should it be too low, the sensor automatically indicates the regular water to start its supply to where it needs to go.
Pump. A pump is used to distribute the water where it needs to be, but for our model, it was sadly impossible to be added, since all the pumps we could get access to were too powerful for the model our size. But hypothetically, if it would be added, it would pump the water up into where it was needed.
Storage tanks. With our calculations, we can say that a 9 meters cubed tank would store adequate rainwater to continuously supply toilets in a household. The rainfall every year will continue to replenish this tank. This idea can be further extended to water used in gardens and laundry, with a larger tank of 12 meters cubed.
Rainwater harvesting is collecting, filtering, and using rainwater. Our project aims to reduce water shortages by efficiently using our natural resources. We hope to have brought to your attention the changes we can implement in order to save water and to ensure a more eco-friendly future. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for letting us participate in this competition.
Our sources will be linked in the next slide.
And we'll be happy to answer all of your questions.
Christopher and Thomas, what a pair. Let's hear more about their motivations.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you feeling after your presentation?
I mean, it was quite stressful at the beginning,
Yeah.
but now that it's done, more relaxed.
Yeah, I'm just happy that it's over.
Just happy that it's over.
Yeah, it was really stressful.
But did you enjoy it? Was it positive stress?
I enjoyed more the research than the presenting.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So your presentation went quite well. However, there was some feedback coming from the judges. Was there anything that you agreed upon and that you want to explore more, develop more in maybe a future project? Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, one of the feedbacks that the judges gave us were to look at rather use turbines instead of a conveyor belt because they might be more efficient. And another idea that the judges gave us was look how much energy you would save with our device, like how viable is it? And this is something we would really like to look into next time that we're seriously planning to do. So
That's good to hear. So you are planning on developing this project more for the future?
Oh, yeah.
Together again?
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully.
Yes.
That's when the friendship lasts, right?
Yeah.
So what was, for you, for example, the most difficult part of the project?
Presenting.
Really, the presentation?
Yeah. Researching was fun, in my opinion. It was, like, interesting.
Okay. How did you pull through the presentation then? Any advice that you can give to your fellow colleagues in the future?
I don't know. I prayed that it would go well, you know. I just hoped for the best.
You hoped for the best?
Yeah, and I rehearsed a bit.
Yeah, rehearsal. Any plans on preparing yourself for the next time?
Maybe rehearsing more, and I'd say holding the mic closer to me. I thought it was...
Perfect. And then another question is, this is a very interesting topic, turning running water into electricity. What was the inspiration? Where did this idea come from?
Okay, so basically, very funny story actually. I was in physics class and I had a project idea. This is completely different, it's not this. And I was waiting for someone to finish asking their question. And I was just staring at the tap in the classroom. I was like, can't you just generate electricity from that? So that's where the idea sparked from. So then I told him immediately. And he was like, yeah, we should do this. So we looked into it, we developed this idea, and here we are now.
Wow, okay, yeah. That's an interesting origin of such a project. So were there some help, or was there like, after having this general idea, how did you improve upon it?
Well, it was more like we called like maybe once every week or 2 weeks, and we would just talk about the idea and write some notes. But outside our help, I don't think we got any at all. It was more just what we think, and then we present it in front of the jury, and they would give us our feedback, because they're the experts in everything.
Well, you two look like the best team, and you seem like you're really good friends. But we also had a lot of contestants that were here alone. What do you think are benefits in doing a project like this together?
I guess the most obvious one would be you can divide the work. And also, in my opinion, it's you feel more comfortable on stage when there's someone else with you.
Yeah.
Of course. And what do you think would be the biggest learning for you two as a team?
Well, I mean, like what we can improve on?
Yes, for example.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we can maybe spend a bit more time on the project, like plan more ahead, because let's face it, ours was a bit more rushed. than we planned on it, but next time we for sure will develop it and just plan, right?
Good. Do you agree on that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
we could have we could have spent more time on the project.
Perfect. So we will see you again as a team, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much
Thank you very
for
much.
being with us, and congratulations again for your presentation.
Thank you.
And good luck with everything else.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sven Verich, Felix Petesch, and Miguel Sequeira. They will be presenting their project called Study of a Reliability and Scientific Added Value of DIY Solar Cells Present on the Internet. Should we all be using solar cells? Stay tuned if you want to find out.
So, hello to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hello to everyone watching. This is Miguel, this is Felix, and I am Sven, and we are gonna give you a little insight into our project, which, like you heard, the title is way too long to fit on the slide. So we're first gonna start to talk about our motivations for this project, why we did this. Then we will go over on how we proceeded to do this project. And we will then show you the results and conclude, talk about the results and then conclude about our project.
So our motivation is very straightforward. We saw videos on the internet that promised free energy, so it increased our curiosity. We picked a total of 3 videos from all those present on the internet. They all follow the same type of theme and they all have a lot of views. So we decided to investigate them and look at their performance.
So we chose, as already stated, 3 different solar cells. The first one is mainly based on a normal CD with copper wire glued onto it, and intercalated in regular intervals are diodes. And, oh shit, it's messed up.
Yeah, actually, we have just a real small problem. The pictures are mixed up. And yeah, so basically the right one should be on the left. The middle one is correct, though. The middle one is right. And the left one on the right.
Okay, let's continue. So in the middle, it is based on a copper mesh that we recrystallized at 230 degrees for 30 minutes. And between the graphite foil and the copper mesh, you can find a tablecloth soaked in a solution of table salt. And this pile is confined by 2 pieces of acrylic glass. And the last model is, it's a copper plate who has been etched to 10 minutes in ferric chloride, and then afterwards cleaned with ethanol. And then one pole, at this picture 2 poles are tinned, and it is covered in silicone paste to prevent oxidation. And afterwards it has been set to dry for 6 hours at 60 degrees. The measuring procedure was we exposed every model at sunlight, and this on 3 alternating days for a certain time, and measured the voltage with a multimeter. And yeah, and then we recorded the measurements, and you can see it later at the results.
So here we're able to see the graphic. We had the measures, and as you can see, the solar cell board and the mesh, they don't really generate anything. And the solar cell disk generated 200 millivolts on the first day. And since we measured over 3 days, it kept decreasing the voltage yield. And this, we have a hypothesis. It could be due to the deterioration of the materials used.
So after seeing those results, we asked ourselves 2 main questions, which you can also see here. Is the one, why didn't 2 of them work, and why did 1 work? And about this, we can only emit hypothesis, as the videos really had nearly no technical information on how they should have worked, or what were how they should have worked. And so we think that for the board and for the mesh, why didn't they didn't work? First, because we didn't use exactly the same materials because we couldn't just get exactly the same. On both also, we didn't have anything that could work as a semiconductor. More precisely for the board, the silicon paste we applied never actually really dried. And for the mesh, there were two other issues, that the heating of the copper mesh didn't seem to have done anything, or we didn't see any changes in appearance or texture. And then also the table salt solution we added on tablecloth acts as an electrolyte, so this means it conducts electricity, but not electrons, so there would be no flow of electrons. For the soldier disk, we actually think that the CD didn't do anything or didn't do much in the part of generating the voltage, but the diodes did everything. As the diodes are built on semiconductors, built on the PN junction model that is used in the solar cells today. And depending on how strongly they are doped, we can get higher or lower voltages, which could explain the 200 millivolts of the first day. Then lastly, is this really a bad thing that they didn't work, like the videos that promise free energy light? We don't think so. We think that these videos are like a big open door to sciences for everyone. As long as no dangerous procedures or substances are needed, everyone can replicate those and inform themselves more about scientific subjects, in our case, solar cells. And especially it can introduce younger ones to sciences and can be part of school projects or something like this. So thank you very much for listening, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Thank you for that presentation. We really enjoyed learning more about the rainwater harvesting method before, and now we can hear more about the contestants.
Hello, girls. Thank you for joining us. You look amazing, the three of you. You look really happy. Are you happy with your performance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees?
I stuttered a bit, but it's fine.
Well, I think you must have been nervous before. How was it to put all your work for this project into, what was it, 3 minutes?
4, 5 minutes, I think.
Honestly, because we had to shorten our 13-page report down to 5 minutes. Took a lot of effort, but yeah. We really had to pick like the most important information to talk about.
And do you think the jury was happy with your presentation as well?
Juries.
The juries, yes. There were a lot of them. Yes, I saw.
It's quite hard to tell, to be honest.
How were their questions?
I think they were quite nice to us. I think they were. They were giving us suggestions what we could further investigate on and what data we should add to our existing presentation.
It was quite helpful.
Yeah.
Very nice. And do you plan on doing that? Do you plan on working more on this project?
I will definitely consider it. It does sound like a good idea.
Does everyone agree? Do you want to?
I would like to do it in my spare time, of course, as something fun to, continue researching and find out more possibilities on how to save and, just save drinkable water.
Yes. Very important topic indeed. Do you think that your project could help in the future with all the problems that we are facing or might face in the future?
It could, because even if it just makes a little difference in the big picture, it'll be good. And we do need to save water because water shortages are a clear sign that we're using too much of our drinkable water. So I do think so, yes.
And where did this idea for the project come from? Did you have it all the three of you together, or is there a story behind that?
Okay, we had another idea, another topic originally, but we decided to change it because the photos in my presentation were of my garden, of how they're affected by the water shortages. So I brought that up to these two and we discussed it, and we thought it would be a good idea to present on something that everyone in Luxembourg would be concerned about.
And it's much easier to demonstrate as well, this one, because we could, make our own filter, and it was very fun to do as well.
Of course.
I think presenting an issue that everyone is concerned about is more important than presenting something that is rare or that is not as common. So I do think if this project develops, can be really helpful.
There were.
Thank you. Working as a team, 3 of you, how did you work out who takes care of what responsibilities inside of the team structure?
Okay, so we did a few meetings where we split up the work, and then we'd all work together, and then we'd discuss at the end who had finished how much work, and then we'd talk about what we'd do moving forward. So we would just take it in sections, the project, the filter, the model, the report, and split it up into who does how much of the work.
Okay. Looking back, what would be one piece of information you would give yourselves at the beginning of the project?
I think time management is very important.
Maybe.
We did plan everything ahead, but I think it would be much better if we had more time than we have to plan everything out a bit.
Finesse the details.
So yeah, we did make plans on how to finish our work on time, but we are friends, we kind of wasted a lot of time in the middle.
A lot of gossip.
Fair enough. So the dynamic inside of the team worked really, really well. Is it something you advise for people starting off maybe their own presentations in the future to work as a team? Or would you advise more to be yes, but take care of certain other elements beforehand?
It was fun to work in a team, but if you don't have the time management skills, it's not a great idea. But if you do prefer to work alone, you'll probably get more done than working with a team.
That's great. Are we going to see more of you maybe next year? Or
yeah.
Yes, same project?
Depends.
We will consider it.
Maybe we'll find some inspiration between. So we'll see.
So it's going to be a surprise then.
Maybe.
Thank you very much. I wish you a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to see what other contestants have ready for us and present to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, we have a project, The Digital Laboratory, by Tarnay Karnik and Aurelia Well. Judges, are you ready to get involved? The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, dear members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Aurelia.
Oh, I'm Tanny.
And we're here to present our creation, our project, The Digital Laboratory. Okay, well, I'm sure, as you all know, science is the framework behind our everyday lives. We are built on chemistry. And the thing is, so many people, especially young students, they don't realize this. And it's not their fault because they don't experience enough of the actual practical side of chemistry. And science isn't just about endless coursework and revision. It's everything. And this is why we decided to create our project, the Digital Laboratory, or DigiLab. We want to create an app or a website, a platform where students and teachers alike, anybody really, can access a virtual lab from anywhere with Wi-Fi. This is why we want to create a visual and interactive experience to spark the youth's interest in science and in pursuing science later in their lives. Because we thought, there are maths games, there are language apps, even science learning apps and websites, but there is no platform where you can truly experience and explore the practical side to science and especially chemistry. And it's not like you can just carry these experiments out at home, because a lot of these reactions do pose dangers, especially when not carried out in the proper environment. And I'm not sure about you, but I don't have a lab in my basement that I can go down to and work on when I feel like it. So in theory, the users of our platform would enter the elements or the chemical equation that they wish to experience, and then firsthand, and the reaction would be virtually carried out for them through our website. It doesn't even have to be a balanced equation, and we're not quite sure about some of the logistics yet, but so far we've produced several prototypes, which Tane will now explain to you.
Yeah, so now I'll take you guys through some of the progress we've made. Firstly, this project was heavily inspired by another game known as Sandspiel. This is their interface. You can see it's really simple and easy to understand. This is what wanted us to make the digital laboratory also simple. This is the interface we designed. You can see there's a keyboard-style structure where you can select your elements and then draw them on the whiteboard, and then the reaction will be carried out if there is any. There also come 4 base materials, which are necessary for many, if not all of the reactions: fire, glass, water, and air. We also created a small tip button where, in case you forget what you're doing or you don't understand it, you can, well, basically it'll explain it to you. This is our wireframe. We designed the prototypes in Figma. It was a new software for us, so it took a bit of time, but we got the hang of it. So now I'll take you guys through some of the prototype reactions we have. The first one we have is the reaction. No, go back.
Sorry, I'm not sure why this isn't working.
It's okay. The first reaction we have is a reaction between sodium and oxygen, which will produce sodium oxide. You can see that the oxygen has a gas-like state, so it moves around the screen and then reacts with the solid sodium at the bottom to produce this layer of oxide. The next reaction we produced is a reaction between chlorine and sodium, which famously produces table salt. You can see chlorine is a yellow gas, and then sodium is inserted, and then there's like a bright flame. The salt is also visible at the bottom. The next one we have is one between magnesium and oxygen, which is one of the first reactions we learned in chemistry. You light the magnesium, and then there's a bright flame, and you produce magnesium oxide. It broke. And the final one is a reaction between potassium and water, which produces a distinct purple flame, which is one Aurelia really liked, so we implemented it. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, we aren't coders. I mean, we're students that are going to study science, and we need help with the coding part. So our future plans would be to get this help with LTS maybe, or any contacts that you might know, and further develop the coding part. We want it to be less blocky. Of course, we want the reactions to actually look like proper first-hand chemical reactions. And we want to properly let students and everyone experience what it would be like to be scientists and researchers. So we plan to enhance it. We also plan to develop, of course, so many more reactions, and pretty much any reaction you could think of. And we want to make the reactions very clear, and the background, I mean, we have many ideas. We could even make the background a lab with chemicals around. And now Tane will take you through the unique value.
Yeah, well, hopefully you didn't already read all of it. Well, the unique value of this project is that it's a lab that's accessible from anywhere. As long as you have a computer and a stable connection, you can go on it and you can have fun. It's also safe and risk-free. Unless you decide to break your laptop, there's no dangers that it really poses to you. The platform is also easy for beginners to understand and more experienced personnel. So it gives you a right balance of fun and learning at the same time. We think a project like this would have also been useful during a time like the pandemic. I remember distinctly our chemistry class, we couldn't learn any of the reactions that we were studying. Our chemistry teacher also didn't want to burn his house down, which was a...
Past experience?
Yeah. And then another key factor we had in mind with this project is project-based learning, which we think is also really important for students to learn while doing instead of just seeing and understanding.
Okay, so some challenges we faced, as I'm sure a lot of this has been already said before, but we do have limited knowledge of platform development, website development, app development, and the vast coding still needs to go behind it. Therefore, like I previously said, we wish to collaborate with professionals worldwide. We also had to prepare most of our project and presentation during a quite stressful test period, so we didn't have enough time or as much time as we would have liked to invest in it. Another small challenge we faced was autocorrect kept changing laboratory to lavatory, which was quite difficult to change back every single time. Coming up with the idea was also quite challenging because firstly we wanted to do something biology related. Oh, sorry. And I will hurry up then. But we wanted to give something back to the world and give something back to the science community because it's given so much to us. And we want to inspire the youth to pursue science. It's not complete and we acknowledge that, but we also know that great things do take time. And effort, which we are willing to give. And with your help, this project is going to go places. And it will improve at an exponential rate. And here you can see and indulge personally in our interactive experience.
Yeah, so we made a small interactive segment for our presentation where you guys can try out some of the things we designed. So wait, Aurelia, can you open it? Do you have your phone?
I don't have my phone on.
Anyways, the reaction we chose for this one was a reaction between zinc and copper, especially with copper sulfate. So we can basically just guide you through it.
But again, don't think this is the end product because it is not.
Open it.
This is your phone.
Yes, open it. So you can see it opens a website called Sandspiel Studio. It's basically an engine we use to... Oh, okay. Then it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you.
It's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's okay.
Thank you for that interesting presentation, guys. And let's remember about the DIY solar cells. Now let's give the floor to Sven, Felix, and Miguel on their presentation on DIY solar cells and hear more about them personally.
Moin. Und die hat immer gut gelernt, wo der rauskommen sieht. Die hat romans Spaß bei der Präsentation.
Ja, definitiv also ich, ja. Spaß ist immer wichtig.
Mir hat ein bisschen mal geschwart und anscheinend waren so verschiedene Elemente, die Türen nicht mit Herz gelöscht haben. Sie hat Sachen, auf die da wird später ein bisschen mehr aufpassen. Sie war ich das schon bewusst am Voraus, weil das ein bisschen die Überlegung gewirrscht.
Also das war so zumal Sachen, die so praktisch Sachen, wo in präemptiv, also schon 4 Stunden, dass ich nie überhaupt etwas möchte, das schon gehört, könnte mirken. Und ja, das wäre schon keine dumme Idee, das also wirklich auch zu folgen, weil also wir hatten als Kind vielleicht auch Zeitspuren, vielleicht auch mehr Solarzellen, weil wir Solarzellen geholt machen, an dem es mal gemerkt hatten, dass halt die eigentlich schon sicher nicht gehen. Also definitiv, also das wäre schon wirklich eine gute Idee, immer schon präemptiv zu gucken, noch über theoriemäßig, ob das überhaupt klappen kann.
Ja, das war wahrscheinlich eine Demarche, die der Lukendenker beim zweiten Projekt vielleicht mit abbauen. Aber bei dem heutigen Projekt, was war dann eine Inspiration oder was hat gesagt, ja, das ist so etwas, das wir mal schaffen?
Also mit der Zeit, also geringe Energie geht immer wichtig. Und wir haben halt auf YouTube die Video gesehen mit der 100% freie geringe Energie, wo sie dann selber Solarzellen bauen. Und wir haben uns halt gewundert, ob das dann auch wirklich so klappt, wie du versprochen hast. Und mir sind dann einfach diese Idee zu Nutzen bauen und zu testen.
Und wie viele von diesen Projekten sind schief ausgegangen?
Also von den 3 sind da 2 also nicht geklappt, also nicht funktioniert. Aber also das mir schon aber am Anfang ein bisschen gedurcht, aber wir waren aber erstaunt, dass die dritte aber funktioniert hat. Und wie ich doch das Jury gesagt habe, als Profi sind also sind auch mal nicht 100% sicher, wie was funktioniert wird. Also.
Die Profi haben dich einfach dabei geholfen, für das alles ein bisschen auszuprobieren.
Also mir kruten halt Jonas halt bei der Expertise bis geholfen, wenn wir Frauen hatten, und wir durften noch auf Geschirr von der Schule zugreifen, also als Zugang auf das Labor so gewährt.
Okay. Aber die seid hier zu dritt an dem Team einfach, wie hat ihr intern organisiert? Hat ein eine spezifische Rolle oder war das ein bisschen mehr chaotisch? Und du hast geguckt, wie es gelaufen ist? Was war da ein bisschen der Plan?
Also Chaos aus dem Nové kann gut sein, ha? Also das ist nee, also nee, wir hatten keine spezielle Rolle in Jitwarin, also wir haben immer auf den Tag geguckt, weil Loch mit der Schule, sie haben noch nach einem Schaffen und ein anderes Projekt zu 2. Wir hatten mit der Prüfung meist einfach so organisiert, dass Jitwarin Zeit hat, dass auch Jitwarin gut alles mitkriegt. Wir haben halt auch geguckt, also zumindest was Präsentation geht, da haben wir zusammen geschafft, Paper, da haben wir uns ein bisschen mehr aufgeschwärzt, da haben wir halt immer total geschrieben und die anderen kontrolliert, dass das doch richtig was. Wir haben das einfach so gemacht, wie gerade im Moment für uns am besten war. Und ja, das fand ich, also ich weiß nicht,
Tut geklappt, ja.
Tut geklappt, voilà.
Okay, man die gesagt aus wie ein Mega-Team und schöne Runde, die sind auch Freunde.
Ja,
das ist bestimmt immer flott und witzig, mit Freunden zusammen zu arbeiten. Gehen du vielleicht aber auch Sachen, die heinst du ein bisschen schwierig sind.
Ja, Heinz, du rüsselt dir schon ein den Kopf, wenn ihn dann so Diskussionen hört, wie weit das da funktioniert oder wie ihn Lomare soll, dann ist er schon ein bisschen genervt.
Ja, tut er noch Heinz so, also da will ihn seine Idee durchsetzen und den anderen findet das aber nur nicht so cool an.
PowerPoint.
Ja, zumindest mit der PowerPoint, ja, das war, du hat ihn eine Idee, ich hatte aber eine andere Idee und da haben wir das aber auch von den also scheint zu zerstreiten, dass halt lo nicht base gemeint, das ist ein Kollege und mengt den doch nicht und das einfach nicht mehr, weil gerade in the heat of the moment halt einfach und schafft gerade ein Projekt, wo in allen 3 Bock hat, also geht er doch schon ganz so gut.
Das ist nicht beleidigt, weil ja nicht mehr Diskussionen.
Ja, voilà.
Das hat.
Ja, ich meine, das ist ja Teil von der ganzen Erfahrung. Vielleicht als letzte Frage, ein bisschen mehr persönlich, für dir auch andere Hobbys außer der Sciences?
Also meint ihr mal andere Projekte oder meint ihr Hobby ganz aus weit fort?
Ganz andere Sache wie Sciences. Oder dein, so der, mein Hobby aus Sciences wird doch immer sehen, gut, war Zeit für ein anderes Hobby und dann das weit richtig froh.
Also ich gehe tauchen.
Cool.
Und ich bin noch an einer anderen Organisation aktiv.
Ja, ich bin meistens nicht mehr im Science-Bereich, aber nicht ganz an Physik und Chemiebereich, mehr extra Informatik. Du hast echt mein Bereich angefangen.
Cool.
Ja, auch also viel daheim, also selber Sachen lesen, spielen, zocken und so weiter. Aber ja, also Sciences sind halt auch wirklich ein großer Fokus, weil das auch halt etwas ist, was mich und sie auch halt interessiert dafür.
Cool.
Also Zeit Humor aber schon, das ist kein Problem.
Super. Mario, vielmals merci, dass ihr hier wart.
Merci.
Und,
Merci.
Wir entlassen nicht an der Freizeit.
Muss gelehrt gehen.
Let's now welcome on stage the project Mask Mission by Giulia Viaggi, Margherita Cardini, and Rebecca Kranjek. After the COVID pandemic, how can we put all the disposable masks to good use? Let's find out.
Good morning. Not everyone in our group can speak English, so we made these slides in English, but we will present in French. And if you have questions, you can ask in English. Aujourd'hui, on va vous parler d'une idée très innovante qu'on a eue pendant la période des pandémies. Pendant cette période, la population mondiale a été obligée à porter des masques pour se protéger du virus Covid-19. Environ 129 milliards de masques ont été utilisés chaque mois. Ces masques sont allés polluer l'environnement dans les forêts et dans les océans et ont tué un grand nombre d'animaux. Mais ce n'est pas terminé. Les masques sont encore utilisés dans les industries de nourriture pour des raisons d'hygiène ou par des professionnels de santé comme des chirurgiens ou des dentistes. On a décidé de recycler ces masques. On vous présente notre projet, Mask Mission. Une serre fait un masque recyclé.
Voici les différentes raisons pour lesquelles nous avons décidé d'utiliser les masques chirurgicaux au lieu des masques FFP2. Premièrement, nous avons essayé de mouiller un masque FFP2 et nous avons remarqué qu'il restait très humide et cela aurait pu provoquer la formation de moisissures. En plus, les masques chirurgicaux sont les moins chers et donc les plus utilisés par la population mondiale.
Nos expériences ont commencé il y a 2 ans, qu'on a commencé à construire des serres en miniature composées par les différentes couches qui forment un masque, comme le Spawn-Bound polypropylène, Melt-Blown polypropylène et Spawn-Bound propylène. Nous les avons testés à l'intérieur et comparés avec une serre normale et un pot laissé à l'air ouvert. Vu que la serre composée de masques entiers était la plus efficace, on a décidé alors de la tester à l'air extérieur.
Test expérience. Pour décider comment construire notre masque, on a fait de nombreux tests sur nos masques, du côté blanc et bleu, et sur des masques repassés ou pas repassés au fer à repasser. Les premiers tests étaient les tests de la pluie. On a pris les différents masques et on les a attachés à un bécher qu'on a mis à l'air ouvert sous la pluie pour voir combien d'eau passait à travers les masques et tombait dans les béchers. Le deuxième test était le test de la température. Nous avons cousu des cubes avec des masques et nous avons mesuré la différence entre la température la température à l'intérieur des cubes et la température à l'extérieur. Les thermomètres sans masque est notre contrôle qu'on a mis pour mesurer la température extérieure. Puis on a fait les tests du vent. On a pris une boîte en carton et on l'a coupée, on a mis une pellicule transparente pour pouvoir voir à l'intérieur, où on a mis de la craie rouge et on a attaché au plafond un petit mouchoir très léger. Dans les trous que vous voyez ici, on a attaché un masque et avec un sèche-cheveux, en nous basant sur les mouvements de la craie du mouchoir, on a vu combien d'air passait à travers les masques. Puis on a fait la test de la glace. On a utilisé les mêmes cubes qu'on a utilisés pour le test du froid. Et on les a mouillés et on les a mis dans un congélateur pour voir si ceux-ci pouvaient abîmer les masques ou les casser.
Comme vous pouvez voir, le contrôle est toujours le pire. Et grâce au test, on a compris que les masques pas repassés réagissent bien mieux que les masques repassés. Donc notre serre est construite de masques pas repassés. Le toit, comme vous pouvez voir, il est fait de masques du côté blanc, vu qu'il est le côté le plus étanche. Et les côtés de notre serre sont faits des masques du côté bleu, vu qu'il est le côté qui isole le mieux du froid. on a décidé de construire notre serre avec des masques lavés à 60 degrés avec la poudre lessive, vu que le nombre de colonies que s'est développé est le même qu'un masque neuf. Pour comparer nos résultats, nous avons acheté une serre en plastique et une structure que nous avons recouverte avec un tissu que nous avons cousu à partir de nos masques. Dans chaque serre, nous avons mis 2 pots contenant 2 graines de lentilles chacun. Et on a aussi mis à l'intérieur une plante Chlorophytum comosum de façon de pouvoir tester l'efficacité de cette serre sur une plante déjà adulte. Chaque jour, nous avons arrosé les pots avec 20 ml d'eau et chaque pot contenait la même quantité de sol qui est 72 grammes.
Comme vous le pouvez voir dans le graphique, la température à l'intérieur des serres est toujours supérieure à celle extérieure et celle de la serre faite en masque se rapproche beaucoup à celle de la serre faite en plastique. La différence est décimale. Dans le jour d'observation, la météo a toujours été avec du soleil et du vent. Et en plus, le jour où on a installé notre serre, il neigeait. Avec ceci, on peut dire que notre serre a expérimenté tous les météos qui caractérisent le climat luxembourgeois. Par rapport à la croissance des plantes, les 2 serres se sont comportées de la même manière. La plante adulte Chlorophytum comosum était toujours en bonne santé et vert. Avec cela, on peut dire que notre serre au masque fait passer suffisamment de rayons lumineux pour la croissance des graines et aussi elle isole aussi la chaleur et l'humidité aussi pendant la nuit.
Et enfin, les conclusions. On a vu que les masques pouvant remplacer une serre faite en plastique et marchant aussi bien qu'une serre classique. La petite différence de température est sûrement due à la transparence de la serre en plastique, mais ceci n'a pas d'effet sur la croissance des graines. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. A chemistry lab at home. Let's remember the previous presentation. It was a great idea. Now let's hear more from the creators, Tarnay and Aurelia.
Hello, you two. How was it to be on stage and finally present your project to the jury?
Well, hello. I think it was we were both quite nervous. This is our first time presenting at the Jonk Fuerscher, so we were quite nervous, but I guess afterwards we were calm, we were relaxed. And we're also quite happy that we got to present it because we spent a long time working on this, so it was quite exciting as well.
So you said you spent a long time working on this. Where did it all begin?
Do you want to say this?
You can.
Okay, well, our inspiration came mainly from what we like to study and what we are studying as of now. So Aurelia and I really like biology and chemistry, so we wanted to make a project in that direction. And we were really inspired with the concept of making something new, especially for chemistry. And yeah, that's where we were motivated. That's how we were motivated.
Very nice. So Aurelia, maybe you can tell us a bit more. What is the Digital Lab? What was your project about? In a few sentences, just.
Well, is this working? Yeah, okay. So in a few sentences, I mean, it's quite self-explanatory. It's an online laboratory where I think our interest also came from the COVID times, like we said in our presentation, because I think the thing we both missed the most was practicals and science practicals. And so with our project, no matter what, maybe there's a zombie apocalypse, you can continue studying science and not just the coursework part.
That's very cool, very cool. Did you develop any new skills from doing this project?
I'd love to say I learned how to code, but Tane did most of the coding, so...
Well, we learned how to develop a website on Figma, like that was the first thing. We learned how to code, like especially develop on our coding knowledge, because what we wanted to do required a new level based on what we had learned before, and then presenting skills as well for this.
Very important, I guess. Yeah. Yes, good. So you talked a bit about your passions that you have right now for science. Do you already know what you want to do later in life?
You want to go first?
Well, I mean, I want to study neuroscience or neurobiology, and I want to work in neurosarcoma research and try and find a cure, because currently there's not really a proper cure for it.
Yeah, well, you want to?
No.
Okay. Well, I also want to study biology, more into like biochemistry, pharmaceuticals. I think that really interests me, the more chemical side of biology as well.
Very nice.
So you've been working as a team. Was there a reason, or how did you come together to work on this project?
Force.
We're in the same
Corporal
class.
punishment.
We're in the same class. Yeah. And then we just decided to work on it because we have really similar interests, especially we both like chemistry, so we both wanted to do this.
And I don't think there's anyone else I'd prefer to do it with.
Thank you, Aurelia. Thank you.
He's got all the skills I don't. Technology.
So I guess the work was properly divided between both of you?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think we both knew what we could and couldn't do.
Yeah.
And then
That's
complement each other and work together as a team. That's great. So for this project, are there any future plans that you want to elaborate on, or is there a new project in your sight for the future?
No, we want to continue with this one, I think, because it is incomplete. And we're not quite sure yet how we're going to make it fully complete, because, again, we're not professional app designers, but we want to continue with this and try our best to at least make it something that some people can love and experience.
Yeah. Fair enough. Did some of the feedback from the jury help you to give maybe a goal to work towards, or do you have already a rough idea in what direction you want to go?
I mean, the jury's questions, I don't think they were so much about the future necessarily. Some were. But you can continue.
I have nothing to add. Yeah, we didn't get as much feedback as we hoped to. They were mainly questions about what our project was, how we wanted to develop it. But I think we have a clear goal in mind. We want to continue as we have started like this. We want to make it simple. We want everyone to understand it, and we want everyone to enjoy it. Yeah. Do you have anything else?
No, I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Then we both are going to be excited to see what you're going to show us in the future to us and how the project is going to develop. Then
I think we're also excited to see how it develops further. Yes.
So it's going to be a surprise for you too.
Yes, for sure.
Perfect. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Time.
Thank you.
Let's not jump and run away.
Last but not least, we have Moritz Ronner with his project called Analyse der Methode des Druckluftantriebs und ihre Anwendung auf Modellraketen. Let's hear it from Moritz.
Guten Tag, mein Name ist Moritz Ronner und ich stelle Ihnen heute meine Arbeit zu Druckluftraketen vor. Es geht also um Raketen, welche den Ausstoß von Gasen als Antriebsform nutzen. Was ist das Ziel meiner Arbeit? Es geht zum einen mal um die Optimierung der maximalen Flughöhe der Raketen und um die Bestimmung der Landeparameter, um diese Flugobjekte eben sicher auf den Boden zu bringen. Wie geht man nun dabei vor? Zuerst muss man mal ein theoretisches Modell aufstellen, welches die Raketen mathematisch beschreibt. Und für die Optimierung interessiert uns vor allem die Kraft, die in Abhängigkeit der Zeit auf die Rakete wirkt. Diese Kraft lässt sich aus der Formel für den Druck im Drucktank herleiten und die Frage, die sich dann stellt, ist eben, wie verhält sich der Druck in einem Drucktank, wenn der Drucktank eine Öffnung aufweist. Einfacher formuliert kann man sich auch die Frage stellen, wie sieht die Funktion P von T aus? Dies ist ein wichtiger Teil meiner Arbeit, er ist jedoch sehr theoretischer Natur und ich gehe darum nicht im Detail darauf ein. Das Resultat ist eine Funktion der folgenden Form. Sie sehen, dass der Druck anfangs rapide abnimmt und gegen Ende nimmt das Druckgefälle dann eben auch ab, wie man das erwartet, da der Druck im Drucktank dann auch fällt. Nun, Sie stellen sich sicherlich die Frage, ob diese Berechnungen denn auch der Wirklichkeit entsprechen. Und um diese Frage zu klären, habe ich Versuche durchgeführt mit folgendem Versuchsaufbau. Sie sehen links einen Drucktank bestehend aus PVC-Rohren sowie einem Manometer, um den Druck zu messen, und aus Ventilen, um den Druck auf- bzw. abzubauen. Auf letztere kann man dann die auf dem rechten Bild gezeigten Aufsätze oder Verschlusskappen aufschrauben, die unterschiedliche Öffnungsdurchmesser aufweisen und auch unterschiedliche Rohrlängen haben. Dazu kommen wir noch später. Nun, was sind die Ergebnisse der ersten Versuche? Also zum einen sollte man PVC-Rohre keinen höheren Druck als 8 bar aufsetzen und zum anderen können sie in folgendem Diagramm zusammengefasst werden. Sie sehen in Blau die gemessenen Druckwerte und in Rot die Vorhersage. Wie man feststellen kann, fällt der Druck im Drucktank langsamer als vorhergesagt. Und nun stellt sich natürlich die Frage, wie kommt diese Abweichung zustande? Man kann mehrere Hypothesen zu der Abweichung aufstellen und zum einen könnte die Abweichung mit den unterschiedlichen Öffnungsdurchmessern der Verschlusskappen zusammenhängen. Das habe ich getestet mit den Verschlusskappen mit Öffnungsdurchmessern 1, 1,5, 2 und 3 mm und die Versuche haben gezeigt, dass eben die Abweichung unabhängig vom Öffnungsdurchmesser ist. Des Weiteren könnte der Temperaturunterschied, der durch die Ausdehnung des Gases entsteht und der nicht von der Berechnung berücksichtigt wird, einen Einfluss auf die Abweichung haben. Dieser liegt aber, wie ich das eigentlich auch vorhergesehen hatte, im Bereich von 1 bis 2 Kelvin und kann somit vernachlässigt werden. Des Weiteren könnten die unterschiedlichen Drucktankvolumina des Drucktanks einen Einfluss auf die Abweichung haben, aber auch dem ist nicht so. Dann habe ich für die Herleitung der Vorhersage das Zustandsgesetz idealer Gase genutzt und Luft kann man normalerweise als ideales Gas annehmen, um jedoch sicherzustellen, dass die Abweichung nicht mit der verwendeten Gassorte zusammenhängt, habe ich Versuche in Zusammenarbeit mit meiner Schule mit Wasserstoffgas durchführen können und die haben gezeigt, dass auch die Abweichung unabhängig von der verwendeten Gassorte ist. Es bleibt also, wie so oft in der Physik, die Reibung als Ursache für die Abweichung und das ist tatsächlich eine sehr gute Erklärung für den Fehler. Die Druckwerte liegen ja über der Vorhersage, das heißt der Druck im Drucktank fällt langsamer als vorhergesagt und somit besteht irgendwo ein Widerstand, der von der Vorhersage unberücksichtigt bleibt. Des Weiteren habe ich eben Versuche mit folgenden Aufsätzen durchgeführt und es hat sich gezeigt, dass, wie erwartet, wenn man längere Röhren aufsetzt, die Abweichung zunimmt, da auch der Widerstand durch die Röhren zunimmt. Und das ist ein Aspekt, der zum Beispiel gar nicht von dem vereinfachten und idealisierten Modell der Theorie beschrieben werden kann. Die Schlussfolgerung zu den Abweichungen meiner Resultate ist also, dass die Abweichung mit der Struktur des Drucktanks zusammenhängt, also mit der Form der Austrittsöffnung. Diese Abweichung kann durch das Einfügen eines Korrekturwertes in der Gleichung verbessert werden und dieser Korrekturwert muss dann für jeden Drucktank individuell bestimmt werden und man kann ihn dann vergleichen, zum Beispiel mit dem CW-Wert beim Luftwiderstand. Nun, was bringt uns das Ganze? Wir kennen nun eine Funktion, die den Druck im Drucktank in Abhängigkeit der Zeit beschreibt. Und diese Funktion kann dann umgeformt werden zur Kraft, die auf die Rakete wirkt. Und das ist eine Gleichung, die dann in Python-Simulationen zur Optimierung angewendet werden kann. Zum einen geht es ja um die Optimierung der maximalen Flughöhe der Modellraketen und ich habe dann ein Programm geschrieben, welches für sehr viele unterschiedliche Drucktankvolumina die maximale Flughöhe der Rakete berechnet. Und es zeigt sich, dass ab einem bestimmten Drucktankvolumen die Erhöhung des Drucktankvolumens zu einer Verminderung der maximalen Flughöhe führt. Das scheint zunächst widersprüchlich, ist jedoch dadurch erklärbar, dass die zusätzliche Masse des Drucktanks ab diesem Drucktankvolumen die zusätzliche Schubkraft überwiegt. Mithilfe meiner Simulation lässt sich also ein bestimmtes Volumen errechnen, das eine maximale Flughöhe der Rakete mit sich bringt. Zum anderen geht es ja um die Bestimmung der Landeparameter der Rakete und die Idee ist, dass die Rakete mittels sehr vieler kurzer Zündpulse die Stärke des Abbremsvorgangs regulieren kann. Das Programm erhält nun eine Ausgangsliste mit Zündzeiten und für jede Zündzeit wird dann getestet, was passiert, wenn die Zündzeit verkürzt wird. Führt dies zu einer Verbesserung der Landekurve, wird die Veränderung beibehalten. Ansonsten wird die Zündzeit verlängert. Dies wird dann für jede Zündzeit so lange wiederholt, bis eine passende Konfiguration für die Landung gefunden worden ist. Mithilfe meiner Simulation lässt sich also eine Abfolge von Zündzeiten bestimmen, die zu einer sicheren Landung der Rakete führt. Damit beende ich meinen Vortrag und ich wünsche Ihnen noch einen schönen Tag.
Thank you for your presentation. Remembering the project on masks, what a great way to reuse masks. Let's hear how the idea came to fruition from Julia, Rebecca, and Margarita. Straight after that, we will hear more about Moritz and his ambitions.
Bonjour dans l'interview. Donc, votre présentation s'est bien passée?
Oui. Oui. Oui.
Super. Est-ce que vous êtes content avec la présentation que vous avez faite? Le feedback, il était bien?
Oui, je pense.
Oui, oui. Les juges étaient très contents, je crois.
Ça, c'est bien.
Ils ont tout apprécié. Ils ont tous apprécié le projet.
Super. Et vous êtes déjà un team à 3 personnes et vous avez un peu dit qu'il y avait beaucoup de personnes qui vous ont aussi supporté dans votre projet.
Oui.
On tenait beaucoup à remercier notre tuteur, Angela Piccolomini, qui nous a beaucoup aidés, et aussi notre école qui nous a aidés avec les matériels et l'espace pour nos expériences.
Super. C'était quoi l'inspiration pour vous pour le projet? Qu'est-ce qui vous a motivé de dire oui, c'est quelque chose qu'on veut travailler dessus?
Pendant la période pandémique, on utilisait beaucoup les masques Et on aime tous les trois beaucoup l'environnement et donc on a décidé de faire quelque chose pour aider à ne pas le polluer.
Et bien sûr, la première idée qu'on a eue pendant la période de pandémie était de recycler les masques.
Ok, voilà. Et comme vous êtes un groupe de 3 personnes, comment est-ce que vous avez un peu travaillé ensemble? Est-ce qu'il y avait tout le monde qui avait un job à faire ou est-ce que vous avez toujours travaillé ensemble?
Toujours travailler ensemble et nous sommes copines donc c'est plus facile.
Super, donc il n'y avait pas des personnes qui étaient un peu plus expertise dans une direction?
Non.
Non, en fait, non.
Non, donc vous avez tous travaillé ensemble?
Oui.
Oui.
Super. Et c'était votre premier projet, c'est ça?
Non.
Non? C'était le
On
combien
a
alors?
déjà présenté 2 fois.
2 fois, oui.
Oui.
Et à chaque fois des nouveaux projets, c'est ça?
Bien. On est en train de travailler sur un autre projet aussi, mais on a déjà présenté celui-ci une fois au symposium de notre école.
Ok. Et la réception a été aussi bonne?
On n'avait pas beaucoup travaillé sur la présentation pour les symposiums de notre école, donc je crois qu'on a perdu beaucoup de points sur ça.
Oui.
Et dans le projet, est-ce qu'il y a des choses qui ne sont pas allées comme vous l'avez expecté ou est-ce qu'il y a des choses qui n'ont pas allé? Tout s'est bien passé?
Oui,
Oui, super. Donc, votre projet est évidemment un projet de sciences. Est-ce que vous avez toujours été passionné par les sciences?
Oui.
Oui, assez.
Quand j'étais petite, oui.
Déjà?
Oui.
Très bien. Est-ce que vous avez d'autres passions que les sciences?
Oui.
Comme par exemple?
J'aime écrire, j'aime lire, j'aime les matières classiques et je pense que ce sera mon futur plutôt.
Plutôt que les sciences? Ok.
Peut-être, oui.
Très bien. Et vous?
Moi, j'aime aussi des matières artistiques, mais je crois que je vais plus m'adresser vers la science. Je ne sais pas si je vais trouver quelque chose qui me donnera la possibilité de mélanger un peu les matières artistiques et scientifiques, mais je vais faire de mon mieux.
Très bien.
Moi, j'ai toujours aimé les matières scientifiques et oui, c'est ma passion.
Très bien. Et tu veux développer encore cette passion? Est-ce que tu veux continuer à faire des recherches?
Peut-être, oui.
C'est peut-être un peu tôt pour le dire. Hein?
Oui.
Très bien. Et qu'est-ce que vous avez appris dans ce projet? Est-ce qu'il y a des nouveaux, je ne sais pas, quelque chose que vous pensez à ça? Vraiment, j'ai compris lors du projet.
On a beaucoup appris sur le travail de groupe.
Oui.
Ça nous est arrivé assez souvent de nous disputer pour beaucoup de choses, mais ça s'est bien passé. Et des fois, c'est aussi très utile parce que s'il y a trop de travail, on peut bien sûr aussi distribuer un peu les boulots et c'est moins lourd.
Très bien. Merci beaucoup les filles d'avoir été avec nous et bonne chance pour tout ce qui vient pour vous. Merci beaucoup.
As we've come to the end of our presentations for today, let's turn the camera to Moritz and hear more about him personally and his idea to come up with this project.
Moin, vielmals merci, dass du uns hier am Interview für Insider gehst. Wie ist es gegangen auf der Bühne?
Ich fand, war ganz gut gegangen. Ich hatte das lang eben auch oft geübt und du sind einfach auch durch mein Interview gekommen und jetzt viel Henkensplan, also ich meine, das war gut gegangen. Ich war auch zufrieden. Also, ja.
Super, mega. Also die erste Kehr wusste man also
ja, das ist die erste Kehr. Das ist eigentlich, ich hatte gut erwartet, also oder gut am Sinn, halt maximal mehr schon an der Summe kannst und hab's geraschen, dann du festgestellt, dass es eigentlich ein großes Projekt gibt. Und dann halt dezidiert, wenn ich schon auch ein Paper eigentlich drüber geschrieben habe, für mich, da stehe noch Kaffee stellen.
Erzähl uns mal ein bisschen mehr, wie das Ganze angefangen ist. Du bist gerade an der Summe, aber kannst du das Apps ausgerechnet?
Ja, also ich wollte eigentlich kurz mal ausrechnen, was, ob es also möglich ist, ein Kennzeitraket, dass sie so Kapseln eben in Form von einer Trinkdose mit einem Druckluftuntrieb zu landen. Und dann haben wir festgestellt, dass das ganz so einfach ist, für das auszurechnen, dass du ein bisschen kompliziert Mathe dran stichst. Und dann haben wir das eben ausgerechnet oder im Modell aufgestellt, für die zu beschreiben. Und dann auch festgestellt, dass ich mit der Mathe irgendwann nicht mehr weiterkomme, weil du Sachen sind, die nicht funktionieren. Und dann am Python weitergemacht, also mit Simulationen. Und für dann nur eigentlich zum Schluss zu kommen, weil das dann irgendwie so wichtig war, dass das eben, weil die Größe von der Kapsel ziemlich klein ausgeht, nicht möglich ist, so, eben die genug aufzubremsen.
Okay, ich meine, das ist ja auch ein Resultat, was immens wichtig ist. Du hast ein bisschen geschwärzt, dass du paar Defis gestoßen bist, paar Sachen, wo du nicht immer direkt weiterkommst. Hast du irgendeine Leute, die sich irgendwie, die da geholfen haben bei dem Projekt?
Also eigentlich am Anfang, an der Summe bekannt, du warst daheim, schon das einfach geraschen um enger Tafel und stelle ihm alles abgeschrieben, schon ziemlich lange gebastelt, das Code eigentlich auch alles selber gelesen, auch dann nur für Python-Simulationen zu schreiben. Und dann, wo die Schule gefangen hat, habe ich halt mal zu meinem Physiksprof geschwärzt und da habe ich den experimentellen Teil von meiner Arbeit angefangen. Und da habe ich halt auch ein bisschen so Resultate mit ihm diskutiert, für vielleicht ein paar Ideen zu kreieren. Ein bisschen austauschen.
Super, cool.
Dein Projekt, das du hier gestaltet hast, ist ja schon bald eine aufgeschlossene Idee. Wir gehen nach Elementen, wo du siehst, darüber will ich aber noch ein bisschen mehr aufbauen, erweitern, ein bisschen mehr an den Detail gehen.
Ja, also eigentlich, wenn ich das eigentlich ziemlich im Detail eben analysiere, dann schon, das war eigentlich voll der Rechen, die Optimierungen und die Berechnungen, die man mit der Rakete erreicht. Und ich hatte nicht mehr direkt nach einer Idee, was ich beifügen.
Okay, wo ist dann ein neues Projekt, den da schon am Kopf ist, wo du siehst, das ist etwas, du willst ein bisschen mehr Zeit investieren?
Also den Menschen sind ich mit Naturwissenschaftsolympiaden und Physiksolympiaden ziemlich auch umgegangen. Von dem du geht mein Zeitdruck mir vielleicht, vielleicht fällt mir ja in der Summe ganz mal in das Projekt an und dann kann ich das vielleicht auch nächstes Jahr präsentieren. Das gesehen dann.
Super. Hast du eine Rekommendation für Leute, die wollen entweder hier oder im Konkurs mitmachen? Wie sollen sie sich präparieren? Was hält dich bei der Stange?
Ja, ich meine, dass ich nicht, also dass ich das Projekt, das ist immer gut, wenn das Projekt eigentlich anfängt und ich direkt vielleicht am Sinn zu haben, irgendwie das wirklich als Konkurs zu sehen, dass ich nicht wirklich als ein Projekt gesagt und dann einfach präsentiert. Ja.
Okay, super. Mit dafür muss merci, dass du hier warst, dass du das Projekt hier gestaltet hast. Hoffentlich sehen wir dich vielleicht nächstes Jahr rum mit einem neuen Projekt. Und dann wünschen wir einen schönen Tag und eine bonne Chance.
Merci gleichfalls.
Merci.
We have now arrived at the end of the first day of our contest. Thank you all for sticking with us.
Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. And please join us tomorrow from 9 a.m. for more exciting projects.
Please do remember that the stands of our participants will be accessible on March 19th as of 1 p.m. So feel free to come, take a look, and ask the participants any and all questions about their projects that you might have had during their presentations.
See you tomorrow.